Hello, friend. We are back again, and as you know, okay, the Torch conference is going on, and today we have an amazing guest. So many people know about her. She is Rabia Mahmood from the Multan, and she is doing the very great job. So I am. It is very honor for me to introduce her to invite it in this event. So hopefully Rabia is in a studio, so I am inviting her. Ji Rabia. Yes, sorry. Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
कैसी है राबिया?
मैं ठीक हूँ, आप बताएं।
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much to be the part of this event. So now the floor is yours. So please kindly.
थैंक यू सो मच फातिमा, थैंक यू सो मच, सो नाइस ऑफ यू।
You're welcome.
So, hello everyone. My name is Rabia Nasir Mahmood, and firstly, I feel really honored to be have there on Dot platform to say hello to all of you who are watching me wherever you are, and I hope that you all are fine and have a great time there. So this is my second time that I am here and have something to say to all of you. So I feel that it is 2020. In the 2020, when Miss Lynn has done a great, marvelous work, and she has done one virtual conference in which all the speakers came globally. So I think this is her second time, and she is doing on her own and with her team, and she is doing marvelous. So I was just missing her. That if she is here, then I really want to congratulate her as well. So I prepared a presentation, and I feel that if back office can share, and then I can move further. Okay. Yes. So actually, I want to introduce myself uh, according to my vision. I think it's a blessing of social media that we all are connected today, and life is and the communication and life and the opportunities. Life is easy, communication is better, and I think possibilities is arises. So within 2.5 year, with connecting on the Facebook and talking a lot of friends and all around the world, I feel that there is something bigger for me, and then I saw this vision for me, and every one of you who are watching me, all you have a dream, and that dream can be your vision, that dream can be your goal, or that dream can be your vision as well, vision, dream, or goal. So the same way I saw this for myself, and my vision for myself is to become number one among the most influential women in the world by 2023. I think this vision can't be. I can't see this vision if I can't talk a lot of human beings around me. Um, in the given this time period. So I'm blessed that I born in this time period and have this opportunity to talk to a lot of people around the world. And then I realized that all the people, we have the same values, we have the same inner bonds, we have love and compassionate feelings. Everybody is helpful and support one another. It helps us when we connect with the people who are same like us. We realizes that the common things among human, number one. Number two, when we see that there are achievers, there are some people who do some wonders in the life, and they are, when they share their stories and we learn about it, that they are the same persons who just see some dream themselves, then continuously work on it, and then they achieve it. So this is I saw for myself. a vision that I want to achieve, and I'm working on that. But I want to tell you that this can't be possible if I don't use the power of social media. That is because the power of social media. So I actually belong who are all the persons or the human beings who are watching me through other place of the through other country or through other city and through other place where they are sitting there. I am from South Asia, Pakistan, and South Asia, you in the TV, you may heard about South Asia. We all have, all the world has seven continents and all the beautiful continents. And I belong to South Asia. It is known for the people who are, I think, more passionate and eager, and they have a lot of opportunities that can transform to make this world a better place. So I am proudly say that I belong to South Asia, Pakistan. So my name is Rabia Nasir Mahmood, and I'm the CEO of ShalimarDigital.com. I'll tell you more about it in the next slide. Digital Pakistan Network, and founder and the CEO of the Leading Woman. So the Shalimar Digital Services is an IT company, and it is helping people and individuals to scale up their businesses. You can visit our site shalimardigital.com. We have just started last year, and within 1 year we have conducted 13 events virtually, and they are all around Pakistan. We have covered 156 districts of Pakistan. You can see all the events and all the details on the event box. I want to tell myself more, but at the end. So be with me. Okay, so I am the as told you, that a CEO of Shalimar Digital Services, and we have vision that will cover lot of professionals. We will serve lot of people through it, and I'd love to help all of you to to provide the technological help to scale your business up. You can come and you can contact us. So woman, and yes, as I told you that I am the project director of Digital Pakistan Network, and whose website is not up, and we are working on that. And the third thing that I am saying, working on the Leading Woman. The Leading Woman is a platform that is just for women, and although it is an inclusive platform, and males can also join that. And this is on the this is my dream that from Pakistan there should be unicorns. And I built, I made this group, this community, on that philosophy, said that in the world there are a lot of unicorns, so why not from our country, why not from women's side? So I built that, and I started in July 2020. And although we didn't have much members, you can see there are 1600 plus members, but they are all valuable members. I know that they are from the 15 countries, all the influential ladies who are doing great in their communities. I love to all of you, come and join us here. And there are some surprising things that will come in the 2022 in it. I will assure you that it will add value in your life. Now, yes, they say all. And then today, today I come up with an interesting topic, that is digital health. As we are, we are living here, and health is so precious. Health and time is so precious. So we should take care of health. It is said that, but we are on we are using technology, we are giving so much time to our computers, our laptops, our work through, working on laptop, and through working on mobile phones. And even we just use it, sometimes we just use it for the time pass, for just saying seeing the entertainment things. So the digital health, is the most important topic that should be addressed, I feel that. For myself, digital health means that when you are using the possibilities and the opportunities on digitally, so you have to understand that it will add a value in your life. Maybe the outcome in the form of social network, social assets, or the outcome in the other type of assets. you know it will bring everything to you if you take it carefully. So digital health, if you have any question, you can ask me about that. Let me explain it more. In the life, everybody wants that we have to live a peaceful life, a life that is, you know full of tranquility, and full of peace, full of joy. So this is the, I think, the dream that everybody see, that a good life, good relationships, a good amount of money, and then a sound career. I think this is it. Or maybe if you think out of the box, and you see the word differently, and you eventually, initially, nobody believes in you, because you're seeing something different that previously didn't, you know present in the word. But now you are saying that maybe when you have laid the foundation, when you have completed your dream, people can see the possibility in that as well. So either you are the person who just follow the traditional path, or either you are the person who have some bigger dreams for yourself. So you just want peace. When we are using these digital gadgets, we just ask ourselves question, that is that they bring peace and joy to us, or what they bring. Initially, I think we all want that it should bring joy in our life you know so I just want to tell you, all of you who are watching me, I just want to ask you that breathe in and breathe out. Understand that we just have available this very moment to us. This is the moment that we are just living. And if we learn to breathe in and breathe out in that moment, I think, and then every moment, then it can, bring a more better day. So this is the first step. Whatever you are using, digital medias, your whatever you are doing in your life, just breathe in and breathe out. Understand that our understand that the life is precious, and the life that is given by God is precious. So breathe in fully and breathe out fully with peace, knowing the fact that you will one day you will achieve your dreams, knowing the fact that life is a little bit struggled here, but one day you will sure to achieve your dreams. So I want to tell you about the digital health in these contexts. you know this will come later as well. I will talk about dream of better world, connecting the global humans, open heart and understandings, a way forward, small steps matter, and last message, and I will tell you later. So one thing, dream of better earth. You know what? I feel that when you come on digital medias, and now it's trend that we can use it in more better way, and people can trust at that. But if you think back and understand that this app that is called StreamYard, it is made by somebody. The technology that you are using, the laptop that you are using, that is created by somebody. The light is created by somebody. But what was the vision behind that? Obviously, the vision behind that was a better world, a better earth, a better place to live in. So with that idea, anybody, if anybody can start, I think they can, have a peace of mind and peace of soul as well. Because if your dream or if your, actions depends on that, in with my presence I can make this world a better place. I think this is what we all want. This is what I think, even though we are not realizing it, even though we don't, feel that, okay, why we are doing this, even though we didn't ask this question for ourselves. But we all want to make this world a better place, this earth a better place. How? I think God is giving this health, this life to us, and what is our intentions to bring happiness to our families, to bring joy to our families, and to help and support them the way they do us. In the same way for our relatives, in the same way for our neighbors, in the same way to the world, to the earth. So if we bring little bit joy in our families, obviously it will change. It we feel that it didn't make much difference, but you know trust me that it really make a difference. And it just start when somebody starts from somewhere, and they just see that the earth that given to us for my intervention, with my intervention, if I do something, it can be a better place. Yes, I also want to tell you about connecting to the global humans. When you go to bigger level, when you think that, okay, we should not limitize ourselves. Everybody who is watching to me, and who everybody, in the host as well. Even I know Fatma that she is also be the host, and also I am saying is her efforts, and also the Mariam's effort. All people are doing something different. I'm so proud of them that they are doing that great things. But they what they are doing nowadays, they are just connecting the global humans. When we are connecting the global humans, we learn lot of things. It help us to become a more better human beings. It help us to learn from each other. But without having a dream to make this world a better place, it can't be possible. you know so when you're asked you're, when you are looking to digital health, you have to consider the fact that not only you have a dream for a better health, but for that to make it possible, you have to connect the humans. And to connect the humans, even though it's bounded, you're bounded in your whole community, to your family, or even though it is, to the whole world, the opportunity, there are a lot of opportunities that could we can avail. If we lot of understand we get lot of understandings, and we open our heart towards lot of possibilities. I remember that when I started my journey on social media, although I have a lot of love in my heart, a compassion in my heart as well. But I think with connecting to a lot of people, with to talking to them, I think it erases lot of fears in me. What I feel that, because in the past, I think we just take the information, which take the information from the from the TV, and the TV says it the way it says. You all know that. So we have the limited information about the human beings, how they live around the globe. So I don't think so that with that information that we are learned from TV, if we connect to the human beings, we can connect a bond. So you have to be think different. You have to think in that way, in the most human way, in the most kind way. And when you connect to the human with that understanding, with that open heartness, you will feel that you will feel the tranquility, you will feel a good thing in you. So when you go global, I think it will help you to understand more other cultures. And as well, in this event, the theme is cultural integrity. So I also bring that. Um, I also bring that this point that yesterday I was listening to Mama Lin, and she was talking about the cultural integrity, that how that our culture influence one another. And then I thought that yes, that this is the true thing, that without, if we consider this fact or not, our cultural influence have an impact on us. And then you can see that the world, if you see it positively, the world is become world is becoming a better place. Because before that, I don't think so that we can connect to everyone, and we can go to Christian's party and Sikh's party and advertise ourselves here in our homes, or maybe in our city, or maybe in our country. But this social media and cult, help us to bring one another, come together, and then we learn through cultural integrity that influence on one on another. And it's a good thing, because we learn something good, we learn something different, that we can learn and then absorb in that, and then we can become a better human, or better community as well. So it teaches you anyway, open heartness. It teaches you understanding about other cultures, about other men. You will become more, a person of understanding. So it's great that digital health, that this digital connectivity and digital health, for me, digital health means the choices that you made by while using the social media, the choices that you make while using the social media. How, like, let me tell you, on the social media we have a lot of friends, and we just see that the friends who are doing great in their lives, would it's I think it's a common nature that we want to become the friends with them, so we can learn them, so we can inspire ourselves and motivation. And we also bring results in our life the way they are doing. So I think in that way, this type of influence didn't brought in our life if even we didn't make a sound and clear choices, um, of being aware digitally how to use it. I hope it makes sense to you. And then, yes, so what is a way forward? The three points was the main point of me, that when you are considering the digital health, the what kind of choices you will make, that it make you a better human being, what affects you as a human being, and how the other people's cultural integrity or culture, or other people's um, environment can influence you. It's all depend on you, what kind of people you bring, in your community, what kind of people you just surrounded with. So it will affect your digital health. It will, if you want to make sound choices, what you should do is, you should take little steps. You should take, I think, it is not, if I say that, it will be true that now, because there are a lot of people who are using social media on their mobile phones on, uh, in these 10 years, from 2011 to 2020, and it has become more easy to trust on that social platforms. And people are learning to be how to be friends with other human beings. You may see the posts of other people in your community. Somebody is saying that, okay, now I am deleting some of the inactive friends, or things like that. So I just feel that in myself that initially, if we are not being aware that why we are using this social media and why we are making friends, so it worsens our health, it worsens our life. So while making decision, why you are uh, on the digital platforms, and you can make the decision of your about your health. So you have to be mentally aware and conscious what you are doing. So a way forward for me is that I should take little step of understanding. Firstly, I should understand why I'm using social media. Then what kind of effects it can bring on my, not only physical health but mental health and my soul as well. And if we ask ourselves that kind of questions, I think we make the better choices, and we it will help us, it will help us to form a better human being, to make this world a better, and we can develop more understanding as well. So a way forward for me, making a little teeny steps towards, rather just adding friends for the sake of adding, this actually, and why I'm talking to it about it, because I just want to tell you that this is also the attitude. So this is also, it includes decision making. When you are, why you are doing something, that after that you should erase that or undo that. So this is a world of possibilities, where technology give us opportunity and power to bring the big change. So I think we should come up with the understanding that these kind of events, what can it brought to us, and what it brought from us, so we try to bring something, which is different, little bit philosophical, but it changes the people perspective and how they think. So next time, when you are making the decisions about your friends, or making or trusting on social media, or trusting on the friends on the social media, just ask you more conscious questions about it. And the network that you build around yourself, the people that you bring in your life, they're all the people who can affect you and form you the person you are become. So I hope that if you have some vision, some big dream, everything, then you can make decision around it, and it will glorify you at the end. So making little steps, you should aware of it, why you are doing it, why it will, did it help me, did it help me in the long run or in the short run, or how it changes me as a person, and me as a person, and me, as a whole as well. So yes, so my last message is, dream big. When you have dream big, and you have that kind of dream, that you can see yourself on a better place, or you can solve a world's problem, something. And I'm telling you that initially, when you see something that is your desire, that God planted in your health, in your heart, so you should trust on that. Nobody will believe on it, because it is not planted in their hearts. You will, you listen that saying, that firstly, when you do something different, people will laugh at you. Then, that kind of saying, I just forgot. Let me remind that. Sorry, there is a cough, there is a cold as well, so I have a cough. So Mama Lina is here. I'm so happy. I just want feel that you should be there when I just start this, but I feel that you should be there when it ended.
It's amazing,
So I
Rabia.
just
Thank
want
you
to
so.
say,
Yes, Rabia, thank you so much. It is amazing, amazing presentation you did about your vision, your activities, and the suggestions. It's amazing.
Fatima,
बहुत
give me a little
जबरदस्त.
bit time, so I should complete it. Give me a little bit
Okay,
time. There is two slides that I want to talk about.
okay, okay. Please continue.
Thank you so much. So my kindly can you remove that comment as well? Thank you so much, Mama Lin. So my last message is you should dream big and try to while the dream that you build for yourself, that you feel that completely impossible for you, and then you feel that you make the right dream for yourself. Eventually every dream that is seen by human beings, they seen it that was not possible for them, and then they make it possible and they make this world, they make they realize the human being that okay, this is possible. So dream big. And yes, as I start with the breathe in and breathe out, I think while making the digital health choices, the choices that how you sound your health by making by your presentation, you're presenting on the social media on any form, you know, if you breathe in love and breathe out compassion and live your dream, I think it will bring amazing change. You can't identify it, but it will. And maybe initially you don't believe that, but it will bring change. And if you have big dreams, then you should connect to me on the Facebook, and my Facebook is Rabia Nasir Rabil. You should come and connect to me. I just want to end it. This is my Facebook link and my Facebook profile. At the end, I just want to say this, that life is too short, and the dreams that you have seen, um, sometimes we just walk on it with confidence, and sometimes the life in the life, the things, the ups and downs, our self-esteem is when our self-esteem is not so high. At that moment you should believe on your dreams. No matter what, it's your dream and you are gonna make it happen, no matter how much time it will take. But you have to be patiently work on that, and you will reach on that. So I'd love to have you and connect to you on my Facebook. And the journey, I told you that I want to tell you about myself at the end. The journey is not started, from tomorrow. Sorry, from yesterday. It is started so long ago when I did make a decision to use the social media in 2013. And then, I just observed that, and then finally I just make a move in 2017 and add lot of friends. But currently after 4 years, I just have 3,000 plus friends. I didn't add people for the sake of adding. I just make a connection over there, and currently I have 23 plus thousand plus souls who follow me, and 3,000 people who connect me from the social media, and lot of friends. I have lot of friends who are so supportive, so good. And I just want to tell you this message that you should understand the power of the social media, and understand that it impact your life. So your digital health or your choices should be that kind of choices that help you to where you want to reach. So this is all. I just want to say thank you to all of you that you have listened me patiently. This is a privilege that I got to say something about it. Life is, you know, too short, and I encourage all the women around the world that come and join our initiative on the leading women. And if you need any you know, if you need any kind of digital help, we are there for you on the digital platform, shalimardigital.com. And I am hopeful that as you gave me all the love and the support in my journey, and I know Mama Lynn before, I think, 3 years, and I hope that this ties should become more stronger and stronger, and all of my friends, with all of my friends. So it's nice, Fatima, that you people, your team, Mawalin team, give me a chance to say something about what I feels like I should share, and I really appreciate you. And I am also seeing your efforts, the way you are doing, and I also want to encourage you that the dream that you have seen for yourself, it will become true. And so lovely to have you that you host me. Thank you so much.
Zabardast, Rabia, thank you so much to be the part of this event. And definitely our audience will happy to listen to you and they will learn a lot. They learned so many new things from you. And your vision to connecting the positive people and to become the great influencer or the and most powerful influencer of the 2023, I think so.
Yes, yes.
So, uh, inshallah, you will be achieve your goal. And thank you so much. Uh, Mamalin is here. Yeah.
Your goal, and thank you so much. I was just waiting. Oh, Mama Lin, I just waited to you. Thank you so much for coming out. I just waited because yes, I just prepared for your events today because I was so happy that this is the second time if I appear here, if I go to that, I share for with I share my heart. I share a better things with all of the audience that connected from you. So I am so grateful for this event. One thing, and secondly, that you are doing such a nice job. Yay!
I am so proud of you, Rabel. You are
Thank
so
you so much.
amazing. This presentation was so sweet, like metaverse, right? You're starting the metaverse, right? You're starting the movement with beautiful things with metaverse, and of course, it's Rabia doing this. When we first started, Rabia was amazing. You know, we just watched her. She just like kept taking off with social media. She just took off with Rehan's vision in such a way that was so beautiful. And she was speaking to people and women and men from all over the world. And she was capturing this depth that I hadn't seen in social media. And I appreciate so much the work ahead for you. You're going to go far. And with Digital Pakistan, and Pakistan is very lucky to have Rabia. And
Oh, so sorry.
I really feel the honor of where social media will go because of Rabia. So she will bring a new depth to social media. So I really feel everyone should continue to follow Rabia. So she will bring a new way for humanity, and her heart is so big and her heart is so wonderful. And I love you so much, and it's so good to see you. I missed you. I missed you.
Yes, I also missed you. And Mamarin, yesterday I was just listening. I was, at the moment I was preparing that presentation. I thought that presentation, I should make this presentation for today's event. And
Yeah.
then you was lying online with the other guest who are talking about. I just missed her name. Just tell me about that. Who was talking
Lori
about
Marshall.
singing trees? What?
Yeah. Lori Marshall.
Gloria Marshall. She was doing amazing job. Yes, yes. And I was
We
so
brought the
proud of.
poetry to
Mhm.
Pakistan. Fatima is doing an amazing job too, and I'm glad. I want the two of you
Yes,
to
yes.
work together because she's doing really great work in Karachi with the children, and she's helping so many children with recycling and helping grow the gardens and really develop, a very practical education. So she's doing really great work that needs recognition from somebody like you to help her with the social media, help her with the support, and vice versa. Fatima, learn from Rabia and understand each other as women in Pakistan, young women that really, you'll both thrive. You'll both go so far and by helping one another. And I'm so proud to have both of you here with Torch, as the Torch family. And, this is your platform. Take it away, like really use it and feel it and know that you're part, we've been together a long time, and
Yes.
women cut each other's backs so many times in the world. We get jealous of each other. We have all these feelings when we first get on social media. So if you're new to social media, your heart will grow, and your heart will stop getting jealous, and your heart will start opening to so many people. And we had so many different things, and so many, when we first started, I think it's 5 years ago now, 2015, I started doing Facebook Lives and teaching practices and doing prayer and, opening myself to social media. I never knew it would become so many beautiful, beautiful friendships. And the friendships I've built with women has really helped me because, there was a moment of time when, my mom said, be careful of women because, there's this idea that women will take a man, women will
Yes.
take there's this whole thing, and we need to break that pattern as women.
Yes.
We need to break the pattern and really, really show the world of that leadership. And I recommend anyone to go back to Laurie Marshall's talk yesterday. She talked about women leadership and what we do as women to lead. And Torch is all about shared leadership platforms so that we can really lead together and really support each other's work and really help each other grow. Spread each other's words, spread this YouTube, spread this Facebook, spread, out to women, especially women to women, just like really bring the women into the fold and, open this heart so that we as a humanity can move forward and really develop, ourselves as a humanity that knows that we've got each other's back, and I hand each one of you, welcome Kurt, good morning, and
But
welcome so much. I don't know if you got to see Rabia's presentation, but it was phenomenal. If you didn't, Kurt, you have to go back and watch because it's just a great, great presentation she just did. Really special.
Well, I bet it
So
is. She has such an amazing name. Rabia is an outstanding poet of Islam.
yes, yes. we
thank you
went
so
all
much,
over
Kurt,
that.
that you remember that.
Yes. Well, I look forward to hearing your poetry too.
Your poetry. Did you hear that, Rabia?
Yes.
Say it again, Kurt. Say it again.
Yes,
I
is
w- I
what
look
what did he say?
I look forward to hearing your poetry because
Oh.
and I'm sure that you can create very, very beautiful poetry, and just give it a go.
Yeah.
And the beautiful thing about women is women are so in touch with their heart and give life to life. And I know that you probably already know it, but number 6 on the list of the most effective ways to reverse global warming in a book that's described called Drawdown by Paul Hawken. It lists the women, educating women as the 6th most effective ways out of nearly 100 ways to reverse global warming. And in the book, that little chapter, it describes all the reasons why. And when you read it, you'll think, let's do it. Pakistan and any other country needs to do it. And especially to give women more power in the last word for governmental decisions. The Iroquois and the Native Americans in America did that. The women actually elected the leaders, and they were the last sort of decision makers when there was a big decision to be made. So I so appreciate all the work you do, and just get more and more of that beautiful expression spread everywhere.
Yes. Yes,
Yes,
yes. Rabia, what do you feel about cultural integrity? I heard
yes.
a little
When
bit,
I saw, hmm,
yeah, but go in depth around cultural integrity because it's a word that we've been discovering now this weekend, and it's been so much fun because we're discovering how can we be a little bit more with integrity with each other. And I think women and the conversation about cultural integrity can really make a huge change, for all of us. We can really be in integrity with deepening our relations around the world. And I know you're one of the big connectors. So, Kurt, I don't know if you know Rabia's work, but when she was first with Rayhan and I joined in, I don't know how the time frame went, but she was
yes,
pulling in people so powerfully. And people were like shocked. She was bringing in people from India. She was bringing in people from, Sweden. She was bringing in people from England. She was bringing like all these people. But as she said on her description, she was choosing them. She wasn't just adding people to her Facebook page. She was getting to know them in depth. And I was so proud of her. And it's what I've been doing lately. I've been getting rid of a lot of people that got added early on because, Facebook goes back to quite a while and we all, got friends of friends. And now I'm going back. If people aren't engaged in my Facebook, I kind of drop them out and I move them, I move in. And I think this is key, but she knows how to build on social media. So go ahead, Robbie, and talk about cultural integrity.
Please.
yes, sure. So I want to reply on cultural integrity. Firstly, I just want to add something on Kurt's what Kurtz was saying that I yes, women, yeah, no, today is the age that women should understand that now the world is more easy, the possibilities are higher. If we understand that this, if we believe the beliefs that are told us in the past, then we can't bring the change, it's this word, the when the possibilities are higher and technology shows us a way, so we have to look in a different way with the same gadgets that the other people are, just if the other people are using it and building nations, and why we should not use it to build our nation as well, although they all gadgets are helping us, and we when we understand it, we should understand that we should look a woman with a different belief system, not that they are leg pullers. They are, how they can be a leg pullers, they build the families, they join all the human family together, they sacrifices for their children, they even didn't want to torn their marriages, they want to be in the marriages and face the torture. We have seen and we have listened a lot of audio and videos on the internet about that. So women are not like, they are built with the compassion and kindness. When they understand that this is the notion that the society and the TV told us, that the world is like this way, the woman is like this way, and the other national is like this way, the other race is like this way, then we operate differently. I think that today's in today's present generation, I really share my heart. I in the starting even
We're losing your internet,
Well,
Rabia.
you're staticky. Now you're
hello,
even. Yes.
Yeah, now go ahead. Can we hear you?
hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, you're going in and out.
It is really sad because what you were saying was so
I know.
important.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Rabia, if you can get the connection back, we want to hear you.
Yes, definitely.
Mm.
Yeah, she's totally frozen.
Yeah. Okay, so let's bring her down, and we'll try to bring her back up in a minute.
Okay.
What she has to offer on a global understanding of, you know, the mother and, you know, raising children, raising 5 kids and doing what I've done and, you know, putting myself through school. It was 20 years on my own. And the forthright relationship to myself was always pushing, like this male push. And I don't want to ever do this again. I
Yeah.
really just want to pull back and open myself to my heart to say I can't push. And even I'm very proud of myself. Even on this platform, we've got 6 people to host, and I've been asking. Before I wasn't asking, I was letting people come. Now I ask, please come. I need your help. And most, you know, I've had this accident, and so part of it's that. But you know, there are these moments in time when we have to step in as a woman, not as a male culture, and it's very deeply in a heart space, and it's very few women that are trying to build businesses like men.
Yeah, just like Indira Gandhi was a leader of India, just like a man. She had pants on, or
Yeah,
Thatcher. Whereas there's the great woman in New Zealand that is doing it as a woman. And she
nice.
is running the country so sweetly. It is
Oh,
beautiful example.
I only know her a little bit, but I'd like to follow her. Thanks for reminding me about her. I remember hearing just a little bit. I really would love your guidance there because, you know, trying to even build Torch and letting it organically grow into what it's become and let it, you know, everybody keeps wanting, like, how come da 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 da, how come da 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 da, and it's all male orientation, and I won't go there. I really feel the way to lead as a woman is to nurture and to surround each other with this compassion and really help each other grow in a powerful way. And you know, it's Ray said many times, "What are you doing? You know, why aren't you building classes? Why don't you do this?" Da, 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 da. I said, "I'm raising children, and I'm raising being with my grandchildren." And you know, I didn't really say that to him too much, but just what Rabia was saying to us is what that was presenting. That we are women that are really trying to build. And I didn't stay in the marriage that was abusive. I didn't stay in the marriage, you know, for money. I didn't stay in the marriage. I stayed in the marriage because I had love. I stayed in the marriage because I had compassion. I stayed in the marriage to support. My first husband was a golf pro, and I manifested a golf course for him. I mean, I literally manifested a golf course. I mean, it just feels like, you know, I made all the decisions with our money to be able to, you know, really simple decisions like buying food with other women to save money and things that really surrounded us to keep life simple, you know? And this idea got lost when I became the single mom and not knowing how to do both, you know? How do I be the breadwinner and how do I be the woman? How do I be the, you know, male and the female in the home? It was a really hard 20 years, to be honest, you know, just trying and putting myself through school, you know, raising kids. And I had no child support from either of the men that were fathers of my kids. So that was really tough spiritually. And my kids, I think, are learning trust now after they're all gone out of the house. They're starting to say, wow, okay, they're starting to get it. They don't quite get it, but they're seeing it. The mothers are definitely seeing it. Oh, good, she's back. Yay. There we are. I was just talking about women and trying to do business like man, and women are so different trying to raise up their consciousness, you know, to run a business. So anyway, Rabia, go on, please. I just have to take a quick shot here. Kurt's with you. I'm listening, okay? Just a minute. My dog needs me. I'll be right there.
All right,
Okay, Lynn,
Rabia.
I'm just okay. Welcome. Thank you so much. I was just saying, like, Lynn, I am also waiting for you. When you will come, I will give the answer about culture integrity. So yes, Kurt, I was just saying that when we are move forward with the notion of limited thoughts, limitlessness, or what should I what word should I use here? With the
Well,
vision
basic,
of limited vision, and limited belief system, then how we operate? Then I think it will be difficult to operate and connect the human beings. So women, as you said, that women are profound. They are homemakers, they are family makers, they are deep kind of compassion. They raise their children and they have utmost love and kindness and compassion. Now it is the chance for all of us and the responsibility on all of us that we should understand
you're, you're breaking up again, and you're freezing now. This is
just
so
give.
sad.
I'm so sorry.
I said, this is so sad that you're
I was
breaking up.
just
Yeah, it's still not good.
oh my god, it's okay.
Well, I just got it's okay.
What
That
should we
sounds good.
do?
Well, uh, I'm not sure because it seems like it's gotten, it was fine for a very short time and then it started to cycle into a breakup. And uh, so you can give it a go again, or
Yes, Bob.
I'm not sure if you can get to a place closer to where there's a good reception or not. If you're closer to your router or whatever they call those
I don't
things.
know what happened.
Yeah.
Now, am I audible?
You sound very good now.
Oh my god, let me complete it quickly then.
Yes.
I just want that, yes, I just want that a woman, the community of a woman should understand that we are living an amazing world with a world with a lot of possibilities. So we should just operate differently with a different set of belief system. We should understand that this is not true. The society told us that women are not good. Women are good if if they can make the home and build the family. How can hatred come? They just the thought that the world told them, the society and maybe the TV told us the way. So we should think differently and come and join one another. So for that, I also made a group, the leading women, where we have 15 countries representation. All the women, I love that come on that platform. I'll introduce your work and what you are doing. Let's support one another and let's grow one another, help to grow one another,
You
and
know,
we
Walter,
witness
I just put
with
in
one another journey.
I just put in the little chat that we have. I'm not sure how to do it on the line in regard to making everybody else available to it. But I put in some information that allows people to get to be better and peak performers and manage stress and build character. Uh, and they can feel free to be able to connect up on those different links that I put into the chat to you. And maybe you can put it onto a way that can get onto to Facebook or whatever other kinds of um, chats so people can take advantage of it.
Why not, Kurt? I also want to introduce you there. Be our supportive partner of the leading woman. Just send me your website and your logo, and I'll introduce you there. That okay? We have lot of ladies there and lot of supporting partners over there. So I would love to have you on the leading woman platform. Come, we can, we talked earlier, and I think this is a great day. You came two or three times for my when I invite you. So people don't met by chance. I think there is some god's connection with one another, and that's why we meet one another again and again. So I think that will be great, and I love that I can review what you have sent to here, and let me copy it
Well, what
and let me
you know,
post it.
the thing about life that we have is that we are here to really add to it. We get to be able to add the gifts that Allah gave us because what are we here for? We are not here to just eat and defecate and go on our way. We are here to produce something of value. The biggest thing is that connection with the heart. And women have, for some beautiful reason, are more connected. Why? Because you've had life come forth from you. The most magical experience that I had was allowing this child coming out of my wife's body to come into my hands as he's coming out, and to be able to see what she was nurturing for 9 months, and to oh my Allah is so incredible when we open our hearts. And this is how we get connection to God. And we have connection with everybody. Because with the plants, without the plants, we cannot nurture the body. Our out breath is their in breath, and their out breath is our in breath. We are cycling life when we tune into it. And women have it's like a natural availability to that. Now, not all women are like that, just like not all men are sensitive or evil or tough and all that. Some people have a lot more balance. And having a good woman in a life is the most important thing for anybody, especially the mother. Mothering is the most important thing anybody can do. Parenting. It brings love to life. And without love,
Agree.
have. But I talk too much.
No, no, you are talking beautifully. So Mama Lin is here. I just want, while my internet breaks it up, so I just want to quickly answer Mama Lin about the cultural integrity, and that is like a love to answer that question. I feel that as I shared in my presentation, that was my initial decision, that how I operate on the social media, and build a connection over there, and that my decision helps me to how to take action and build a network. As you endorse that, you initially saw me with the Rehan bhai initially, and that was right, because he was the initial person who bring us, all of us together, and at that moment, I didn't know anything. I just have a heart of compassion and just jumped into it and talk to everybody the way, okay, how are you, and this kind of feelings that I have. But at that moment, I understand that when I go live and go to live videos and talk to the people, there are a lot of people who came there, and um came there and say their heart sometimes supports me, and there are somebody, who just don't like what I'm doing. So I decided for my that I decided that when these all are the persons that need some, that actually need our help, rather who supports us, they are be with us, so the culture integrity, so when we are operating in different environments, I am here in Pakistan environment, Lynn is there in USA environments, and Kurt, you're UK or USA?
USA, New Los Angeles. Los
Okay,
Angeles.
great. Yes, yes, USA. So although the same country, the places are different. So we all are have the upbringing, of different environment. So why, how it can be possible that our culture, the way we behave, didn't affect one another, and our action didn't affect one another? So it's a great thing to bring this topic or theme into conversation. This is the right time, I feel, when people friend one, befriend one another, and understand, try to understand one another, and they should notice that, they should understand that their, although they feel that okay, we are living according to our culture, they should have aware of that. When we are connecting to other people living other country or other places, they have the effect on us. So when we have, when we have that understanding that we are affecting each other, then it feels that okay, what kind of effects we bring in our life, in our work, then we make a good decision, a sound decisions. So I think that cultural integrity help us and can shape us a better human being initially, if we choose a better friends with us, the friends that we feel that they can help us where to where we want to reach, they can help us, so
Mhm.
rather just choose it, the do it because the people are doing. We should not flow with that trend. We should have some straight, with some deep thinking about what we are doing. And then initially I think, because we are thinking differently, Mama Lin, when I listen to you and some of the other persons, so when you talk to somebody and try to understand their thoughts, you understand that how they think, how deep they think, and how they bring their depth in their work.
Mhm.
Sometimes the, because of the technicalities, I don't think I think that we don't come up with the result that we want. But people are noticing that this person or this human being is different. This will do something great for the betterment of humanity, for betterment of the community. Mama Lin, did you remember the first time we meet? I told you at that moment that you, if you are, you are here in with the tying up with the Pakistani people or Pakistani schools, or coming up here, showing the Pakistan on the social media, that there is the possibility of bringing one another together, and the fear that the USA or the fear the other person, the other country is not good, it become vanish, and
Mhm.
it create opportunities as well. So
Mhm.
I think I appreciate you that time, I appreciate you today as well. And what I want that you should grow with this work that you are doing, although we are, we are busy in our lives and doing work.
You know,
Mhm.
Same way, help is good. Yes, good, you want to add something?
yes, when I first went off to India in the 1976, uh, I saw these people in Bombay that were dressing like we did in America, because America's the big thing in those days. I hope people are not looking at America as a grand thing now because of how we've been treating the world in other countries. But India has something called khadi. Khadi is this natural fibers woven and so on produced so that it breathes and it makes people comfortable in the summer or makes people comfortable in the winter. It is so sturdy and so on. Whereas when people bought the plastics, the polyester pants and shirts, because that was the fad in those days, then what happened? They took the worst from America and gave up the best of the culture, just like in Pakistan is. You were obviously one country at one time, and you have the same kind of flavors and so on. And of course, every different area of a country has different flavors too. So you know that in Gujarat and so on is so much different than another area in Pakistan. let's keep the beauty of each of the cultures, and then take on the wisdom and value that another culture may offer. Like we are able to use this technology because of some things that allow us to connect this way. Take the thing and use it well. This can also be used to spread horrible things. So we get to use the wisdom, and the women are the ones that carry most of it when they have a voice. And the big thing that you're offering us is getting women to actually start using their voice and maybe acting like the very famous comedy by Aristophanes called Lysistrata or Lysistrata. It was when women told the men, don't go to war or you don't get to be able to be with me in the way you like to be with me.
I wanna share one thing, Kurt. I'm gonna bring this to the forefront. When we start talking about America doing this or Pakistan doing that, or when I went to Pakistan, I told everybody, stay Pakistan. Pakistan
Yes.
become Pakistan, But I don't believe that even negative talk about our country, because there's so many good people like yourself and myself and other people in America that are good. I don't think we should even use that. What is America doing? Have every country done bad? Yes. Has every country done good? Yes. So we have to start the dialogue from that moment now. And really the integrity that I bring forth to you is that we can't say that don't become America if somebody comes here and this melting pot, I was talking about this yesterday in cultural integrity. The melting pot was so powerful. But when the Polish came and the Jewish came and they all set up their own little communities here. The Polish communities in Boston and New York, they are still there. The Jewish communities are still there. There's a cultural relationship and faith in between each other and one another. Now, politically, we have to grow our political, support systems of love and compassion in every country. It's not just our country.
Oh,
I get that colonization happened, but why did it happen? And I asked these questions, Rabia, yesterday, and I think it might be good to just put them up on the screen. Like, why did we choose? How did we choose? When did we choose? What do we do in our lives? Cultural integrity. Why did people choose to be in war? It was a big thing for my father to be a veteran, and he really believed in the protection of our country. Did he know that he was dealing with people? Of course he knew. He had a lot of big heart. He drank alcohol when he came home, and he really. I feel like, what did he choose? He chose, and like you were just saying, Rabia, you choose your friendships, you choose your decisions, you choose your relationships, you choose. And how we choose is so important, how we choose each other, how we bring each other into each other's lives and really open to this new place. And I remember my kids, everybody called me, said, Mom, you can't go to Pakistan. You can't go to Pakistan. You can't. When I get to Pakistan, Pakistan said, you can't go up to Peshawar. You can't go up here. You can't go up there. I just went because, for me, this trust, when did we choose? We choose things in our lives, and these choices of how we choose to even use our words about, politicians or people, the more we can choose positive dialect right now so that the rhetoric stops. We have to stop the rhetoric.
yes.
The
Thank
rhetoric
you.
going into our children's ears. This America, I am so grateful to our country. And I said to friends last night when I came into Pakistan and I heard the prayers I started crying,
Yeah.
And the guy at the gate said, "Why are you okay, ma'am?" And he didn't know I was crying just out of gratitude, hearing the prayers over. And I kissed the ground because people loved God there. And here I felt like I was home in Pakistan. I felt home in Pakistan for whatever reason. And you probably felt that with India, that home feeling. And, there's something about our innate spiritual pathway that opens us to this, for me, it's maybe past life, or, for me, it's this relationship to God guiding me. I asked, and it's about waking up the feminine. And there's so many different ideas, and it's not about feminists ideas. I remember going to some of the first women classes, the women rights and were different, but the feminist movement brought in this anger at men and frustration at men and frustration at the patriarch and frustration, and now race is doing it. Race is, doing it and fighting against each other. And this integrity is lost of just the moral fabric that we're just human. Our hearts beat the same. My heart beats the same as yours, Kurt. My heart beats the same as Rabia. My heart beats with the men and women in my life. And I'm so grateful to watch my sons. And I remember one of the wives of my son said on my 60th birthday a couple of years ago, she said, I just want to thank you for raising amazing men that really stand in the integrity of, being so kind to us. And it's really amazing. And I hope they all said, we hope, Mama Lynn, that you find that man for you. So it was very sweet. But I think, I don't mean to cut off your words, but I really am hoping for this dialect of, loving one another instead of saying this political regime is horrible and they did wrong and why did we do wrong? We're pitting each other against each other.
I agree totally. And it's so beautiful that you corrected me, because I constantly focus on the positive. The reason is when we focus on what we want, we get more of it. And when people think that you can't have a perfect society, that's the old way, the old idea. We can constantly improve. And one of the ways to do that is through character inclusion and getting character development throughout. When you can reduce violence in a refugee camp within 2 years by 90%, then things can get so much better.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening. Pravin just needs a code, so I'm listening. Okay, yeah. I'm listening. I don't need to look away, but go ahead, please.
Yeah, and so
I'm listening as well.
We get to really keep our focus. And like when we say, if this happens, it's so much better. It makes things happen better when we say when it happens, because there's sometimes when it happens that it may be tomorrow or whatever, but it's going to come. Why? Because we have that focus. We got to the moon and back, and we get to be able to keep the traditional ways in when they are really working in the way that they were guided to work, and step forward away from some things, only some, when we are guided to evolve better. So some parents were trained by their parents to beat their children if they did something wrong. That's the only way the kid knows, well, if my kid does something wrong because I got beat, I'm going to beat him to get him to do the right thing, or her. When we learn something new, that we don't need to do that. We can use nonviolent communication. We can use positive reinforcement. We can use so many other things. Then there's less and less violence. There's less and less of the issues that we have. Again, that clear focus.
Yeah, I think the rhetoric falls on our children's ears, right?
Yes, totally. They're so important.
What's coming out of here is so key right now.
The word is made flesh. That's one of the world scriptures. It says the word was made flesh. And so if we say, oh, you're stupid. I was told by a second grade teacher or whatever that I was stupid in math, straight out. And so I thought, oh, if I'm stupid in math, I don't need to try so much because, I'm stupid. I can't get it. And so I never really looked at math in a way that I could understand. And I didn't go beyond algebra, which was the toughest thing for me. What is it that we can do to imprint the positive, uplifting things? Because when people are encouraged, the blood sugar goes up. You feel better. Your immune system is stronger. There's so much to positive statements that affect us in a healthy way and help the society grow. And this is what we're here for. This is all about the culture. It's all about the health of life. So I'm so happy to be here with you. Rabia, you have something to say. I can see it.
I was just listening, and you said right, and I was just thinking about Mama Lane's questions. I think that was a beautiful question. I was listening to it yesterday, and what we choose, where we choose, when we choose, and that question, that is so powerful question. That if we um, just ask, I think ourselves, then I think that can teaches us a lot of things. As you discussed about the positive, the TV that shared the information to us, that was too limited, and I was believing in that still till I didn't join this. Then I joined this. I meet some of the amazing people on the on this planet, and this teaches me like that we should come up from our comfort zone, and try and allow one another influences to affect us. And if we already know that what to choose, then we'll bring all the people. Although I believe, this is my belief, although I have a straight firm on it, that this we should have to have a power of choose something. But I also believe that Kurt is just about to leave. So thank you, Kurt, that you was being here. So I
Yeah.
also believe that we attract the same kind of persons around us. So it's great
Totally.
that
Yes.
word is now become easier. The connection is now become easier, and it helps us to choose that what cultural influence we made on ourselves. But we also evolving and learning that although we all are humans, and one thing that common between all of us are humanity. And I think this influence should be a more influence. So this is like I want to add, and then
That's
Mamalin,
really
as
good.
Mamalin says.
Thank you. I wish I could stay
Thank you,
longer.
Kurt.
I'll come back later today, but it's so, I'm so blessed to be here. And
Mm,
Thank you so
it's a
much, Kurt.
beautiful experience being with you. Thank you. Thank you,
thank
Mom.
you,
So
Kurt.
again,
It so much. Yeah, please come back. We'll
And,
we'll dialogue more. I think it's so important that you're here as a presence, and I love how you express. Thank you for honoring, the depth that you honor. I appreciate it.
thank you.
I really do.
The
Yeah.
question is so, so valuable of why we
Hmm.
do, what causes us to choose. And when we
Yeah.
look and have introspection, we look inside for, is this really doing me good? Does it really make life better? So, a good choice. Thank you so much for adding that idea. Love you.
Yeah. Blessings. Love you
Bye.
too. We'll see you soon. So Rabia, I think where do you go from now? You're running. Tell us what you're doing, so the people here can really help you, support you. Oh, she's hello, Rabia, 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 Rabia. Are you here? Oh, we lost her again for a minute. Okay, so as we move into this section of our third day, welcome. If you're just joining us, welcome. If you've already joined us and seen what you've loved, and I hope you go back and watch some of our clips. They're pretty amazing. This idea of relational connections, deep connections, a relational witness to each other. There's so much. My prayer is that the rhetoric of the world hopes that we can change the rhetoric. We can help each other with rhetoric and support one another with new rhetoric of compassion and love. But at the same time, when we're angry, and that's a natural emotion. When we're emotional, we're emotional. When we're, having difficulty, this is natural. So nobody's kind all the time. Nobody, it's there's this learning process, for at least for me, when I learned about jealousy. It continues to grow me in a way to look inside, ask those questions. What is it in that person that I desire to be more of? Or what is it in that person that I desire to choose to be better within myself? And as Rabia was saying, we choose our friendships and we choose people in our lives to start growing our consciousness, growing our love, growing our compassion within each other. I kind of want to bring out a couple of things for health. Robbie is sending a message. As we open to so many different relationships, the spiritual light, the spiritual love, the spiritual kindness, the spiritual compassion that each of us has. We bring ourselves to our knees sometimes, we bring ourselves to our knees in humility of our own spirit, of our own witness. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're here with me. And that witness of love. How are your parents, Rabia? Oh, shucks. I think it's internet. We're having internet shutting down. Again, when internet's out, it's challenging. It brings us to our knees because I know Rabia wants to be here with us. But we are brought to our knees so much of the time. We're brought to our humility so much of the time because we're not perfection. I think I want to read just a reading, and then I want to read a little bit about, I want to bring out Ed Esco a little bit. He's a brother this week. Ed died this week, and look for his book here for a second, just 1 minute. This was one of the first books that Ed and Wendy brought forward, Macrobiotic Cooking for Everyone. Edward and Wendy Esco, they were married and they brought forth many children. And as they brought this book, I just want to read in the beginning some of the sayings in these early days. There are no fixtures in nature. The universe is fluid and volatile. Permanence is but a word of degrees. Our globe, seen by God, is transparent law, not a map of facts. This is Ralph Waldo Emerson. I'm going to read about the harmony of opposites because I think it will help you in looking at cultural integrity. I hope. The macrobiotic way of life is based on achieving and maintaining a dynamic balance with our environment in nature and the universe, beginning most fundamentally with the proper selection and preparation of our daily foods. This is actually the secret of life and the key to our health, happiness, and freedom. Throughout history, people have understood that life, nature, and the universe are based on a continual interplay of complementary yet antagonistic forces, which are produced out of one indivisible and infinite universe. This process is explained in Genesis in the words, "In the beginning, God created heaven and earth." These are opposites. These are, very expansive, very contracted. A similar explanation can be found of all the great religious and spiritual teachings in the both East and the West. While an awareness of these two primary forces is also universal and common to everyone, and lies at the base of our native intuition and common sense. Before we are born, each of us becomes aware of these forces in the alternating expansion and contraction of our mother's heartbeat. I talk a lot about this, that our heart contracts and it expands. It contracts and expands. Every organ in your body does this. When you eat well, your heart has a greater chance to have that natural rhythm because we're born with it. Now, some children are born with heart defects. Some children are born with diabetes. Some children, but it's what their mother and father ate, what they brought forth into their world of compassion. And I woke up quickly and got on with Rabia, and I was looking at myself saying, oh, my compassion and contraction here for myself. After we are born, we begin to detect different between cold and warm, right? Coldness and warmth, warmth and coldness, these opposites. Hunger and fullness, darkness, light. It's such a gift to spiritually understand. Just 1 minute. Yes, Rabia? Rabia? Yeah, she's calling. It's okay. We're gonna let phone calls go. But while disliking others through experience, however, we soon come to realize that nothing is static and that conditions eventually change into their opposites. In the beginning, common occurrences such as these are not taken for granted. They are discoveries. After repeated experience of the continual adaptation of our environment, we begin to realize that the most fundamental level, life is a process of change. So, as many of you know, this gift of, how we introduce the ideas and the relationship. I'm going to read from Ed's words because he was a prolific writer. He wrote a lot with Wendy, his wife, his first wife. He's fathered other children, and I just send wishes to the Esco family because it's very early on from his passing. And I love you, Ed Esco, and I'll miss you here on the planet. He and I met in the early 90s, and I worked for One Peaceful World. And we worked on these type installations of how do we sustain ourselves on the planetary chain. And I remember Ed coming into the office. He said, Mama Lynn, he said, you don't have to worry. The universe has your back, And I want to share that with each of you. You don't have to worry. Things happen whether you like it or not. And hopefully for the better of good. But by choosing what Rabia was saying, by choosing good, positive directions, you choose things that are positively good. Now things happen and you wonder why. And I've had to reflect deeply. I've had 4 accidents in 6 years. I've had to look really deep. I was chasing after creating something so I could, rebuild and rekindle my life after divorce. It's not easy in a change with 5 children and raising 5 kids and trying to be a businesswoman, trying to be a student. None of them I did well. I'll just share that. None of them I did well. But what I did do well is continued to build friendships and people in my lives. And I have amazing friends from all over the world. My home was always filled with people, and now I live by myself. I don't want to live by myself. It's very clear that I am socially much more connected to myself in the kitchen with abundant of people and creating and developing. This idea that Ed says in his preface here is one of the most profound experiences I had took place not long ago on a clear October day in Japan in the mountains of the rice fields, which surround the city of Kyoto. During an afternoon walk through the suburbs of the city, I decided to stray from the main road onto one of the paths and led into the large clearing at the foot of the mountains. The plain was overflowing with fields of ripening rice, and I continued walking. I soon found myself surrounded on all sides of the acre after acre of golden grain. The sun was shining in a warm late afternoon yellow, and the sky was crystal blue. The pine-studded mountains off in the distance were a brilliant green. In this beautifully natural setting, everything seemed perfect harmony, living, breathing, vibrant with energy of heaven and earth. Underlying this harmony which seemed to extend throughout the universe was the deep sense of attraction and oneness that I felt for the ripening rice, not unlike the attraction between man and a woman. After eating brown rice and other whole grains for nearly 10 years, this was my first opportunity to actually see the experience then growing in the fields. The magnetism that I experienced very vividly that afternoon is based on the natural attraction that exists between human beings and the vegetable kingdom, especially with cereal grain, which are biological counterparts in the vegetable world. Without this relationship, we literally would not exist, since without countless number of complementary or antagonistic or yin and yang relationships exist throughout nature. One of America's greatest thinkers, Ralph Waldo Emerson, expressed this in his essay titled Compensation, when he wrote, "Polarity, or action and reaction, we meet in every part of nature, in darkness and light, in heat and cold, in ebb and flow of waters, in male and female, in the inspiration and expiration of plants and animals, in the equation and the quantity and the quality in the fluids of the animal body, in the systole and the diastole of the heart, the contraction and expansion, in the centrifugal and the centripetal gravity, and in the planetary, you can watch the water go down centripetally and centrifugally on different equators of the earth. And it's quite powerful to see that, and quite powerful to know how much we as a humanity have this opportunity. Hello, Amir Jabbar Malik, nice to see you. Welcome. You're muted.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't know you well. Please share yourself.
I'm from Sweden. My name is Amir Jabbar. So rest of the introduction will going to be later on, but it is a comprehensive information like this, that I am working for a Pakistani community here. I'm president for the Pakistani community in Sweden, and the general secretary of Kashmir Committee, Sweden.
Beautiful. Welcome. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. Thank you so much for being here. And I've been to Pakistan 2 years in a row, and I hope to be back. And yeah, so
good to see you here.
Yeah, I taught all over the country. It was really fun, and I love Pakistan. So yeah. So very nice, very nice. I'm reading out of a book. I've been studying macrobiotics. Do you know macrobiotics at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, so it means large life, looking at a large view. But Ed Esco this week died, and he wrote this book with his first wife, Wendy, and I met them in Beckett, Massachusetts when I first became a young mom. And I was 10 years into mothering at that point, but they had, I think, 7 children. They're an amazing couple, but Ed just passed, and he's going to be greatly missed. So I was reading out of the antagonistic world that we are in. These are natural opposites, night and day, and the antagonistic rest and action, how we bring ourselves into the forefront of our world and know that change is inevitable, right? That change and the relationship of change is always, always developing ourselves. So the whole idea of this conference is Torch Health. We run 4 events a year. And the 4 events a year, we actually are creating an amazing gift of, growing community. And what does it take? And Torch means the Organization for Realizing Change in Humanity. And so these 4 pillars, peace, health, environment, and tech, are really important to us. So anyway, it looks like you're a little busy.
A little bit. I don't know. Did not know that there will be some conversation here. Some guests are at home, but Fatma did ask me to join that. So,
Beautiful.
yeah.
Take a minute. When you're ready, just raise your hand. No worries.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
put you right down. Yeah. Just raise your hand when you're ready. You can still hear me. And I can see you if you raise your hand when you're ready to come back up. Okay? It seems like you have a little bit of a guest, but just raise your hand. I'll bring you back. As we move into antagonistic ideas, relational ideas, connection ideas, there's no greater understanding than these antagonistic ideas within ourselves and how we choose and how we build relational connections. Fatima is back. Yay. And so polarity or action or reaction. We meet in every part of nature, in darkness and light, in heat and cold, the ebb and flow of water, in male, female, in the inspiration and expiration of plants and animals, in the equation of quantity and quality, in the fluids of the animal body, in the systole and the diastole of the heart, the centrifugal and the centripetal pedal of gravity, in electricity, galvanism, and chemical affinity. At the same time, the duality which bisects nature originates within the wholeness or oneness of the infinite universe and comes into being. The infinite universe for me is God. I name this relationship to God. And when we bring God into the forefront of our lives, it's so important. We really look at the universe and it polarizes into 2 complementary and antagonistic forces. This process is without beginning or end and occurs in a form of vast spiral, which is the most basic form of everything in the universe. The unified spiral of life, which flows unbroken and continuously through time and space, is readily apparent in the hills and the rice paddies in Japan. The rice, the sacred blood of the Far East peoples, gives itself into human flesh and spirit. The rice, along with all other products of the vegetable kingdom, is in turn a product of sky, wind, earth, water, and other elements, which gives birth to the vegetable world. These elemental forms owe their existence to the pre-atomic particles of plasma, in which form more than 99% of matter in the universe. So it goes on and describes ideas, but I'm going to read a little bit from Wendy now, his wife of many children. She works for Eden Foods. I haven't talked to her in a while. I love you, Wendy. I'm so sorry for your loss. She says, when I began the study of macrobiotic cooking more than 8 years ago, let's see when this book was made. This book was 1980, so she started in 8 years prior to that. The first edition, 1980, so it would have been 1972. I had no idea the important change that I was making in my life. We all seem to take food very much for granted, and it is always there, but seldom consider the profound effect that it has on our mental, our spiritual, and our physical condition. How wonderful it was then, and still is now, to begin feeling stronger and more alert, and to watch various sicknesses change into health. Some changes in our condition take place very quickly, while others are more gradual and subtle. During childhood, life is so new, fresh, exciting, and wonderful. When I was younger, I often wondered why life could not remain in some way like that. After eating whole foods for a few days, However, life suddenly began to look different to me. Again, it seemed exciting, challenging, and interesting. My view of life was changing along with my physical health. After practicing macrobiotics for several years in upstate New York, I moved to Philadelphia and became involved in the macrobiotic activities, where I met my husband in Philadelphia and moved to Boston in 1973 in order to study with Michio and Aveline Kushi, while helping to establish the East West Foundation, an educational institution which was founded by the Kushis. I was very busy with various foundation activities until I became pregnant with my second baby in 1976. At that time, I felt that I was ready to begin teaching others some of that wonderful things that I had learned. For me, teaching was and still is a very enjoyable experience, as it places me in a direct contact with other people. My students are also my teachers, as I continuously learn from their questions, points of view, experiences. They also have helped me develop the ability to express myself in a clear and orderly and simple manner. So here we are with how much, these two people, made this cookbook. And it's a wonderful basic macrobiotic cookbook, but it has wonderful ideas, wonderful things in here. And it's everlasting because it's a large life. It's a large view. When we start looking at what is food, what is the complementary in food, what is the antagonistic in food, what are we looking at from the spiritual view of food? What are we looking at from the spiritual relationship to food? What are we creating from that idea of the spiritual relationship to food? And really looking from that idea, how I, as a human being, can really look deeper and ask those questions. What am I going to put in here? How am I going to bring myself to the forefront of food? How am I going to bring into the relationship of food? What will I choose today to put in my body? When will I choose it? Will I make a good, delicious food for myself? Miso soup, brown rice is made. Miso soup I need to make. And cutting my vegetables. Am I present cutting my vegetables? Am I present cutting onions? I'll make a broccoli soup. I have broccoli today. And as I start looking into what is God's creation in my food, what did God give me? This is one of the most precious things, that awakeness and the alertness of just what food does for us. Food helps us awake. And if you can feel the elements in your kitchen, the water, the food, the air, the earth, and the food itself, this idea of a seed coming up out of the earth and growing into our food and growing into our expansiveness and growing into our connections and growing in our attraction and antagonism comes to each other as we bring. I have an accident. That was an antagonistic move. I had to look deeper and find out where's the harmony in my life. Obviously, it was to stop and cook. And it's so challenging as I move and try to move into, recreating a part of myself. And my animals are really acting like they want food. So I'm going to take a break. I hope you enjoyed that little snippet. I'll be back soon. Well, we had Mian Atik with us. I think our schedule is fairly light today. Let me look. We are really, really at the forefront of our wonderful chief at 4:00. And Tana, we've got 11:30. Wonderful. We've got Tana's coming in. Hopefully she'll come a little early today and we'll get some movement. Mian Atik was here on Friday, so I'm not sure if he's coming today, but he's more than welcome. So Tanis is coming. And I hope you join us. I think she's an amazing person. And Jasmine runs a really fun organization. She's growing into so many different things. And let's hear what she has to say. I don't know. And then she had a coach, Von Eric Tonduk. I don't know if he's still her coach, but he's going to talk about strong family ties today. And then we've got Chief Philip. And that's going to be really amazing at 4:00 Pacific time. So join us, and we will continue. I know Dr. PPP will bring forth what he's going to come, and Fatima Aziz on recycling and working with schools. I really want her to speak, so I'm hoping she'll come right now. So Fatima, if you're listening, please come. I'll bring you into the fold here to take over the stage, and I'll be back. And I hope that little snippet of food you start thinking about. What are the antagonistics in your life? Do you have energy? Do you have a really strong witness to yourself? Do you have that creative part of yourself? Do you have that strong drive in yourself? I hope you enjoy. Have a blessed moment. We're going to put the brown, I'm going to bring myself down and show you a little bit of snippets from the Torch family. Here we are. I'm all showered up. When we run these type of events, you know, you keep moving and you keep embracing, and you know, Dr. PPP has been here. So nice to see you. A couple of trolls have been here. So I want to show you my breakfast, and we're going to eat together a little bit. I'll show you a couple of etiquette things that I learned. I have some sea vegetable, some broccoli and rice. Very simple breakfast. We're running a big show, you know, with many speakers. Fatima and Mariam, thank you so much, and Barira over the night. We're here. It's close to 10 o'clock, and I hope Tanis will join us. I'll tell her that she can curly again if she'd like. Okay, good. My son made it. Oh, amen. Oh, great. They made it to Brazil. Very exciting. Big party for them at the airport. Cousins and big family. My grandson Zion is meeting. So exciting. Here's my grandson with his auntie and his grandfather. For the first time, they're meeting in Brazil. Talk about health. This is the health of the other grandmother holding the baby. Here's grandma holding my beautiful Zion. And she's got her baby, you know, her baby's baby. And Anata, I'm so happy for you. I hope you get to watch this sometime soon. You know, we go through these times in life, and my kids, my 5 children, really formed me. And when I start thinking about health and healthcare, and you start thinking about food, the 5 phases of food I'm going to help you look at. It's been really an adventure. The 5 elements theory in Chinese tradition is very nice. It brings us into the elements of earth. Fire is the summertime. Earth is the time when the sweet vegetables grow. Metal is in the late fall when things start gathering. Water is in the winter when everything's kind of underground. And spring, the wood energy is going up, very upward energy. So as you bring these elements into your food and your understanding of food, you start looking at what foods can I help my body be recreated. There's a lot of people that use a raw food diet, and a lot of people that use different diets. Macrobiotics has nothing to do with diet. It has a dietary component of understanding unifying principle. But it's one of the things I think we as friends have almost done in a dysfunctional way. In the name of looking at a larger view, we've made food number one, and it is number one in our lives. There's no doubt. But what we are facing here is an understanding of opening ourselves up to a depth of knowledge and wisdom and relationship and relatedness that brings us to a much more greater view in ourselves, a more compassionate view in the hands of our hearts. When you eat well, when you're taking care of your wellness, you take care of a deep part of yourself that most people don't even look at. I have to have you hold on one more minute, and I'll be right back. There we are. Thank you for being patient with us this morning. When we start thinking about food and health and the development of health, there's no greater idea than to bring your dream into a focus. Dreaming our life. When I eat extreme foods, more sugar, more dairy, more meat, more animal type food, my tendency is to be a little bit more worldly, not as much introspective, not as much cohesiveness and understanding. And now that I have an injury and it's really toppled me over, I'm pretty much going into a stricter phase to try to heal myself, because nobody will heal you better than yourself. Brown rice makes you really nice. Chewing. Learning to chew your food. So important. So important to help develop the relationship within yourself that supports alkali in blood, if you want to get into science. Brown rice, by chewing, becomes sweet in your mouth. I recommend trying to practice at least 50 times a bite. Some people say 30. I think practicing to get to 50 is very key. Not the most easiest to do. When you think of understanding phases of food and understanding phases of knowledge and the witness of knowledge and the witness of freedom and the witness of relational freedom, relationships come into play when you come into food. If people eat extreme and you eat very well, you, in order to balance, you become connected together by eating similar foods. When you think about understanding the elements in your kitchen, I want you to go deeper and forget about diet, but remember about energy. There's this wonderful saying that happened on Friday with our wonderful friend, Forbes Riley. She said, you know, whatever Jack LaLanne said, whatever man made, don't eat it. And that means eating back to basics, you know, food, fruits, vegetables, grains, beans. A plant-based diet has been researched by Dr. Colin Campbell out of Cornell University. I studied with Dr. Colin Campbell. I brought Michio Kushi there. And met Michio and Evelyn. I started developing this relationship with myself bigger than I've ever known. My children stopped being sick. My children, hello.
Hello.
Oh, this is heaven.
Hello, Mama Lynn, Torch Mama.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. Look at this
sunny
beautiful
day.
Mama Lynn. White Christmas for you, Torch family all over the world.
Yay. White Christmas. Amen.
Yeah.
Yay. That's wonderful.
Yes. And I'm going to do some childish things right now.
Okay.
Awaken the child within.
I'm gonna give you the floor.
Oh my God. Okay. Mama Lynn, thank you so much for giving me the torch stage one more time. Okay. Hello, celebrity. Hello, torch family. Today is the celebrity Guru Dr. PPP, the torch king Dr. PPP. is welcoming you. Day number 3, the finale day, the last day of our last event in 2021, which is Torch Health 2021. Yes. This is our 5th year. This is our 5th year. Yes. So, what is Torch? Torch stands for the Organization for Realizing Change in Humanity. One more time. Torch, acronyms are TORCH. The Organization for Realizing Change in Humanity. And in your whole life you never ever seen the hosting from the from the child's playgrounds. Okay, guys. Yeah, so anything can happen in Torch, guys, yes. Torch is as much as mine, as much as Mama Lynn, as much as yours. That's it. Nobody's Torch boss, not Mama Lynn, not myself, not Fatima Aziz, or not Barira, or not Kurt Kruger. Yes, we are the torch, you are the torch. Mama Lynn is the torch, I am the torch, you are the torch. Torch is the light. Light is the love. The love is consciousness. Yes. So, I'm going to do some childish things. Why? Because you awaken the child within. Because if the child within is awakened, then that's it, man. Your health would be amazing. Absolutely, right? So this is what it is. So I'm going to do childish things. I know you never ever seen any host doing childish things as much as I am doing. Okay. So this is what it is, guys. Okay. So let's have fun. This is the, okay, I'm going to go through that slide. Okay. And look at the snow and everything, man. White Christmas in Canada. Totally. Snow is for free. Ooh, oh boy. Yes. Free Canadian sightseeing for you guys. And full of snow, man. Yep. Now let's go inside the tube, man. Yep. Yeah, let's become the kids, guys. This is what it is, I'm 51. But I always say I'm sweet 16. And today, man, I'm playing in this small kids playground, man. I feel like I'm only, I don't know. You can tell, how do I feel? You can tell, man. Pick up the age, any age. Woo! Wow. So now I'm going to move you to bring you to the another park. Again, that's going to be also kids park too. Right? Yeah. Who cares, man? Don't think what people will say. Because सबसे बड़ा रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग. The biggest disease in the world is what will people say. If I do this, what will people say? If I do that, what will people say, man? That's why most of the people, they are not going extra mile. They are not leaving that comfort zone because they created that small comfort zone. It's like the frog. It's like the frog of the well, right? When that frog of the well, for that whole well is the world, that's it, nothing else, But then that frog, if you bring that frog and put it into the lake, then say, oh my God, yeah, this world is bigger, man. I thought the world is only, as equal as the well. But this time, that frog knew that, oh my God, the world is bigger. And then when you put same frog to the, wow, same frog to the ocean, what happens, man? Right? Frog goes, oh my God. Now I knew what the real world is, right? So this is what it is. My question to you is, are you living your life like the frog of that well, the first frog, or that frog get that promotion to the second one, the lake frog, or are you living the life like the ocean frog is living? My question to you is this one, right? So now ask yourself, where do you see yourself? or up to now, how did you live your life? If you realize, oh my God, I lived my life like the frog of that well, then you have the option now to upgrade yourself, to expand your horizons, right? From that well frog to the lake frog, or you can go directly to the ocean frog. Choice is yours. You are the architect of your own life, nobody else, right? Not Dr. PPP, not Mama Lane. You are the architect of your own life. Not even your wife, or not even your husband, not even your spouse, or not even your kids. You, I'm talking about you, are the architect of your own life. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One more. 12. Whew. Okay. Okay, I'm going over there. So, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now this side. That monkey bar. Yes. Go there. Okay, now I have the question for you. What's the question? Question is, what would you love the most? What would you love the most? Peace, health, environment, or technology? And I know you will say, Dr. PPP, I know all the force. I'm the humanitarian. I love peace. I love health. I love environment. I love technology. I know. But let's say, percentage might be a little bit different. Let's say, so which one do you love the most out of these 4? Peace, health, environment, or technology? Please, please, please choose one only. And write down your answer into the comment, please. Okay. Also, send lots of hearts, wow, like and share it because you are caring. Also in the comment, write down please, which part of the world are you watching this Torch Health 2021? Okay. Which country? Whew. Mama Lane?
Dr. PPP. You're
Mama
awesome.
Lane?
I want to play in the snow with you.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Physically, next winter you're coming, and spiritually you can play. Sure, why not? But right now, my battery about to die. That's why.
All right. He's got to go home and charge his battery. He's charged. We love you, Dr. PPP. He swings in and he just brings this abundance. And isn't that the playfulness of health? As I finish up my little breakfast, I'm so grateful that I was given a little bit of time just to eat and nourish myself and open myself. I got this beautiful little ring from my oil company. I use Young Living, and taught a few things. I'm learning. But this ring goes on your finger, and it's a reflexology, and you roll it back and forth on your finger. So it's a wonderful thing to play with while I'm online here. And then we have our exercise that I need to do, but I'm going to wait and just rest my belly a little bit. Then we'll do exercise. So beautiful love, beautiful fun, beautiful joy of what happens to a human being when they just say yes to life, right? We hope today on this last day, you can say yes to life. Moving towards health. There's no perfect health. And you need to know that. And when you do get sick or have an accident, remember to return to simplifying. I think simplifying and coming closer to nature, dietary wise, spiritually wise, physically wise, just really honing in, because you only have this one body here. And our body is so important. So as we looked at some of the ideas of nourishment, nourishment comes in so many ways. And all living things are in motion. Your diet needs to be in motion as well, like really moving dietary change. To look and be more active and varied in your life, the more you benefit from what you put in is so important. If you eat your principal food, which is grain, it's our basic food, a whole grain is not crushed. As soon as a oat gets crushed into rolled oats, it's not a whole grain. It doesn't have the energy. So learn to cook whole grains. It'll give you more energy. Cooked foods tend to strengthen tissues, while raw foods kind of tend to detoxify and cleanse. Both are okay, but watch what you're up to and where you are. On a cold summer day, on a cold winter day, eating a cold salad is not the best idea. It will chill your body. It will make your body cold. So raw vegetables in the winter aren't as warming. In the summer, there's a lot more freshness, and there's a lot more reason to eat more fresh and raw food. You know, really looking at excess. If you've been eating excess from Thanksgiving, many of us have, we start this roll from Thanksgiving all the way through Christmas, the parties, the connections here. There's a lot of food, and there's a lot of ways to get extreme. I think if you start looking at, simplifying through the holidays, not diet ways, but all ways to give thanks and to give the gratitude during the season. Advent is a preparation. Advent season in the Christian tradition is preparing for a very deep level of birth, a birth within yourself. Balance is the key to health, and imbalance is a key to activity. A balanced, active person displays efficiency, creativity, adaptability in response to challenges. Therefore, encouraging the minimum imbalances, which accords with the natural changes in your environment. That's from Gary. John Garvey. He did a beautiful job with writing this book. Degenerative diseases versus a chronic condition versus an acute condition. Acute conditions in your health, in your body, in your mind. Acute really helps you understand what's happening in the moment. You get in an acute accident, it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to pass. But sometimes it turns into a more chronic condition. I don't have a degenerative disease. I have a chronic acute condition that happened from an accident. I've slowed way down. I don't get on the internet hardly at all. I tend to try to keep myself as best I can into the acupuncturist for pain management. And now I'm moving a little bit more and closer. I've been using essential oils, which are phenomenal. And I really have moved into strengthening my core. And so I've got a challenge that I did with my friend Forbes. So my challenge is for 5 minutes a day, I use her spin gym to strengthen my core again, because I have a weak core because I had one of my patients fall on me and my foot got damaged, my back got damaged, so my sciatica nerve got damaged. My back has been spasming. So doing this 5 minutes a day, I've got a challenge that Forbes told me, and she showed movies of people in wheelchairs, people with chronic conditions, people with very extreme conditions. And the spin gym is such a great tool to get yourself back. I can feel it just from 2 days. My muscles have been worked already. So building muscles in my arms in all different ways is really important. So it vibrates right into your heart. It's quite a beautiful machine. It's called the Spin Gym. And they're very reasonable. But Forbes said, Lynn, give me 2 weeks and you'll feel better. I want you to call me in 2 weeks, but you have to do this on social media for 5 minutes and commit to people that your body will get well. And I've committed always that my body would move into health. I've always committed that. But this injury has kicked me in you know where. And so I've had to really look at it from many different avenues to connect through my own personal decision making what will be next. So I appreciate you being here with me. We're doing the Spin Gym, and it's super easy little thing that you can carry in your purse, and you can do it on your way to work, on your way to the gym, even at the gym. I mean, so many different things that it moves, and it moves these muscles. And I've had a tremendous amount of spasming in my back. So on Friday, I made this commitment to do the Spin Gym for 5 minutes a day. And boy, I can feel it now. This third day, this is my third day doing this in a row. I can feel my arms really in a lot of pain. My back feels like, okay, I can do this. I definitely had a lot more concussion last night. So I just have to be cautious, and start with this 5 minutes a day and build this up. But 5 minutes a day really brings you into a relationship with your body, right? 5 minutes a day of anything, eating well, looking at your emotional body. How do you do self-care? How do you regenerate yourself? How do you bring yourself into the really deeper part of yourself? How do you bring your core back into balance when you've gotten weakened from an accident like I did? My core got really weak. And my core strength has to re-strengthen. And so as I re-strengthen myself, you guys are witnessing my 5 minute activity, right? The Spin Gym. If you just joined me, we're going to talk a lot more about ideas, religious and spiritual health. It's really so important to understand that your own spiritual practice is your own. And I don't think anyone has a perfect anything. It's not, in recovery work, they say perfection. Let's see, how's it go? I won't remember it right this minute because I'm exercising. But, this idea of seeking health for your own vanity is really about asking your relationship to what you want in life. I want a healthy body. I want my body back. I was a farmer. I always was outside gardening. I always had nature. And I moved to California and I did a lot of academia work. So my body was weaker. And it felt like these accidents were something about getting yourself back into nature, getting yourself back into strengthening, getting yourself back into development, getting the ideas that I have the right to have a healthy body. Just that personal opinion to myself that I have the right to be able to do it. So there's my 5 minutes. Woo! I think it was 5 minutes. I might have 1 more minute, but it just stopped. So you have to wind it up once it stops. So you wind it up like this. And even this activity, my arms, I can feel it. My neck injury is pretty big, and I just have to really regenerate every day. And my team has been fantastic, just getting me balanced with how much I'm online and helping me with this event, because I ran one other event when my daughter had an accident, and people ran that. So as you move into these phases of excess, deficiencies, ideas about what do you start with again to get your health back when you've had an injury like this. This is a great way for me to start and make this commitment to you all. Just this simple spin gym is going to help me. These little muscles that I can work on, it's amazing what little movements, what little stretching can help. So thank you, Forbes Riley. I make this commitment to my community that I can strengthen my body. I can move my body back into equilibrium, because that's what nature does. It moves us. If you eat well and take care of your health, you go back into an equilibrium for yourself. And what a wonderful little tool she made, the spin gym. She said it's been around for centuries. Pravin, Dr. PPP, said he's actually used it in his life as a child. He's seen this, so it's pretty fun. Ideas around the internal physical environment. The internal core strength comes from food and rebuilding the cellular change. So, eating my vegetables, eating my sea vegetables. I want to talk a little bit about sea vegetables. My good friend Larch Hansen runs a sea vegetable business in Maine, and I highly recommend him to go to his website, theseaweedman.com, and read about him. He has wonderful spiritual writings. He has wonderful relationship to food. He has a wonderful relationship to understanding the sea and the ocean and the elements. And sea vegetables are very important for minerals and really the deeper parts of our fluidity within ourselves. We come from water, right? We come out of our mother's womb from the water. It's a salt water. The amniotic sac has a pH that's perfectly balanced for a child. It's a miracle that we are born into the fluids of natural salt, natural pH, natural way. This idea of sea vegetables will give you a lot in your life if you can have a little bit every single day. And I promise you, your joints will feel better. Your relationship to food will feel better. And it takes a while just to get used to seaweed. My kids they'll just grab it out of the cupboard and eat pieces. And they always have, and they just love it. My grandkids are the same. Grandma, can I have nori and umeboshi plum? That's a regular food for my kids. Nori and umeboshi. Umeboshi helps the alkalizing. It's a pickled plum, and it's a very alkalizing food to an acidic condition. Through this stagnation for me, I became acidic. My body became more acid than alkaline. There's a balance. There are acid alkaline books that people have written in macrobiotics through scientific knowledge is so beautiful. One of the things I've been working on and developing is the spiritual relationship, food and health and development. And when I think about the spiritual food and health and development, there's such a need for farmers to be supported. And I had a great session last night with Muhal Amir from Pakistan. He runs a farm called Aquar Tiles. He's a wonderful person, and I highly recommend seeing that last night, what we did. I've been supporting him. But when you think about looking at cravings, if you eat sugar, and you usually want something salty. When you eat too much salt, you crave sugar. There's this pendulum that happens. And some people call it the yo-yo. We're going from one extreme to the other. When you eat closer to nature, brown rice is that central food. and it swings you into, you know, a little bit closer balance. It's amazing. I made brown rice for the first time this week, and I usually make a pot a week, and it gets me through, and then I have a couple days without it, but I usually keep it pretty regular staple. The change in my bowels, the change in my connection today, the change in my health in general, having more energy, immediate effect. So my deficiencies are when I don't choose to make a pot of brown rice, and I don't choose to cook vegetables, and I go out to eat, and I change my idea. And with the accident, I've had more time out eating because just cooking was hard in the beginning. I'm starting to cook more now. But I think when you start taking yourself out of food, out of your own kitchen, your imbalances become greater. Your deficiencies become greater. Your home life becomes really chaotic. If you bring your food back and you cook, men and women, cook, cut your vegetables, be in touch with the touch, be in touch with the water, be in touch with the air and the fire. Get in touch with that senses. The senses are so beautiful if you can really bring yourself. You know, we do all these spiritual practices and spiritual lifestyles, and food is key for spiritual exercise that I really highly recommend. So I'm going to go to this book. This is a book, Issei Sensei. It's a diary of a pilgrim to Issei. I'm going to go into the Shinto tradition a little bit. It's a spiritual practice. Shingon actually was a spiritual practice that I practiced for 10 years. Sound is a really beautiful way to start healing. Sound and vibrational sound can really move a lot. So I'm just going to have you stop for a minute and get a comfortable seat. And I have to get Tanis her information. Just had to try to get Tanis this. Hang on just a minute. Where are you, Miss Tanis? You need the link. Let's look here. Tanis. There she is. Tanis, I see you. I'm getting you the link. Hopefully she'll come on soon and give us her wonderful gifts. When you start thinking about your spiritual practice, back to Buddhism, back to understanding Buddhism, back to understanding practice, your spiritual practice is really important. Hello, Wahid. So nice to see you. Really look at sound. Wahid's daughter, Taqwa Ahmed, I taught her some of this, but put your feet on the ground and let's just do the vowels, okay? Feel where it vibrates in your physical form. When you're thinking about sound and vibrational healing, Start thinking about doing your vowels and then put the consonants in front of it. This is an old practice that came from Michio. I'll share more later for sure. But if you can do the sound vibrational work, it can start the inner healing of your body. It's really good for your mind, your speech, your consciousness. And in Buddhist tradition, they used a lot of chants. And as an early practitioner of meditation, I had to learn to meditate in a way that could be practical for me. And a lot of it was sitting and chanting. So Aveline had us chant a lot. And we did the Heart Sutra. Maybe I'll do the Heart Sutra later today for you. I don't know how to get a copy to you. The Heart Sutra, when I work with people personally, I help them with their deeper level of spiritual pathways. And I met Tanis, she'll be coming on soon, and she's so sweet. As we did a session together a couple weeks ago on how we move into different sanctuaries in our lives. The sanctuary can be in your own kitchen. The sanctuary can be an actual room that you go to pray. It can be a church or a mosque. It can be a temple. It can be nature. These sanctuaries can also be just by sitting and doing a quiet meditation and moving into your own personal sanctuary, which she did a practice yesterday. So highly recommend being with that yesterday. The idea of the witness of Confucian scholars, Maruyama, idea of Buddhism, different Buddhist sects, Hindu sects, all different celebrations. The celebrity guru yesterday shared with us his amazing work with song and the way of song. And song and singing is also a way of sound. So this next time when I do the A, E, I, O, U, we're going to breathe in a breath, and you're going to breathe it in like, and that's called a fire breath. And breathe it in, and then we're going to do a chant, and it vibrates down the back of your body. Fumi, yomi, uaka. Boy, I don't have my little practice book. I do. It's right here. But I'll get it in a minute. But, you know, these practices are so, once I chant, I'll know how to do it easily. So let's just try close your eyes and follow after me. Fumio imunaya koto. It ends up with a om at the end. It's kind of the front of the body. You bring a fire breath in and bring the energy. Fumiyamio. It's hard to teach and chant at the same time, so let me do it again without speaking. But you're bringing that fire breath in, and then you're chanting all the way back down and ending up with the center core om that channels right in that center core right up to your heart. Fumi mo yokoto. Fumio imuna yakoto. Boy, even my body feels so different after just 3 times. I am feeling the need in my voice to do more practice. I can hear the tone change. I am weak in my spiritual condition, and I'm giving myself self-care, and it's okay. I can feel by chanting, it's moving energy up into my deeper parts of myself. And as you move and vibrate with sound, whether you sing a song or do a chant or do this type practice, They're all really healing. And you don't have to see them as a religion. You don't have to see them as something that's going to hurt you. It's going to strengthen your core. Because any type of vibratory relationship to your body will bring a core strength. So it's so important. So when we look at the ancestors, I want you also to think about setting up an ancestor altar in your home. Rice, water, and salt on the south side of your house is a really good practice to be able to support your ancestors and pray and thank them for bringing you here and bringing you in this present moment. Ancestry practices doesn't have to be a religion. It just has to be giving thanks to the people that brought you here, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents. And I always pray for them. And I ask them, please, thank you so much for bringing me here. Please go to the light. Because a lot of our ancestors were killed in war or killed in delusions or killed in struggles. We want to send them back to the light. In the Catholic tradition, they call it purgatory. In the Buddhist tradition, it's more of a stagnation, and it keeps souls stuck in a certain plane of existence. And a lot of times we can get delusioned by these type thoughts. So it's a very important practice to get an ancestor altar. I hope as you move into a realization within your food, your personal practice, a sound practice, nature practice, going outside for a walk for 30 minutes at least every day. One more thing that I really love to do is open up my windows in my home and letting fresh air in and out at least 10 minutes, even if you lived in a really cold climate. In the morning and at night, open the windows and let the fresh air in. You have to bring energy that brings change, and new fresh air outside is so important. So with that, I'm going to take a little breather. I'm going to take a breath. I think Tana's will be on very shortly. Let me just ask her. I guess I can stay on with you while I ask her. Excited to have you. I think I'll read. Let's see. I know what I'll do. That was really fun. I want to look at making a change in your idea around the holidays. Here's one of my pictures of the Gemlight Buddha of medicine. This is Yai Kushi. Yai Kushi is the healing Buddha. And so I highly recommend him in your life. I don't think you have to practice Buddhism to entertain a healing Buddha. Some people might differ. But his teachings were quite profound. And one of the chants that I learned was Rokan Shoujo O Harai. And it was the sayings of Amaterasu. It's the grand purification of 6 roots. All mankind is a spiritual manifestation under heaven. A peaceful mind is the spiritual foundation. Do not disturb your mind and your spirit. Our eyes see various impure things, and yet our mind does not see them. Our ears hear various impure things, and yet our mind does not hear them. Our nose smells various impure things, and yet our mind does not smell them. Our mouth speaks various impure things, and yet our mind never speaks various impure things. Our body touches various impure things, and yet our mind never touches them. Our thoughts image various impure things, and yet our mind never thinks of them. At such time, everything will be pure and clean. All phenomena are like shadows and forms. If our mind is clear and pure, we are never spoiled. Beyond words, all flowers produce fruit. Our body is clean and pure through 6 roots. When 6 roots are clean and pure, all organs stay spiritually peaceful. If 5 organs stay spiritually peaceful, then they are the same with the spirits of heaven and earth, because they are the same with the spirits of all phenomena. And this universal spirit with heaven and earth, they are one with the spirits of all phenomena. Because they are one with the spirits of all phenomena, whatever we resolve will be realized. So making that resolution within yourself, making your own personal resolution is key. Rokan Shoujo, Rokan Shoujo, Rokan Shoujo was the chant along with this. And we would read it and chant, and we would help understand that the deeper parts of ourselves are so important to start healing. As you look at Yai Kushi and his teachings, the Kushite tribe up in the mountains is so important. And one of the first sayings that we did was, it is very difficult for us to reach the supreme teachings of the infinite, even during hundreds of thousands of years, hundreds of millions of years. Now I see, listen, and understand them. I truly wish to realize this truth of the infinite in my life. And as I pray for my friend at ESCO, we chanted many times these chants. Kai Gyoke. So I chant this before my friend comes on for Ed Esco. Kai Kyoge. Mujo Jin Jin Mi Myo Ho Yakusen Man Go Nan So Gu Ga Kon Ken Mon Toku Juji Dange Nyorai Shinjutsu Ji. Mujo Jin Jin Mi Myo Ho Yakusen Man Go Nan So Gu Ga Kon Ken Man Toku Juji Gange Nyorai Shinjutsu Ji. Mujo Jin Jin Mi Myo Ho Yakusen Man Go Nan So Gu Ga Kon Ken Man Toku Juji Gangyo Nyorai Shinjutsu Ji. And it means it is very difficult for us to reach the supreme teachings of the infinite. That means no matter what religion you practice, it's an infinite level of God, of Allah, of the presence. Even during hundreds of millions of years, tell yourself, now I listen and understand them. I truly wish to realize this truth of the infinite in my life. With that, I thank you. I pray for you. I ask you to really bring yourself into the joy, into that deeper practice for yourself. I thank Ed Esco for being an amazing person here on the planet. I thank him for giving the deeper gifts of spiritual practices and doing practices together. I think it's so important to really look at what it takes. May we each be of peace. May we each embrace peace. May we live peace now and forevermore. Amen. Thanks for sharing this time with me. A little tidbits from Mama Lynn. So fun to see Pravin playing in the snow. So fun to see my practices being built back into, being here with you. I'll pull a card from this beautiful deck of, these are flower essence cards. And it'll give us a flower for the day. And it'll be fun to just see what flower comes for the day. Oh, Nicotiano. So anybody that might have addiction towards the season, Nicotiano flower essence is very good. It says, I connect my heart with the fire of the earth. My breath beats within the heart of the earth. This soul fire brings strength and truth. I am this living light. Now, is that a torch one or what? That's so cool. I connect my heart with the fire of the earth. My breath beats within the heart of the earth. This soul fire brings strength and truth. I am this living light. Woo-hoo. Loving, loving, loving. Really wonderful. So I'm going to put this up in the StreamYard. Let's see, I'm hoping. So funny how. La, la, la. My grandkids are always saying, Grandma, you're always making these sounds. Da, 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 da. So sweet. They're so cute. Thank you so much. I'm so excited that Tatiana's coming. Tanis is coming. Let me see where we are in the link. Oh, beautiful. Oh, this is great. I'm going to play this for you. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it. Oh, it's not going to work that way. Anyway, it's Lori had some great ideas yesterday, so I hope you go back and see her. Thank you so much for coming on. Atikan, oh, I would love you to come on, brother. That would be so nice. Come on, come talk to us, doctor. He's our doctor. You need to come on, please. I'll put the link here. We've got a friend coming in soon. Here's the StreamYard link if you want to pop in. But when Tanis comes, she'll be doing a practice. So you can be here and do the practice with us, that whatever she chooses today. I really feel blessed in the midst of, how much life brings us. How much we open to ourselves. How much we bring to ourselves, how much we care for ourselves, how much we develop together. I would love people to come on and have a chat around cultural integrity and what it means in your personal life. It's been really fun to see how much we as a humanity have the ability to create joy in each other's lives, or create sadness in each other's lives, or create laughter in each other's lives. And my friend Lino is coming into mind right now. And he was he really believed in the pleasure of laughter. And Lino Stanchich was one of the great laughter. Let's see. I'm fine, and you come with us. Come on. This is right here, Atik. Please come. Tell us what the doctor's up to. Here's the StreamYard. You just pop into your StreamYard and come see me. Just come for a few minutes. We need to see each other. I need to talk to you about health and what we're up to with Table Talk Healthcare Plan. Table Talk Healthcare Plan has been a really wonderful opportunity. Atik Khan is our doctor out of Karachi. He joined the Torch team. We haven't done that much work together. I'd like to do a lot more with you, doctor. Really developing, I looked at diabetes in Karachi and saw how much diabetes is growing in that region. In Pakistan, all over the world, diabetes is up. And when you look at diabetes and you look at the illness of sugar, I recommend a book called The Sugar Blues. And The Sugar Blues will give you an idea of how sugar plays a part. You're here. I don't see you. I know you're here. Thank you, thank you. But come on the stage. Come on the stage with me. Put in this little StreamYard, this link right here. It says StreamYard.com and then / you are here. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Yeah, it was good. That was good. Thank you so much. Dr. Atik. Let's see, my computer's, it's a little bit of a struggle here today. We appreciate you and your doctor. He was so excited about Torch because he really wants to make a difference in healthcare in general. And I got so excited talking to him. And I highly recommend, being in that relationship and really seeing how much we believe you and appreciate you. And we send that torch to you to keep it going. I hope you're staying well through the season of COVID. It is a season, isn't it? It comes and it goes, but it's pretty much here to stay, I think. As a nurse and looking at COVID and how many people are suffering, a lot of the suffering for me is about mental health. And when we hear things and how fearful we get through social media or the news, or I want you to come back and bring yourself back to a real central place. That simple idea of eating brown rice, the simple idea of creating a really good practice, simple idea of really taking in attention to a daily walk outside, opening your windows, making sure fresh air comes in your house. Florence Nightingale was the first nurse, and she took care of people in the war, and she was very, very attentive on fresh air. And when I went back and studied some of the ancient desert mothers and fathers, the practice of fresh air was very key. Making sure there's plants and good, healthy things around you. Making sure there's a relationship between you and nature in general, including your food. Highly recommend, taking a peek at how your internal feels right now. Did you chant with me? Did you feel something change? I felt it. Did you change by doing a little bit of exercise with us? I hope so. I feel it. And when you open yourself, simple ideas, it's so precious. So I'm going to call my friend Tanis. I'm wondering if she's sent me a message somewhere that she can't come. Tanis Rose. I'm going to hop off and just give you a meditation moment. Okay, Tanis is coming, everyone. She's just kind of stepping into what she needs for herself. It's very exciting. You look into the relationships of where we are as a humanity and how much our lives are so busy right now. In America, it's a hustle and bustle. The streets are filled with people out shopping, looking for that special gift for their somebody loved one. That's what I'll be doing after this torch event. And I'll be making gifts this year. I like to do painting, so I need to go get a couple of actual small little, I'm going to make small little paintings this year for my kids. And I'm excited about them because I feel like it's a presence. It's a present that I can bring with my own presence. So if I took up painting when I had my first injury in my serious injury in 2015, and not this one doesn't feel any better, but that one took me out for quite a while. And you know, the idea of healing, the idea of bringing yourself to giving a gift this year made from your own hands. Maybe it's just some dried fruit. My daughter gave me dried fruit, Emily, and it was so lovely getting a jar of dried fruit. The pears came from her picking them right in her own garden. She took the time to cut them and dry them, and it's amazing, right? It's so beautiful. So if you think of what people do to take time to give to you, to give to that special part of yourself, to give to that special relational part of yourself, it's such a nice practice to feel that commitment to give that special gift. So I wish everybody a Merry Christmas. And I'm okay to say that, even if you study a different tradition, but Merry Christmas means something deep to me. And I love the spirit of Christmas. And I'll tell you a story before Tanis comes. There's a story, there's a deep story of this relationship. Yeah, Jasmine Schmal will come yes, we have her on the schedule. But Tanis is running late, so we're just running a little bit late. I think we'll be okay. And then our other friend is coming at 12, so we've got kind of a little bit tight, but that's what they needed for their schedules, so it's okay. But when you start thinking about what happened to me at Christmas, I have a very deep spiritual relationship to Christ. I always told my children that the spirit of Christmas was who Santa Claus was. For years, I never said it was Santa Claus as a person. I said it was the spirit of Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, and I was alone. It was would have been 1998 or 1999, the first Christmas alone. It was 99, actually, because it was the year my dad died. And it was the first Christmas the kids were with their dad and at his house, and I was not with them. I felt deeply the need for being in my own self. My relationship to myself felt a little bit solemn. I was crying. And I said to myself, I'm going to wrap the presents because the spirit of Christmas is coming. So I claimed it myself. So I'm sitting there and I'm wrapping presents, and I had a glass of wine, and I was crying, and a friend popped down. He was kind of a new friend, and he stopped over, and I was wrapping presents, and scratch, scratch on the door, scratch, scratch on the door. And all of a sudden, this scratch on the door, I'm telling a Christmas story. I'm going to bring it right up here. I'm telling a quick Christmas story of the first Christmas my children were not with me. And I always believed in the spirit of Christmas. I never told them there was a Santa. I always said it was the spirit of Christmas. So scratch, scratch at midnight, I started wrapping presents. They weren't going to be with me for the first time in 15 years. And it was really hard, and I was crying, scratch, scratch. My dog came in with this huge deer antler and dropped it at my feet.
Oh my goodness, so cute.
And I call it the Christmas antler. And I have never cried another Christmas since. So I just want to tell you that the spirit of Christmas is alive and it's present. And we have our beautiful friend here, Tanis, and we welcome you back. And Jasmine's going to be on fairly soon, but that's okay. You know, we've got some time with you. We had a really quality time with Tanis yesterday, so I'm excited to hand it over to you and give you the stage and really help. Yay, Jasmine is here too. So Jasmine, say hi to Tanis. This is Tanis. She's going to do a meditation with us.
Hi. Hi.
Great.
You.
Yeah,
Good to
she
meet
just
you.
came in. So we're going to come off the stage and let her do her magic and do it with us. And then we can have some question answers after with her. Okay? She's really special. So nice to see you, Jasmine.
Awesome. Thank you for your patience today. Had some technical issues that I was working through. So I'm really happy to be here. My name is Tanis Coughlin, and I'm with Twila Lifestyle Community. And I'm going to take you through a meditation today. This one is about wishing well-being for ourselves and for others. What a great way to spread peace and that spirit of Christmas that you were speaking about, Lynn. So I'll just start off. We'll take 3 big deep breaths, in through your nose and out through your mouth. And closing your eyes. Let's begin by offering wishes of well-being to ourselves. As we take a deep breath in through our nose and out through our mouths. Today, we'll use the following phrases. Though in the future, you may wish to use whatever words are more meaningful to you. May I be well. You can use these either as an internal prompt for yourself, or you can speak them aloud, depending on where you're at. May I be safe and free from suffering. Just repeat those in your head or aloud, please. May I be happy. And we'll repeat them again. May I be well. May I be safe and free from suffering. And may I be happy. And a deep breath as we anchor in that energy. And release when you're ready. Now I invite you to bring to mind someone close to you that you care about deeply. Maybe a friend or a family member. Maybe a teacher. Or someone who's helped you. Just picture their face. Imagine that person sitting in front of you right now. Think about what you wish for them. And we'll give them our wishes. So repeating after me, either aloud or in your head. May you be well. May you be safe and free from suffering. And may you be happy. Add any other words or expressions that you feel are appropriate now for that person. Just imagine them receiving your wishes for well-being. Now bring to mind someone who's having a difficult time, who perhaps has experienced a loss or is struggling with illness, or maybe having a hard time at work. Just imagine that person sitting in front of you. and pass these sentiments on to them, either aloud or in your head. May you be well. May you be safe and free from suffering. And may you be happy. Now express any other words that you wish to express to them that would be appropriate for their situation. Now bring to mind someone you see regularly in your life, but for whom you haven't had much interaction with. The person you sit near on the bus, or the person you walk by every day on the way to work. Maybe you've never spoken. Imagine that person sitting in front of you now. And repeat the sentiments again. May you be well. May you be safe and free from suffering. And may you be happy. I'd like you now to bring to mind someone with whom you've had some difficulty, and offer them the words, may you be well. May you be safe and free from suffering. And may you be happy. Now let's extend your wishes to everyone you may be near right now. Whether it's in your house or the building that you're in, or just around you at the moment. May they be well. May they be safe and free from suffering. And may they be happy. Now I invite you to think of your friends and family. May they be well. May they be safe and free from suffering. And may they be happy. And now everyone you know, everyone who's part of your life, big or small roles, may they be well. May they be safe from suffering. May they be happy. Extend your wishes beyond the place where you are, beyond the people you know. Extend to the entire earth, to all people, all animals, all life. May all beings be well. May they be safe and free from suffering. And may they be happy. Feel this sense of well-wishing extending out from you in all directions. Notice how you feel in this moment, the sensations in your body, the quality of your mind at this moment. And again, a wish for yourself. May I be well. May I be safe and free from suffering. And may I be happy. If you'd like now, place a hand on your heart as you say these words to yourself. Breathing in fully for 2 seconds. And breathing out. Allow yourself to be present completely in the here and the now. Whatever your experience was during this meditation, may it bring you peace, joy, and happiness. And we finish with some deep breaths in through our nose and out through our mouths as we spread that beautiful feeling of well-wishing during this holiday season. You can start to wiggle your fingers and your toes and come on back to that present moment. It's interesting when you go through this, the meditation, it brings up those people that you've had difficulty with. Those beautiful woman by the name of Mary Morrissey brings up, she calls them sacred friends, because those people that we've had difficulty with have had difficulties on their own as well. And when we bring compassion to those relationships, it can help to heal that relationship. I'm not saying it's easy, certainly not, but sacred friends are in our lives for a reason. So it's a beautiful thing to send them well-wishing or wish them well, and to bring them that as well, as we are all in our own healing process, our own spiritual journey along the way. So I wish you all much love, much peace, and much happiness. And we have Mama Lynn back.
That was so lovely. That was so lovely. We'll bring Jasmine. We'll bring Dr. PPP's back.
Hello.
Hello. Nice to see you.
That was a beautiful practice, Thomas.
2 days out of 3 days. Wow. Thank you so much. Short, simple, beautiful, and not wasting our upcoming speaker Jasmine's time to appreciate that. Wow.
Yeah, we've got 5 more minutes. I want to bring Thomas here as a present, and
Yeah.
I really want to develop this relationship with Thomas. Sharing, I want to share. Did either of you hear the practice, Jasmine or Dr. PPP? Did you hear the practice? She just
What's
gave
your
a
question?
practice.
What's your question, Mama Lynn?
Did you hear Thomas's practice?
I got a phone call from Jasmine, so I missed it, but a part
Okay,
of
no
your
worries.
session I heard it, part of that one, not the full one. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
what I
good.
want you to know is that it brought me, Thomas, to I got a text last night from my nephew. And I'm just sending him well wishes, and I would love everyone to just send him well wishes. He's struggled in addiction. He got out of jail 6 months ago. You know, I was raised in New Hampshire, so Jasmine's here from New Hampshire. There's a lot of addictive, cocaine is one of the heroin and cocaine and all of those addictions in New Hampshire. It's one of the top states with heroin addiction. And he's clean and sober, but he's struggling. So I'm very proud that he's clean and sober, and I just want to send wishes. I won't say his name, but it brought me to his, I couldn't get off him with all of them. I went there almost because Tanis was having us go to ourselves. May you be well. May you be safe. And what were the three?
May you be well. May you be safe and free from suffering. And may they be happy, or may you be happy, depending on where you were directed.
She took us in all the different areas of ourself, to a loved one, to somebody we might have difficulties with, to somebody.
Those sacred friends.
Those sacred friends. And help us. Michio used to say the bigger the demon, the bigger the angel. The more. We need
those people too, right? They bring us the biggest teaching.
Yeah, 100%. They definitely help us grow spiritually. And I think when I start thinking about my heart and my heart connection, you bring me every time, Tanis, to such a deep place by your voice. Your voice is very healing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've got a very healing voice. So I just want to thank you for joining us today, and feel free to come back again if you want. We're going to have our ceremony a little bit later today, just a closing ceremony. It'll just be whoever wants to come on and play and talk about what they experienced with the Torch family. We welcome you as the Torch Peace Ambassador. We really, really am so grateful that you're the Torch Peace Ambassador with us. We just want to really deepen that relationship to bring forth that you're always welcome to use this platform for your practice, for your teachings, for your education. I can give you the links and the connections, and feel free to reach out to me, and we'll get connected. I'm hoping we do a lot more work together. Yes, and I want to just send you with this. This is the Gem Light Buddha of Medicine. And
beautiful.
This is Yai Kushi. And Yai Kushi had some amazing, amazing teachings. And I'll go over them with you another time, but they're really powerful teachings.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I was born 2,500 years ago, and I got to go to that temple, and it was Michio's family shrine. And people went there for healing and got miraculously healed. Similar to the waters out in France, with the Mother Mary. So there were so many healings that I had going to this temple, and it's way in the Wakayama Prefecture in Japan. So I'm hoping to go back soon to Japan and be part of that shrine again, and just really pray. And I was just reading some works from Ed Esco, because he died this week. And I just send him the well wishes. That's what got me going today with the Gem Light Buddha of Medicine. And, having two people die in a week was hard, And I'm just really grateful for spending the time with Ed that I did. And he was a really amazing person. And he came into macrobiotics at 1972. So I came in 1987. So that's a lot of years difference. But it's a really cool gift to see him write all the books he's written on health. And so as we enter into this Torch Health season, the winter season, may we all be well. May we all be safe.
And free from suffering.
Free from suffering. And may we be happy.
All be happy.
All be happy. Say the words one more time yourself for all of us. Say the words. Ready? Close your eyes, Dr. PPP. Close your eyes, Jasmine.
May you all be well. May you all be safe and free from suffering. And may you all be happy.
Beautiful.
Woo!
Woo-hoo. Awesome.
Those
Thanks.
with us and those no longer with us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. The
Yeah.
seen and unseen, right?
Yeah.
The seen and unseen. So Tanis, stay on if you'd like. Jasmine is a really beautiful speaker.
Oh, yes, you will love it. Right, Mama?
Yeah, so definitely tune in, and Jasmine, we welcome you to the stage. And Tanis, thank you so much again.
Thank you. It was my honor.
Yeah,
And after Jasmine, Jasmine's coach is coming. So you will love both next two presentation for sure, ma'am.
Vaughn is coming
Beautiful.
at noon.
Yes, one Eric is coming. Yes, at noon Mama Lynn's time and 3 Eastern time.
Great.
So Mama Lynn, how about this? You introduce Jasmine, then I introduce Jasmine, and Jasmine will take the stage after that. How about that? Sounds good?
Sure.
Beautiful.
And thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I'm extremely sorry, this Jasmine gave me the call, so I got like Jasmine is my soul daughter, soul sister, both together, two in one. So that's why, sorry for that.
It's
But
all.
I
it's
enjoyed
all
yesterday's session big time.
Thank you. Thank you. Lots
Okay,
of,
Mama Lynn,
lots of love.
introduce
Yes.
Jasmine, please.
Yes.
Love and
Lots of
peace.
love.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, there you go.
So I just want to honor the relationship between the connection field of technology. Technology brought to us Dr. PPP, and we got to meet each other. And then he brought this young, vibrant person into my life. And her name is Jasmine Small. And she ended up being from the same area that I'm from, New Hampshire. And that's exciting. But Jasmine brings to us the depth and the relationship of bringing gratitude into our lives in a way of loving kindness and the waves of kindness, and her ideas and the relationship of kindness. She's going to bring to us today, and we're just welcome you to the torch. We welcome you to all your depths of who you are. We welcome you to have torch health in any way that you see fit through this next. Now go back and watch some of these, Jasmine. There are quite a lot of healers here and quite a lot of people, and I think you'll benefit from them. And the love that they are is the love that you are. So we welcome you. We thank you for being here from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Mama Lynn, wow. I gotta catch up with Mama Lynn's introduction, man. Jasmine, I'm in the pressure, okay? Hello, amen, amen, namaste. I am humbled, I am honored, I am privileged, I am blessed, I'm super excited to introduce you. The world has ever created, one and only. Na bhuto, na bhavishyati. Never in the past, it's never going to happen in the future. One and only. The waves of kindness queen. Yes, none other than. Used to be in the beginning my soul sister, then my soul daughter. Yes. And I privileged to meet Jasmine this January, so about 11 months ago. And Carla Richmond told me that tell Jasmine to go on public, right? That Facebook status public. And I told Jasmine in the beginning, of course, took her time. Jasmine took her time, but then finally listened to this advice, and from there our relationship has started. Of course, through Dr. Sanjay, both them met like 9th of January of this year, 2021, and within a week they formed. Jasmine and Dr. Sanjay formed beautiful relationship, on social media too, which is Waves of Kindness. And Jasmine is the Waves of Kindness Queen. And Dr. Sanjay is the Waves of Kindness King. And Jasmine gave me the opportunity to become the Waves of Kindness Guru. Right? Yes. So, without further ado, to steal your heart, body, mind, and soul, all the way from New Hampshire, United States of America. God bless America. Nurse as the occupation, yes, helping people and saving so many lives. So without further ado, help me welcome with your lots of hearts, wows, likes, and share none other than jolly, joyful, Jasmine. Hashtag JJJ. Jasmine, torch is yours. You are the torch. Take it away.
Wow, thank you very much, Fraven, for that wonderful introduction. Now, what I'm going to talk to you today is a very important topic to talk about, and it's something that I've been trying to teach everyone for the past year or so. And it's all okay. Well, let's think about this. All right. If you want to be successful in life, you can't be successful yourself. You got to work with other people. Now, what are the 3 things that you need to make a difference in this world? I'll give you a hint. They all start with a C. Okay, did you get it? Okay, I'll tell you. Connection, communication, collaboration. Yeah, those 3 C's. If you can master these 3 elements, you can meet someone completely random from across the world and create a lovely friendship with them in just seconds. Due to the dawn of technology and the increasing amount of technology, these 3 elements are even more important than they have been. Because with technology, more people from all over the world are connecting with each other. They're communicating each other. They're collaborating with each other. I'm going to walk with you through these 3 elements. And then if possible, I'm going to hopefully have Lynn and Praven perform a little exercise with me. So that way you guys will know what I'm talking about. Because not only am I all about talking about it, I'm all about showing people it. So anyways, we got the communication part. No, not the communication part. Sorry, I messed up. First of all, you got the connection part. Yes, the connection part. You can't communicate or collaborate with someone without the connection. If there's no connection, there's no communication, there's no collaboration, and there's absolutely no friendship. Heck, that person may not even know you exist. Now, connection can happen multiple ways. I've experienced this on Facebook. I've connected with the most amazing people through really random ways, like seeing someone like my post or seeing a comment or just happening to see their post on their newsfeed, on my newsfeed. Doesn't matter. There's countless numbers of ways. But you got to make that connection first. And one of the ways to do it is send them a friends request on Facebook. And I am directly talking about Facebook right now because this is the majority of my time has been spent on Facebook. So that's the view I'm going, but it can easily translate into the real world. And I'm focusing on Facebook. So let's just say, yada, 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 you connect with someone. Great, you got a connection. What do you do next? You reach out to them. Now, not everyone reaches out to their new friend. They might add someone and not even talk to them. Now, I mean, whatever floats your boat, but that's not the right way to do it. You should have people that, are active and that you're interacting with and all that good stuff. May not have to be every day, but, on a relatively frequent basis. Let's see. So, yeah, you connect with someone. Next step is communication. That's an important part. All right. Let me make it a little bit easier for you to understand. Take a peanut butter sandwich, for instance. You got the top piece and the bottom piece. The bottom piece, the foundation, is the connection. The connection is the foundation. And then communication is the peanut butter. It's the filling. It's what makes a sandwich a sandwich. That communication is what makes the connection a connection. And then you got the top slice, which is the cover. It's the topping. It makes it so you can eat the sandwich. Collaboration may not happen immediately, but if you can make collaboration work, you can eat that sandwich. All right, back to the communication stage. There's many ways you can communicate with someone. Not only through Messenger, but you can also interact with them on Facebook, like, share, comment, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you can interview them, for all I know. Yeah, you can interview them if you have an interview series. Oh, yeah, you can do a lot of things to communicate, but the best form of communication is by doing it through Messenger. So take me for example, whenever I connect with someone on Facebook, whether they accept my friend's request or I send them theirs, when I send them mine, I reach out to them. I wave at them. I send a virtual wave to them because, I want to get a conversation started. That's just who I am. They might send me a wave back or something, and then I send them my introduction. And then the conversation goes from there. Now, communication might not happen every single day, and that's okay. But as long as the connection seems fairly active, it'll be good. And if you can get a chance to interview that person, that's even better. Because doing an interview will help you communicate with that person face to face and will allow you to get to know that person more. And by the time the interview ends, you might become friends with them. Who knows? The last step is collaboration. Now, collaboration is one of those stages where it may happen quickly. It may happen down the road. It may happen in a couple weeks. It may happen in a month. Or it may happen in a couple years. Or it may not happen at all. But here's a shocker. You do collaborate, whether you know it or not. That third step does arrive. People think collaboration is one of those, oh, hey, we're working on a project together or a show. Yeah, that's collaboration, but there's many different forms of collaboration. Support is a means of collaboration. Supporting someone with their work, with their mission, is collaboration. Support and collaboration go hand in hand. So if you support someone and if you both support each other and are actively sharing each other's posts, you're actively collaborating with each other. I know my speech isn't that long because I'm just going with the flow of things. But if Lynn or Praven can hear me right now, I'm going to request that they both come up to the screen because I want to do an exercise with them. Yes, I'm all about showing people how to do it. So, Praven.
Wow, Jasmine, amazing. I loved it. I watched I listened to each and every sentence, and beautiful. I'm proud of you. Keep continuing now.
Okay, so here comes the exercise. So me and Praven are going to pretend that we don't even know each other. That this is gonna be hard because we have, but we're gonna pretend that we're both good at acting, so it shouldn't be a problem. we're both gonna pretend that we don't even know each other, that this is the first time we are meeting. Like, in forever. First time ever. Like, pretend all the conversations that we had prior didn't even exist. Okay, Praven, you go first.
I got
You go first.
Alzheimer. I got Alzheimer. Who is this girl? Who is this girl, man? What's your name? I got Alzheimer.
Hey, Praven. Oh my God. So, it's such a pleasure to meet you. You know, I've heard a lot about you and stuff. You know, I've read your book. I really loved your book. You know, it really got me motivated too. I'm Jasmine Shamali, and I'm a licensed nursing assistant, international motivational speaker, published article writer, and an interviewer from the United States and stuff. And I'm here on Facebook trying to, you know, change the world and make a difference and stuff. What about you? What about you?
Jasmine, I'm Dr. PPP. I'm the Celebrity Guru Award-winning author of the book, You Are the Celebrity. I'm the marathon man who ran only 16 full marathons by God's grace and your blessings. I'm the Himalaya Guru who's climbing the Everest, the Himalayas by God's grace and your blessings. And Jasmine, I'm humbled, I'm honored, I'm privileged, I'm blessed, I'm super excited to connect with you. And thank you so much for reading my book, You Are the Celebrity. What did you love the most about my book, Jasmine?
Well, what I love most about your book is that, you know, you are the celebrity. I love the title of your book. It's just so inspiring. You
Oh, thank
are
you.
the celebrity. Like, I love that message. It's so true. Because everyone is special. And everyone has a unique talent, you know. And they all have a message. Everyone is somebody. We are all equal. That's what I got out of your book. And I love it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And you know what? May I explain to you in like one sentence or two sentences why you are the celebrity? How come you are the celebrity? May I? For you as well as the people who are
Sure,
watching
go
you.
ahead.
And
Yeah.
sure. Jasmine, when you came in the womb, uterus of your own mom, there were several hundred million sperm were ready to fertilize the egg ovum of your own mom. And Jasmine, out of 700 millions, you came as this celebrity. Yes, you are the celebrity. Then, Jasmine, you became of 1 cell, 2 cells, 4 cells, and so forth. Now look at you. You are the powerhouse of multi-trillion cells. Jasmine, yes, you are the celebrity.
Wow, that's awesome, Praven.
Thank
Wow,
you,
I
Jasmine.
think we got similar viewpoints. You know, I'm trying to teach everyone how to connect, communicate, collaborate with people. I mean, you're trying to educate people that everyone is a celebrity. I think we could collaborate. I think we could, you know, do something.
Sounds
Can I
good.
tell you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
can
good.
I tell you about something that
Sure,
I
please,
you know,
please.
launched yesterday? It's called the GCN show, or GCN for short. It's a place where people from all around the world can practice their connection, communication, and collaboration skills with other people from all around the world. And, you
Wow.
know, it would be really great if you could join me as my co-host.
Oh my God. Like
Yeah, I think that'd
today
be
I
pretty
saw
cool,
you
you know?
first time, and how come you have so much faith in me that, you are offering this huge opportunity of co-hosting a show with you? Oh my God.
Well, you know, I mean, like I said, you're trying to promote everybody. You're literally trying to promote everybody. You know, you're a celebrity yourself, but, you know, you're human, and you know that, and you're not making yourself higher than anybody else. And besides, you and I's mission are pretty much the same, and different wording, but pretty much the same. And I think if we combined both our powers, we could really make something good out of it. We can really create something good.
For sure, sounds exciting. Oh my God! But what's the full form of GCN? Would you please tell me, please?
Huh?
You said
GCN?
GCN.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's called the Global Citizens Network.
Oh,
So
yes, you are the global citizen. I'm the global citizen. I know, and our listener, not
yes,
watch
yeah,
listener, are also global citizen. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so not only do I have a show, I also have a group chat on Messenger called the Global Citizens Network. And once I add you to it, you will automatically be able to connect with 155 plus people from all over the world.
My goodness. So today
Yes.
I met you, you read my book, and today not only that, you gave me the opportunity to become the co-host and to inspire another those like 155 something another people, those many people
Yes.
from all over the world. Oh my goodness.
Uh-huh.
Are you sure? Are you in this planet or a different planet? To me looks like you're the planet of kindness.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes I think that I don't know. But what do you say, Praven? I think if we combine both our energies together and collaborated, we could create something very cool. We could do something very cool.
Sounds good. And look at this appear on the screen.
Hello,
Oh
Vaughn.
my God.
Hey Jasmine,
Feels like
I'm
old
watching
times.
in YouTube. Yeah, so I saw you in YouTube. I'm watching you live in YouTube actually.
Oh, nice.
And then I
I
decided to
remember one. You are amazing man. You are the mindful coach man. You are also from my country man,
Vaughn,
which is none other than
Vaughn is the
Toronto.
man.
Yeah, which is
Okay, I'm
Canada,
gonna
right,
say this.
man? So about 2 time zones away for sure. But yep.
yeah.
So there you
He
go.
is the guy. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for Vaughn here, spending his precious time helping me with my speaking, I wouldn't be here. I would
I
not be here.
remember. I remember, Jasmine. Remember when I offered you first time to interview you, Jasmine goes, "Oh my God, okay, let me. I got a coach by Juan Eric. I'm going to approach him. Whatever my coach is, suggesting me, I'm going to do that. This. Remember, Jasmine? You're so like, I remember that one crystal clear.
Okay, all right. So let's pretend. Okay, let's get back to our real selves. Now we've
Okay.
known each other for a year
Yeah.
now, and just be normal, okay?
Oh, normal.
We're not
Normal.
acting anymore.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Did you see how that happened? How me and Praven, started by introducing ourselves and talking about our life missions and everything else. And he asked me questions about his book and stuff, and I answered, and we kind of talked about that. And then I asked him some questions, and then I brought up what I was doing, and extended a nice invitation, to collaborate with me. You see how that happened? So it's possible for all three steps of connection, communication, and collaboration to form immediately. And, this could happen with someone you never met before. It was kind of hard pretending that with Praven because me and him are so solid. Like, we're totally chill. The end.
Yeah, absolutely. Jasmine. Oh my goodness, man. You put me on the spot, and I don't know how did I act. I have no idea. But, we did good. We did good for sure, And Mama Lynn can tell, did we act as a stranger?
Very
Okay.
nice. Very nice. Yeah, very nice. It's the movement of relationship, and congratulations on your new network, and just keep in the heart space. That's all we need to do when we're in social media. It was so nice. Rabia was on earlier, and she gave an amazing presentation, and we talked a lot about our early years on social media. We've been on social media together for a few years, and it's a really powerful thing. And she's really somebody also, Jasmine, really to connect with on a that deeper level, because she's so solid on meeting people on a deep level. And I think that's who you are too. You just step in and you just try to drop in with them, and you open their hearts from your joy and your bubbliness. And anyway, thank you so much for coming to the platform and being with us today. And thank you for being a Torch member and a Spark keep being the spark. All right.
Thank
And
you
don't be
very
afraid. Don't be afraid to call out or reach out, as I've told you before. I'm here.
Thank you very much, Shalyn. All right. Well,
Yeah.
I got to go to work, actually.
All right. Well, go back to work and
And,
enjoy your.
and Mama Lynn, right now it's frozen over there, you know. Jasmine's finger, you know, and everything is frozen actually, you know, outside in the cold. Jasmine did all this presentation and everything. So thank you so much for that,
Yeah,
Jasmine.
it's a
you know.
really big deal to come on and take a break and do this. So we really
All
appreciate that. And give my love to all those elders.
Oh, definitely
Merry
will,
Christmas.
Lynn.
Yeah.
Merry
I know
Christmas
all
to you.
Yeah. Have a beautiful day.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Happy holidays. Bye, Jasmine.
Bye.
Bye, Jasmine.
Awesome. Mama Lynn, would you please introduce one and then I will introduce one, Eric Tendon. How about that? Sounds good?
Yeah, thank you so much. Vaughn is I got to know him from being Jasmine's coach, right? So then I listened to him. Gosh, I think it was two like I missed Torch Peace, unfortunately, because my broke her back. So you might have come in and spoken, but so it's been probably a year before I've heard you, or since I've seen you, and maybe less than, maybe about 8 months. But I feel really blessed to have you here because I think, you're bringing a stand for coaching. You're bringing a stand for your own work, your development. And when I look at your accomplishment, it feels like, you're an author, a speaker, a facilitator of mindfulness and gratefulness. And I think that's key for each of us. And you've also done a lot of work with Toastmaster, which is super fun. Totally want to do Toastmaster at some point in this adult life. I was terrible in my speaking classes. I was terrible. As soon as I had to put something on paper, forget it. I like coming from this muse place. And I got really nervous. So it's super fun to know that you did Toastmaster. And you have to meet Shawaz Baloch. He's kind of the international torch member from Pakistan, and he did Toastmaster, and I think he got like #1 in the state or something for Toastmasters. He doesn't have to connect. He just started another school, so he's busy with a motivational school in Pakistan. So anyway, we welcome you to the stage. We're excited to hear what you have to say, and I didn't know which. I know you became part of our torch. I think Pravin brought you in, right? Do you know which ambassadorship you picked? Because I may have missed it. I apologize.
Oh, when you messaged me and you mentioned that the theme is all about cultural integrity, and I picked the topic of what do you call this one? Strong family ties.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I knew that, but I wondered with Torch, we have 4 pillars: peace, health, environment, and tech. Have you introduced him to that, Pravin?
Let's do that right now. Did I introduce you?
No, not
Okay,
yet.
let's do that right now.
Yeah.
Or
Did you
later
do
on
that
after
with
his speech.
Jasmine? Did you do that with Jasmine?
I have to do it because I have done this so
We'll have
many.
to bring
So I
her
don't know.
back in at some point. All right, let's do it. All
Okay, let's
right.
do it. Okay.
Welcome on for being here. There's not anybody speaking at 12:30, so feel free to have some room.
Okay. So
Okay.
maximum you have 1 hour, buddy. Okay. So you asked me, right? Remember I told you. So if there will be no speaker, then 1 hour. Otherwise, if there is a speaker after half an hour, then 30 minutes. So wow, you have 1 hour. Okay.
Okay, let's try 1 hour.
Awesome.
We'll cover something.
Awesome.
Okay. Well,
So 1 second, 111. I'm going to Mama Lynn introduce you. Now I'm going to introduce you. Then whatever Mama Lynn told me, I'm going to ask same question. Right? Okay. And then you start your presentation. Sounds good?
sounds good.
Awesome. Okay. Hello, my Torch family. Hello, celebrity. Where are you, man? You gotta be present, man. You gotta be present. Come back, man. This is for you. Can you put your phone horizontal so you can get 100% space, brother?
Let's
Right
try.
now the phone is like this. There
How
you go.
about that?
Yes, what's the
Okay, I
difference?
need
Okay.
something on my laptop too. All
If
right.
it's possible, then better. It's up to you otherwise.
Okay, this one is good.
Awesome.
Awesome.
There you go. Awesome. Okay. Hello, Torch family. Hello, celebrity. I'm humbled. I'm honored. I am privileged. I am blessed. And I'm super excited to introduce you, my soul brother, who born in thousand kilometers far away from where he's living right now in Philippines. He is the mindful coach. Yes. And as you heard right now, previous speaker, Jasmine coach. And like that, thousands of people have coach. None other than the world has ever created. Na bhuto, na bhavishyati. Not in the past, not's gonna be another one, Eric Tandon in the future. Right now, you are for the treat. So take lots of notes because next 1 hour he's going to open your hearts, he's going to open your mind, he's going to open your soul. So are you ready? Without further ado, help me welcome from Alberta, Canada, from my country, yes, still 2 time zones away from me, none other than the world has ever created, God has ever created, world has ever witnessed, you are witnessing now, none other than Vaughn, VIP Vaughn Eric Hendon. Vaughn, awesome. Welcome to the Torch Health 2021 Annual Conference, brother.
Wow, what a warm welcome, brother. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. I
You're welcome.
appreciate you very much. Wow. All right.
You're welcome. One
Okay.
second. Before you start your presentation, remember Mama told to ask this question. Okay, are you ready? This
Yeah.
moment is going to bring you to the next level for sure. Ready? Okay. One, Eric, please close your eyes.
Okay.
Breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth.
I like this.
One more time. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your mouth. And last but not least, final time. Breathe in through your nose. Breathe out through your mouth. One, Eric Hendon. You are the ambassador of one of these 4 pillars of Torch. What would you love the most? Peace, health, environment, or technology? One more time, Vaughn Eric Hendon. What would you love the most? Please choose one only. Peace, health, environment, technology. Go ahead, brother, and choose one, please.
I'm going to choose. I'm between peace and health. They're both important, although the two are important too. I'll go for health.
Beautiful, awesome. Are you ready for this news you are going to remember forever? Mr. Vaughn Eric Tandon, you are the Torch Ambassador for Health. Congratulations. Now, feel free whenever you're ready to open your eyes.
I'm ready. Thank you, my dear brother.
So
All right.
now, Mama
Yes.
Lynn is going to tell you something, and then you start your speech, brother. Mama Lynn,
Yeah.
what's the next
We
step for
welcome you
Vaughn
to
Eric?
the Torch, and we really bring you forward. And Torch is not owned by anybody, anything. So this platform's yours to use and be part of. And just remember that we welcome you, and it's a shared leadership, and you're a leader, and we just appreciate. And those 4 pillars, what we ask is, you want to be a health ambassador, but we need to build collaboration, as we were just hearing from our beautiful friend Jasmine. But how we build collaboration and connection is through these 4 pillars. We get 4 people in our life, and so we pick one. You picked health ambassador. Now I'm asking you to find someone in your local community that's interested in building peace, somebody that's interested in building environment, and somebody that's interested in building technology. And the 4 of you do one project in your local region. So of any of those 4, to make the world a better place. And that's kind of what we're up to, really trying to take action. So our mission is simple actions for global change. And it doesn't have to be a huge event, doesn't have to be, but something to bring the awareness to peace in our world, the awareness to health, the awareness to environment, and awareness to technology towards nature. So really developing that relationship so you don't work alone. You don't ever have to work alone as an entrepreneur now, because we are really building a platform that you can connect with, health ambassadors. I want to introduce you to Atik Khan. He's our doctor out of Karachi. We've got Sikandra out of Karachi. We've got a couple of kids that are interested in health platforms, Samid. And, it's just really fun to build this network of ideas around health. And I'm a health ambassador as well. So as much as I work with world peace and develop world peace work, my specialty is healthcare. And for me, it's about a development of relationship. Love the environment, love technology, love peace, but health is kind of my wheelhouse. And so when we work in this region and we get people that are connected to each other, the four of you can just do so much more than just ourselves. So anyway, that's a Sea2Sea Earth. I came up with that right during COVID. We had this already prior, but the Sea2Sea was collaboration to collaboration, care to care. Really building not the B2B business, but the C2C business, so that we build a relationship, a new relationship of a world that it's not just, me coming after money, but it's me collaborating with my brothers and sisters to create. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have to come up with a pledge or something. We'll come up with a pledge, Pravin. Anyway, let you have the stage, okay? Have a blessed, I'll be listening in the background.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to start my timer. I know I have 30 minutes, but since there are no other speaker after me, let's do an hour, but I still have this stopwatch for me so that I'm aware how long I'm speaking and do I need to stop. As a public speaking coach and communication and presentation mentor, I see to it that when I speak, I don't go over time. Because going over time shows that you have no respect to the next speaker, to the audience, and of course to the organizer. So very, very important. And probably this might not be related to my topic about strong family ties, but this is kind of self-awareness that I would like to share to everyone. So when we speak, when we do presentation, don't go over time. And hopefully the listeners of this platform now, tomorrow, and in the future, they will going to realize that self-awareness when we speak never go over time. But since there's no speaker, as our brother Pravin mentioned earlier, then we can go as far as 1 hour. But still, I'm using this one. I would like to say thank you to Lynn when she messaged me, would you like to speak on December 17, 18, 19? Oh yeah, sure. It's an honor to be invited, right? So an invitation is the think of you. And when she asked me what will be my topic, I choose about strong family ties. Why I did choose the topic, it's because during this challenging time, the pandemic, it affected around the world, everything around the world. That's including having a strong relationship to our family. But before we move on, I would like to mention some few introduction about myself. I moved to Canada 2008, so this will be my almost 14 years in Canada. I am now a citizen of this beautiful country, just like my soul brother Pravin, and we are representing Canada. But of course, we still don't forget where we came from. So specifically, I'm talking a little bit of the Philippines in my talk about strong family ties. Filipinos are known to have a strong family ties actually. They're going to sacrifice everything. They're going to do everything in their capability to provide a better future and to care for their families. That's the reason why there are many Filipinos around the world working as known as OFW, or the so-called overseas Filipinos worker. In Canada, we call it guest worker. And what does it mean to be a guest worker? Guest worker means you work in Canada with your entry as a work visa. And that is my entry. 13 or 14 years ago, I worked under work visa. And then eventually I got my papers after 6 long years. That means if you still don't have your paper in Canada and you are only working and you are only allowed to work and enter Canada by a work visa, that means you are away from your family. Imagine 6 years. After 6 years, I got my paper as permanent residency. That means I'm away with my family for 6 years. Physically, but I tried to be with them, of course, emotionally, spiritually, mentally. It's a 1,000 of miles distance from the Philippines, but I'm grateful with the technology. We used to connect in, I remember, Skype before. So that's our main communication, and also long distance call, and it's really expensive. But I have to do it because I have to maintain that strong family ties. Particularly, we have one young boy at that time. He was 5 years old when I left the Philippines. So what I'm trying to point out here, Filipinos go abroad to work to give a better future for their children. And we Filipinos are known for having a strong and close family ties. They place high regard, high importance of their family before anything else. And I know not all Filipinos, all other nationalities too, they do that. Pakistanis, Indians, even Canadians and Americans also do that. They place a higher importance and high regard when it comes to family. So we are willing to sacrifice. We are willing to give time. Now, let's touch base on what's the importance of strong family ties. If we're going to define what is strong family ties, it is we are actually referring to the ties in spiritual. You have a common purpose together. You have cooperation. You coordinate. And of course, very important in strong family ties is the open communication. Without communication, I believe it's difficult to maintain positive family relationship and of course strong family ties. So open communication. So that is the simple definition for me. It might not be a definition, but something to describe what is strong family ties all about. Okay. I wrote some key points here which I'd like to share to everyone. The key points here: when you have a strong family ties, children feel secure and loved when they have strong and positive family relationships. Okay. Because the children, our children, will see how husband and wife are supporting with each other. And if they see that, then they feel love. I remember the saying, the best way to show love to your children is loving their mother. And that's, I think I would agree with that. Love and understanding are two of the most important components of strong family ties. You have to show your respect to your spouse. And of course, the result, their children are actually observing us. If they don't see any respect in the family, children don't feel love. So I hope that is very, very important for us to remember, everyone who is listening right now, particularly where on YouTube. Number two key point that I would like to emphasize here is positive family relationship help families to resolve conflict, work as a team, and enjoy each other's company. Right? So if you have a strong family ties, it's easier to resolve conflict because we have that understanding and love. Imagine you're in a team. If there's no cooperation, there's no communication, it's really, really difficult to resolve a conflict. And what will happen? Like in a band of music, right? If they are not cooperating with each other, no open communication, most likely they will disband. Same with any basketball team, hockey team, football team. If there's no communication, it's really difficult for the coach to resolve the conflict, and then the players will demand a trade to another team. So same with thing in the family, we need to have that communication to be able to solve any conflict. And I guarantee you, it's easier to resolve a problem, a conflict, if you have a strong family ties. Of course, there's no perfect in any relationship, no perfect. But what we are actually aiming here is the progress. It's difficult to attain perfection. And as a practicing mindfulness, it's really difficult to attain perfection for me. But what I do is progress. Like, you want to improve what you did yesterday. So same thing in a family. There's no perfect. There's always challenges. There's always conflict. But as a family with a strong, positive relationship, it's easier to solve. So that's one key point that I would like to emphasize in this talk. The third key point that I would like to share to everyone is positive family relationship are built on quality time, communication, teamwork, and appreciation of each other. I mentioned time here. That is most important. If we don't have time to our children, then we are actually depriving them the most important component to build a strong family ties. Right? We've seen a lot of successful spouses. They're very successful in their career as a doctor, probably, attorney, a businessman, but they don't give much time to their children. And again, if you want to have a positive, quality relationship, have time to their children. I would like to relay my experience, and I mentioned this a while ago. I may be away from them, but I have to do phone calls. In 1 week, if there's a chance for me to do it daily, I'll do it. I know it's very expensive, very expensive to do phone call. And we still don't have that messenger before. Facebook is still new in 2008, and there's no WhatsApp. There's no messenger. There's no phone 10 years ago that you can talk. I don't remember using my phone. I think it's only now, this last 5 years or so, that we can talk to our families when we are away from them through phone. But still, you have to do everything in your capability to have a communication with them and time. And that is very important for me, is to have time to my family. I have to make a phone call even in my hectic schedule at work before. So provide time. Yeah. There should be no excuse. There's no excuse. Now, if you're with your family, you still have some time. If you're exhausted and tired from work, make sure to play with your children that they're still young. Because that will also be their nature, and that will be also a natural part of their life. When they become parents someday, of course, they will do the same. Right? They will do the same for your future grandchildren. They will make time. That is important if you want to have a positive family relationship and strong family ties. Next is communication. Always communicate. Have an open communication with your children and your family. Help them to, what do you call this one? Help them to have a communication with sensitive topics. That's why we have a sex education in the school, because as a parent, we should also communicate to them sensitive topics like that. The faith to God, the relationship to other people, politics. So have that communication with them. Aside from the basic communication of, hey, how are you? How's your day, son? How's your school, my dear daughter? Something like that. So have a communication always to them. That is one important aspect to build strong family ties. Next, appreciation of each other. So when your child showed you his grades in school, appreciate them. Learn to appreciate your children's effort, no matter how simple it is. Oh, you did good. That's very good of you. So that is one way of showing that you care for your children, that you appreciate that. And if you have that time, communication, appreciation, then there's a teamwork. Just like in a team of basketball, I would like to relate this in a team of basketball. If you appreciate each player, what they are doing well, then they feel love. So same with teaching children. I remember I have a very long background in fast food industry. I will not going to mention the name of the fast food industry because I'm not promoting something here. Like, I'm not promoting a brand. But in my work, I have to make sure that I appreciate everyone, particularly the new crew and new managers. And I'm using the concept of sandwich feedback. It's one way of showing your appreciation, giving positive remarks, and then at the same time, you want them to improve on something. And then later on, back up with another positive comments. That's why we call it sandwich feedback, because first, positive remarks, the appreciation, and then something that they can improve on, and then later on, another positive comments or appreciation. So we call it feedback sandwich. So that's what I do when I appreciate someone, and at the same time, we want them to improve too. Remember, when you show care and you want them to improve, that again implies strong family ties. So those are the key points that I want to share. Number one, children feel secured in love when they have a strong and positive family relationship. That's very important. If the mother and father have conflict and your children saw it, that will be inculcated in their mind, and when they go to school, they are lonely. Trust me, because that's my personal experience too. When my family was already here, I have a little conflict with my wife, and our only son noticed that we're not talking. I learned that my son, when he was in school, I think he was around grade 9 that time, he was quiet and lonely in school. See? That's why I want to emphasize that key point. Children feel secure in love when they have a strong and positive family relationship. Next one is positive family relationship help families resolve conflict. I already discussed that a while ago. And of course, we build positive family relationship and strong family ties through communication, through teamwork, appreciation, and time. Those are the things that I would like to emphasize in this talk. Okay, moving on. Strong family ties. Imagine if there's no strong family ties in your family. What will happen? It's difficult. That's why there's divorce. It's like becoming a normal, particularly here in North America. There's no divorce in the Philippines, but there's what is so-called the legal separation. And right now, it's very prevalent now, even in the Philippines, which is known for its strong family ties and strong family relationship, good relationship. It's because the mother and father don't do their part to have a strong family ties. So just imagine, it affects the children, particularly their mental health. That's most important, right? We as a parent should be the model. We as the parent should show a good example to maintain strong family ties. Okay. One of the famous description about family is they said, family is the basic unit of society. That's the basic and popular definition or concept about family. But for me, family is more than just a blood. It's more than a blood. We consider family someone who appreciates us, love us, give time to us, even if we are not related in blood. That's why in our organization, any organization, we are family, right? Let's sign torch. Welcome to the family. In Toastmaster, we call each other family. Why do we call family in a certain organization? Let's say the Waves of Kindness, the global leader society that I belong to. We call each other family or community. It's because family is built on cooperation, communication, giving time to each other, and understanding. That is the main concept of family. That's why in a family, and I'm referring now here the mother, father, the daughter, and son, we should build strong family ties with our family. Okay, I discussed the main key points. I would like to emphasize something here. And I wrote this one, and I'm going to read some here. Strong family relationships are important for lots of other reasons too. Number one, help children feel secure in love, which give them confidence to explore their world and try new things and learn. So imagine, if they feel love within family, they are confident. Their self-esteem is very high. As a teacher, a former teacher in the Philippines, I have to make it sure why children are not confident. We have to make it sure they're okay in their family. Right now, when I was last month, there's this new provision in hospital. They ask every patient, are you okay within your family circle? Are you not abused? I was surprised. They asked that to everyone. I don't know if Pravin they're doing it in Ontario, but in Alberta, they ask every patient, is there abuse in your family? That's now a new protocol. Just last month, I don't know when did it start, but they're making sure there's no abuse in the family when you go to hospital for a checkup. And that is mandated, I learned, from AHS or Alberta Health Services. And the nurse mentioned to me, we ask this to every patient. And I jokingly said, well, my wife used to beat me before, but that's only a joke. So yeah, just to break the ice, because I was surprised. I don't know how to answer the question actually. Are you being abused in your home? So you see, our children become confident when they are feel secured. It's because they have these strong family ties in their family. Okay, next one. Make it easier for your family to solve problems and respect each other opinion. Wow, that's very important. Having a good family relationship, you respect each other opinion. And we all know that. Everybody has his own opinion. But what is important here is you respect their opinion. Right? We need to accept them. Particularly now in this situation that we are in. We are divided. Again, we are divided into two things, the vaccinated and unvaccinated. I have friends who doesn't believe in vaccine, but we still respect with each other. Right? And that is most important. If you know how to respect other people's opinion, it's because that is your culture in your family. Remember that. That's why we mentioned earlier, family is the basic unit of society. Because whatever culture that you have in your family, whatever relationship you have with your parents, to your aunts, to your uncles, when you go out of your house, that is you. Right? You bring that culture that you have inside your home. If you know how to respect your sibling, then there's a big percentage that you know how to respect other people in your school, in your workplace, in your club, everywhere. It's because that is the good culture that you observe within your family. Okay, next one. Give children the skills they need to build a relationship of their own. Wow. Right? If we have a strong family ties, it gives the children confidence and they can start their own. Now, if you feed positivity in your family, I mentioned this earlier and I really want to emphasize this one. Chances are they will also do the same to their future children. So you see, that's the importance of having a good family relationship. When I was doing the youth leadership program, by the way, youth leadership program, I'm a coordinator and facilitator of that youth leadership program. And my mission is to teach children 18 years old and below. So I'm teaching in the school before the pandemic. So I go to school and I'm doing this for pro bono. And I learned from my students in my youth leadership program that at early age, 4 years old, one participant, her parents divorced at young age and it caused a mental anxiety that at young age I was surprised until I think she was grade 9 that time before the pandemic. Doctor prescribed her a pill. So imagine if there's no strong family ties and a strong relationship between mother and father, the number one who suffered are our children. That's why I really want to recommend to everyone before they jump into marriage. Love should not be only their basis. They have to make it sure that they understand each other, respect each other when it comes to particularly in financial, right? Because that's the number one reason why we're having a what you call this one? Let's call it divorce or separation. Misunderstanding when it comes to financial. Instead of helping and supporting each other, if they have a little problem with financial, then they don't communicate, there's quarrel, there's conflict. So future parents, before you tie the knot, make sure that your future spouse and you should talk not only about love but also talk other things, because really relationship is not built on love alone. Yes, I love you, will you marry me? That's easy, I will marry you. But when you marry each other, you have to make it sure that you talk about other aspect of marriage, and that is spiritual, financial, and the obligation to start a family. You're on the same page. I have a friend who got divorced, and she's now a citizen. They're now citizen of this beautiful country, but they divorced because they are not on the same page when it comes to nurturing, disciplining their kids. So you see? So parents out there, who wants to be parents out there, future parents out there, before you tie the knot, make sure that you are on the same page, respect each other opinion, respect each other ideas. And if there's conflict, there's misunderstanding, communication is the key to resolve a conflict. That is why it's worth maintaining and improving the relationship you share with your children and other family members. There are plenty of simple things you can do to develop positive and good relationship according to the article that I read before I started this talk. That is the raisingchildren.net. And I wrote it down here: quality and time, positive communication, positive nonverbal communication. And I love that when I read that. Positive nonverbal communication. As a communication coach, communication is not only through our words. Actually, our words is only 7%. The rest are 93%, and that is our tone of voice and body language. And I have that written in my book, the Say It Loud, Say It Proud, Amazon best-selling book last year. I mentioned there our words is only 7%, but actually the nonverbal communication. So when I read this article, to back up my experience in strong family ties and to supplement my story that I'm going to share, and it mentioned there nonverbal communication. Wow, really true. So when we talk about communication, which is I always emphasize today, communication also involved non-verbal. Okay. Next one is appreciation for each other and family relationship. We already discussed about that. So appreciate. I always do that when I was a manager of this fast food restaurant. I have to appreciate the people. As a mentor, coach, leader, manager, you know how to appreciate your people. So same thing as a father and a mother, a parent, you should know how to appreciate your children. Appreciate their simple ability in when it comes to their performances in school. So let's appreciate, right? Appreciate. Very important. Because when you appreciate people, it's because you are also appreciated by your parents. Those who appreciate actually are the people who were appreciated before. Right? It's hard to appreciate someone if you don't feel that one. But you can start it. Start the good deed to you and people will follow. Right? Okay, I'm going to share this one to you. Let's go to the effect of family ties and positive relationship in pandemic. Okay. Now that we are actually into this challenging situation, parenting in a pandemic, what are the tips in parenting in pandemic? Right? Particularly, every one of us is affected. But last year, everyone is at home. We are not allowed to go out of our home, and that affects everyone, right? First, as a parent, when you have a small children, address their fears. Okay, we have to understand that everyone, even we, as an adult, we have our own fear. Right? So you should know how to address their fear. That is one way to maintain a strong ties during this pandemic situation. And we are hoping this pandemic will be over probably, you never know, next year or 2 years from now. But again, always address the fear of your children. Answer the question. Okay? Give time in answering their question about this pandemic. Okay? Explain to them very well. And that is one way of addressing the fear of our children during this challenging time of pandemic. Okay. Now, next one. When you're addressing the fear of your children, you should recognize their feeling too. Okay. So recognize their feeling. Our children also worry about what's happening in the world, and we should feel them. Have not only sympathy, but empathy. It's important. Empathy. Next, model how to manage their feeling. We as a parent should be a model, right? So model. Be a good example. Next one, keep healthy routines. Okay, so teach them the healthy habit during pandemic. Okay, washing hands, stay at home when you're sick, some sort of example to keep a healthy routine. As a parent, it's our obligation to our children to have quality food, nutritious meal for them to keep away from sickness. Right? So think about our children, our family. Right? You're not only thinking about yourself. Right? Be a model. Don't show that you're drinking at home. When you're staying at home and you're drinking, do you think we are a good model? No. I've seen a lot of people complaining why they're not healthy, but you did not notice they're smoking, they're drinking. They don't practice good, healthy routine. Right? So that is one way to help our children is to maintain that health routine. And that is one good parenting during this time of pandemic. Okay. Next one. You can share stories, particularly if you have a young children, have a bedtime stories, right? Bedtime stories will help them. You're not only giving a habit of reading a book, but you're also helping them to cope up with this challenging situation by giving a good story. Okay. Use positive discipline. Okay. So if you discipline your children, use positive discipline. When I mention positive discipline, of course, we're not specifically referring to punishment here. Okay. So positive discipline. So don't use belt to whip your children. This is very prevalent in the Philippines. They use the physical way of disciplining their children. Okay? One good way is to redirect them to good behavior. Okay? One way is also inculcate creative play. Have a play with your children. Okay? Or probably have time together to exercise or walking together. You're not only teaching them healthy routines, but you are creating that strong bond to your children during this time of pandemic. Next one is direct your attention to your children. Be in now. When you're at home, be in now. So when your child say, "Daddy, Mommy, let's play," be in now. Okay? Put down your phone away, close your laptop, and direct your attention to your children. Okay? That's the most important. Okay? I would like to go back to the avoid physical punishment. Okay? So don't do physical punishment because they're already having this stress and anxiety during pandemic, and then here you are as a parent using physical punishment. Okay? What we need to do here is positive discipline. Okay? So we are here always to remind them, guide them, support them, but not in the form of physical punishment. Please, please, parents and future parents, don't do that. It's not a healthy way of developing a positive family relationship and strong family ties. You are driving them away from you when you start doing physical punishment. Okay. I don't know if you will agree with this. You are grounded. I don't know. I haven't done that to my son, who is now 19 years old. I just tell him to stay away with toxic people, non supportive people, and people who despise him. That's just a reminder. Always remind them. Okay? And then share a story, share your experience. You never know if they will be inspired by your story. Right? Positive story, what I mean here. Okay. So I'm not here to mention share your story, but it's negative. No, no, no. That's different thing. That's different. Okay. So that is one way how to be a good parent in times of pandemic. We are all stressed, I know. Even parents are stressed. With that physical distancing, wearing that mask, the divided situation between many opinions and belief regarding protocols, it's stressful. And then when you go home, there's a lot of chatter in your head. And then you show your children you're annoyed because they are loud, and then you yell at them. No, that is not a good parenting, and you are not showing strong family ties. Okay, so if you're affected with what's happening in the world right now, I suggest be mindful of your words, of your actions and thoughts. Mindfulness. So be silent. Give a silent moment to yourself and contemplate, do reflection, do visualization, know yourself, know thyself. Once you know yourself, you will be calm, understanding individual. And that habit, that energy inside you, you give that energy, a positive energy into your family. So know yourself. So please, please, parents out there, I know the situation we are in right now, this pandemic, gives us so much stress, worry, anxiety. But that should not be your excuse so that you will give a positive, what do you call this one? Punishment to your children. No, please don't do that. So the parents out there who are listening right now, in times of this challenging situation, inculcate good learning. Okay, next one. I would like to share this one. And it says here, I have notes so that I have a continuous sharing. Take care of yourself. That's very important. And any endeavor, if you want to be an inspiration, you should take care of yourself. Right? Take care of yourself, and you will take care more your family. It's always important. Take care of yourself. Okay. Let's go back how to have positive relationship for families, particularly how to have a good relationship with our children. Strong and positive relationship are enjoyable for our children's sake. It just feels good actually to be part of warm and loving family. Right? But positivity or positive relationship should come first within you. Everything starts within us. Happiness starts within us. Confidence starts within us. So you have to make it sure first what you're good inside, your energy, it will come out. Okay. So always help to secure and keep our children into a open communication with them, inculcate good learning, and of course, you should be a guiding force to our children. It is very important to maintain positive relationship to our children, because if you don't maintain that positive relationship to your children or to your spouse too, then it's very difficult for them to guide them. Right? It's really, really difficult. Other ways of giving impact and learning, particularly in our children, is always remember, this is basic, always remember important events, their birthdays. So you have to make it sure you are there to celebrate their birthdays, right? Regardless of the restriction in your own country or in your own location. Make time to celebrate important events in their life. Birthdays, what else? Well, probably your anniversary, your wedding anniversary, and include your children, right? So that's one way. So recognize their important dates in their life, and that's his birthday. Another way to have a strong family ties is praying together. Remember the saying, the family that prays together stays together, right? So pray together. So go to church, right? I make it sure that I go to church with my family, not every day, every week, but we go there. Just like same way when we go to movie, right? We go to watch movie together. So go to church together. Remember that. The family that prays together stays together. I would
Beautiful.
like to end. Thank you. I would like to end my talk. To have a strong family ties starts with you, and then you start teaching them. Thank you very much for the opportunity today. Thank you, my dear brother and Lynn, for inviting me here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity.
Wow. Families that prays together, stays together. Wow. Strong family ties. One of the most important today's era's, must feel topic, and thank you so much for sharing into detail, almost 1 hour. So really appreciate that one. It means the world to me, and especially, yeah, like South Asian people, especially, Philippines people, they are master of, family, strong family ties. So you are the perfect role model of that. Thank you so much again from bottom of my heart, for sharing your heart for like non-stop, almost 1 hour. It means the world to me. And feel free, any Torch event, you are most welcome, my brother, as the
Yeah.
speaker.
Brother, I would like to share this to you. I've known many families when they go abroad, work abroad, and then they separate and got divorced from there. And that's my message.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I
I'm
like
the one
the
of that.
impact. I like
I'm one
the
of that,
idea
brother.
of impactful families. I love this idea.
Yes.
Impactful families. My kids and I, we did prayer. They learned huge prayers in front of the table, and every day there were just different ways that we brought that in to the family unit. And unfortunately, my husband and I split, but I feel so blessed that my kids and I were really close, and they're close with their dad too. And I think that spiritual connection as young children, it's so important. And through these holidays, there's so many families that want togetherness and want connectedness, and be that impactful family like Vaughn just shared with us, and really take that time and create that system change for your family this holiday season. And we love you all, and I really pray that you just really you and your family have this beautiful holiday season. So Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to
Merry
you,
Christmas
both
to you.
of you,
Happy
and
holidays.
happy holidays.
Thank you. God
Thank
bless
you.
you.
Okay, it's time. Bless you all too. Thank you for having me again. Thank you. I appreciate you both. Thank you.
One,
Thank you so much.
feel free in the background. I'm going to convert this book in my mother tongue Gujarati about celibacy into English. So you can, go on background. Mama Lynn also going to go background too, and it's a must. It's gonna, I feel like, especially the youth, they understand what I'm going to share, man. They're going to not only change their lives, but like the generations to, So yeah, Mama Lynn, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pravin. All right, and 4:00, Chief Philip is going to be on, and it's going to be a wonderful lecture on the oneness and how we can connect. And he's a chief from the indigenous culture, and he's a very wise person. So I highly recommend. He'll be the last speaker of the day, and then we'll celebrate a little bit, and it's going to be really fun. So take it away, Mr. Pravin, Dr. PPP.
Sure. Yes. Hello. I am Dr. PPP. I am the Celebrity Guru award-winning author of the book You Are the Celebrity. I am the marathon man who ran not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, not seven, not eight, not nine, not 10, not 11, not 12, not 13, not 14, not 15, but 16 full marathons by God's grace and your blessings. I am the Himalayas Guru who is climbing the Everest, the Himalayas, by God's grace and your blessings. If the Celebrity Guru can write, so can you. If a marathon man can run, so can you. If the Himalayas Guru can climb, so can you. Life is the movie, you are the celebrity. Life is a celebration, you are the celebrity. Life is the marathon, you are the marathoner. Life is the book, you are the author. Life is the mountain, you are the mountaineer. I am the Celebrity Guru award winning author and the international bestseller author of the book Magnetic Entrepreneur, a personality that attracts. I am the Guinness World Records #1 international bestseller of the book Magnetic Entrepreneur, world renowned. I served in the Canadian Army as the engineer by God's grace and your blessings. I'm sharing this award and reward not to impress you but to impress upon you. If the boy who born in the world's beautiful country or Mother India's beautiful province or Gujarat, which gave Mahatma Gandhi to the world, which gave today's Prime Minister Mr. Modi to the world, if that boy is that Gujarat's small village or Julasan, which gave NASA astronaut Sunita Williams to the world, that boy used to be introvert, went to the medical college to live his father's dream, suffered inferiority complex because of English. But same boy who is living half of his life, 25 plus years, in from third world country to the first world country, from the developing country to the developed country. And the same boy writes his first book in English, second book in English, third book in English, fourth book in English, fifth book in English, sixth book in English, seventh book in English, eighth book in English, last but not least, ninth book in English. The boy who suffered inferiority complex, who writes 9 books and all the 9 books are in English. If that boy becomes yours and the world's one and only, the celebrity guru, Dr. PPP, if I can do it, so can you. That's why I'm sharing my awards and rewards. I used to be so slim, right? I used to wear full sleeve to hide my slim hands. I used to wear mainly pants, not shorts, to hide my slim legs. And same boy ran not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, not 9, not 10, not 11, not 12, not 13, not 14, not 15, but 16 full marathons by God's grace and your blessings. That's why if I can run, so can you. If I can become yours and the world, one and only marathon man, so can you. That's why I'm sharing my awards and rewards for you, with you. Okay. Today, I'm going to translate one of my guru called Asharam Bapu, whose speeches about celibacy is going to came in this book, written in this book, some of the speeches written in the book about celibacy. And I'm going to convert it because this one is in my mother tongue, Gujarati. So I'm going to convert Gujarati into same time. And this is about celibacy. Yauvan Suraksha. Yauvan means youthfulness. Suraksha means how can you take care of youthfulness, especially by saving your sexual energy. Okay. So are you ready? I am ready. So send lots of hearts, wow, like and share it because you are caring. But this message, somewhere, somebody is waiting for so long to change his or her life. So please, please, please share this message. And thank you so much again, Mama Lynn, for giving me this opportunity again one more time at Dodge Health 2021 Annual Conference. Mama Lynn is the founder of Torch. Torch stands for TORCH. TORCH, the Organization for Realizing Change in Humanity. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to share this book, Yavan Suraksha. Yavan means youthfulness. Suraksha means how can you take care of youthfulness. Okay, celibacy mainly. Okay, Yavan Suraksha. Sariram Adyu Khalam Dharma Sadhanam. That means શરીર ધર્મ સાધવાનું સાધન છે. That means your body is the path to attain spirituality through religion. શરીર દ્વારા જ કાર્યો થાય છે. All the actions are done by your body. જો શરીર નિર્બળ હોય તો તેની અસર મન પર પડે છે. If your body is weak, then your mind is weak. તેથી મન પણ નિર્બળ થઈ જાય છે. If your body is weak, then your mind also becomes weak. કોઈ કાર્ય સફળતાપૂર્વક પાર પાડવું હોય તો તન અને મન બંને સ્વસ્થ હોવા જોઈએ. If you would love to fulfill any work successfully, then your body and your mind should be healthy. તન અને મન નિર્બળ હોય તો કોઈ કાર્યમાં સિદ્ધિ મળતી નથી. If your body and your mind are weak, then you are not going to get the success. આથી જ કેટલાક વૃદ્ધો સાધના કરવાની હિંમત દાખવી શકતા નથી. That's why some senior people, they cannot do yoga at that age. વિષય ભોગોમાં એમના શરીરનું બધું જ તેજ નષ્ટ થઈ ગયેલું હોય છે. In sexual energy, they have lost that shine of their body. થોડું ઘણું મન મજબૂત હોય છતાં શરીર પૂર્ણ સાથ ન આપે તો મન લથડી પડે છે. Let's say mind a bit strong, but if your body is not strong, then even mind doesn't work fully. બીજી બાજુ જેમના શરીર સહકાર આપી શકે એવો યુવાન વર્ગ સાધના કરવાની ક્ષમતા હોવા છતાં સંસારના ચાકચક્યથી અંજાઈ જઈને વિષય સુખ ભોગમાં તણાઈ જાય છે. On the contrary, now Swamiji is talking about, Ashram Bapu is talking about the youngsters now. The youngsters, right? They have the capability of doing yoga, but they got, they got went into sex, and then wasting their energy, wasting their semen, right? પોતાની વીર્યશક્તિનું મહત્વ ન સમજતા ગંદી આદતોમાં એને વેડફી નાખે છે. પછી જીવનભર પછતાય છે. If they don't understand the importance of their semen, the importance of their sexual energy converting into spiritual energy, if they don't understand, then they're going to dwell into bad habits and wasting their life, and then they are having regret all their life. મારી પાસે એવા કેટલા યુવકો આવે છે કે જેઓ અંદરથી ખૂબ હેરાન પરેશાન છે. Ashram Bapu is saying that lots of youngsters are coming to me, approaching me, who are so not satisfied with their life. કોઈને પોતાના દિલનું દર્દ કહી શકતા નથી. They are not able to open up their heart with anybody. કેમ કે ખરાબ ટેવોમાં અટવાઈને તેમણે પોતાની વીર્ય શક્તિ ખોઈ નાખી હોય છે. Because of the bad practice of their sexual energy, they wasted their semen. પરિણામે તન મન નિર્બળ થઈ ગયા હોય છે. That's why their body and their mind became so weak. સંસાર તેમના માટે દુઃખાલય થઈ ગયો હોય છે. Whole world for them is like pain for them, sorrow for them. ઈશ્વર પ્રાપ્તિ તેમના માટે અશક્ય થઈ ગઈ છે. It's impossible for them to awaken themselves, to get enlightenment. સંસારમાં હવે રીબાઈને જીવન ગાળવાનું થયું. Means they got used to of living in so much pain. યતો ભ્રષ્ટઃ તતો ભ્રષ્ટઃ. મહાપુરુષો દરેક યુગમાં બ્રહ્મચર્ય પર ભાર મૂકતા આવ્યા છે. Very spiritual leaders in every centuries they have talked about celibacy. જે વ્યક્તિના જીવનમાં સંયમ નથી તે પોતાની ઉન્નતિ બરાબર સાધી શકતો નથી. The person whose life is not controllable who is not controllable in his life is not going to get success in his life. અને સમાજમાં પણ કોઈ મહત્વનું કાર્ય કરી શકતો નથી. Also he is not contributing in the society. આવી વ્યક્તિઓથી બનેલો સમાજ અને દેશ પણ ભૌતિક તેમજ આધ્યાત્મિક ઉન્નતિમાં પછાત રહી જાય છે. In the country this kind of people are there, the society of this kind of people, right? That country is going to get so down in spirituality as well as even material things too. આવા દેશનું પતન સિદ્ધ થઈ જાય છે. That kind of country is always going downward. બ્રહ્મચર્ય શું છે? What is the celibacy? બ્રહ્મચર્ય શું છે એ પહેલા સમજવું જોઈએ. We should understand the meaning of celibacy. યાજ્ઞવલ્ક્ય સંહિતામાં આવ્યું છે. In Yajnavalkya Samhita, there is one of the holy book in Hinduism, Yajnavalkya Samhita, written by priest Yajnavalkya. Karmana manasa vacha sarvavasthasu sarvatha sarvatra maithun tyago brahmacharya prachakshate. It's in Sanskrit, oldest language of the world. Sanskrit is the language of gods and goddesses. I'm going to read in Gujarati too, and then I'm going to convert in English. મન વચન અને કર્મ દ્વારા સર્વે અવસ્થામાં સર્વત્ર અને સર્વ પ્રકારે મૈથુનનો ત્યાગ કરવો એ બ્રહ્મચર્ય કહેવાય. The definition of celibacy is explained in Yajnavalkya Samhita. Man means through the mind, vachan from the promise, karma by your deeds. સર્વે અવસ્થામાં every time, સર્વત્ર everywhere, સર્વ પ્રકારે મૈથુનનો ત્યાગ કરવો means avoid sexual intercourse, that is brahmacharya, that is celibacy. વ્યાસજીએ કહ્યું છે. વ્યાસજી another priest who wrote Mahabharata. બ્રહ્મચર્ય ગુપ્તેન્દ્રિયસ્યો પસ્થસ્ય સંયમ. વિષય ઇન્દ્રિય દ્વારા પ્રાપ્ત થનારા સુખનો સંયમપૂર્વક ત્યાગ કરવો એ બ્રહ્મચર્ય છે. વિષય ઇન્દ્રિય, ઇન્દ્રિય means a sexual organ. Okay, the pleasure you are getting by playing with your sexual organ, right? And for that not to do that one, that's called brahmacharya, that is celibacy. Means not to play with your sexual body part, that's called celibacy. ભગવાન શંકર કહે છે, messenger શંકર says that સિદ્ધે બિંદૌ મહાદેવી કિમ ન સિદ્ધ્યતિ ભૂતલય. હે પાર્વતી, બિંદુ અક્ષાત વીર્ય રક્ષણ સિદ્ધ થયા પછી એવી કઈ સિદ્ધિ પૃથ્વી પર છે કે સિદ્ધ ન થાય. મેસેન્જર શંકર, ભગવાન શંકર says to his wife, goddess Parvati, Bindu અર્થાત વીર્ય રક્ષણ means celibacy. If you master the celibacy, after that there is not a single success you cannot achieve. You can achieve each and everything on this planet Earth once you mastered celibacy. સાધના દ્વારા પોતાના વીર્યનું ઉદ્વગમન કરીને ઉદ્વરિતા બનેલો જે સાધક યોગ માર્ગમાં આગળ વધે છે તે અનેક પ્રકારની સિદ્ધિઓનો માલિક બની જાય છે. In this one, it is saying that if you become the master of converting your sexual energy, sexual chakra to the different chakras, upper chakras, that kind of person is going to achieve so much in his or her life. આવા ઉર્ધ્વરેતા યોગી પુરુષના ચરણમાં સઘળી સિદ્ધિઓ દાસી બનીને રહે છે. This kind of person who mastered translating the sexual energy into spiritual energy. That kind of person, that kind of a spiritual leader is achieve each and everything in this world. આવો ઉદ્ધવરિતા પુરુષ પરમાત્માને જલ્દી પામી શકે છે. That kind of person is going to get awakenment, that is going to get enlightenment faster. અર્થાત જલ્દી આત્મ સાક્ષાત્કાર કરી શકે છે. Means you get enlightenment faster, awakening faster. દેવતાઓ અને દેવતો પણ આ બ્રહ્મચર્ય દ્વારા જ પ્રાપ્ત થયું છે. The goddess became gods and goddess, they became gods and goddess by celibacy. ब्रह्मचर्येण तपसा देवा मृत्युर्मुपाद्यत इंद्रोह ब्रह्मचर्येण देवेभ्यः स्वरामरत. That means બ્રહ્મચર્ય રૂપી તપથી દેવોએ મૃત્યુને જીતી લીધું છે. દેવરાજ ઇન્દ્રે પણ બ્રહ્મચર્ય દ્વારા જ દેવતાઓથી વધારે સુખ અને ઉચ્ચ પ્રબને પ્રાપ્ત કર્યું છે. And because of the only celibacy, the messengers and different gods, they mastered the death. They became victorious against death. And the god of the gods, Indra, he also mastered celibacy. That's why he got the highest place among all these gods and goddesses and enjoying happiness. બ્રહ્મચર્ય ઉત્કૃષ્ટ તપ છે. આમ તો તપસ્વી અનેક પ્રકારના તપ કરે છે, પરંતુ બ્રહ્મચર્યનું સ્થાન નિરાળું જ છે. ભગવાન શંકર કહે છે, there are lots of tapas. Tapas means sadhana, means yoga, like yes. But brahmacharya is unique. That means celibacy is the unique one. Lord Shiva says, na tapas tapaha ityahur brahmacharya tapotamam urdhvareta bhaveda yastu sadevo na tu manusha. Means બ્રહ્મચર્ય જ સર્વશ્રેષ્ઠ તપ છે. ત્રણેય લોકમાં એનાથી બીજી કોઈ તપશ્ચર્યા નથી. ઉર્ધ્વરેતા પુરુષ આ લોકમાં મનુષ્ય રૂપે પ્રત્યક્ષ દેવતા છે. That means who is celibacy is the best. ત્રણેય લોકમાં there are 3 lokas, પૃથ્વી લોક, આકાશ લોક and પાતાળ લોક. ત્રણેય લોકમાં એનાથી બીજી કોઈ તપશ્ચર્યા નથી. Celibacy is the best form. ઉર્ધ્વરેતા પુરુષ આ લોકમાં મનુષ્ય રૂપે પ્રત્યક્ષ દેવતા થાય છે. The person who is following a celibacy in the world is going to convert into messenger, God, goddesses. જૈન શાસ્ત્રમાં પણ બ્રહ્મચર્યની શ્રેષ્ઠતા વર્ણવતા કહ્યું છે, તવેષુ વા ઉત્તમમ બ્રહ્મચર્યત. અર્થાત બ્રહ્મચર્ય બધા તપોમાં ઉત્તમ છે. That means brahmacharya is the best. વીર્ય રક્ષણ is the જીવન. Celibacy is the life. વીર્ય એ શરીરરૂપી નગરનો રાજા છે. Semen is the king of a kingdom. આ વીરરૂપી રાજા જો પુષ્ટ હોય, બળવાન હોય, તો રોગરૂપી શત્રુ કદી રૂપી નગર પર કદી આક્રમણ ન કરે. So your semen, if you're protecting your semen, then you are not going to get sicknesses. પરંતુ જેનો વીરરૂપી રાજા નિર્બળ હોય, એ શરીરરૂપી નગરને અનેક રોગરૂપી શત્રુઓ આવી કરે છે. That means who is not doing celibacy, who is not following celibacy, that person remains weak, his body also remains weak, and he's going to catch so many diseases. That's why it was said, આથી જ કહેવાયું છે, મરણમ બિંદુ પાતેન જીવનમ બિંદુ ધારણાત. વીર્યનાશ જ મૃત્યુ છે. બિંદુપાત, વીર્યનાશ જ મૃત્યુ છે, અને બિંદુની ધારણા, વીર્ય રક્ષણ એ જ જીવન છે. That means protection of semen is life and destruction of semen is the death. જૈન ગ્રંથોમાં બ્રહ્મચર્યને પાપ ગણવામાં આવ્યું છે. અબમ બચર્યમ ઘોરમ પમાયમ દુરહિ દ્વિયમ અર્થાત બ્રહ્મચર્ય ઘોર પ્રમાદરૂપ છે. Celibacy is the best basically. અથર્વવેદમાં બ્રહ્મચર્યને ઉત્કૃષ્ટ વ્રતની સંજ્ઞા આપવામાં આવી છે. There are 4 Vedas: Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samveda, Atharvaveda. So here is mentioning about Atharvaveda. Atharvaveda બ્રહ્મેશુ વે બ્રહ્મચર્યમ. અથર્વવેદમાં બ્રહ્મચર્યને ઉત્કૃષ્ટ વ્રતની સંજ્ઞા આપવામાં આવે છે. That means in Atharvaveda, celibacy is the best of the best practice. વ્રતેષુ વૈ બ્રહ્મચર્યમ. વૈદ શાસ્ત્રમાં એને પરમ બળ કહ્યું છે. In ancient medicine, it was said one of the strongest force, which is celibacy. બ્રહ્મચર્ય પરમ બલમ. વિરક્ષણનો મહિમા સર્વે ગાયો છે. યોગીરાજ ગોરખનાથ કહે છે, કંત ગયામ કુ કામિની જુરઈ બિંદુ ગયા કુમ જોગી. અર્થાત પતિના જીવ જવાથી વિયોગમાં કામિની તડપે છે અને વીર્યપાત થવાથી યોગી પશ્ચાતાપ કરે છે. That means the lady whose husband has gone away is going to suffer and વીર્યમાન થવાથી યોગી પશ્ચાતાપ કરે છે. Let's say the guru, he get, let's say, night discharge, then he feel guilty. So he asks for forgiveness. ભગવાન શંકરે સ્પષ્ટ કીધું છે કે આ બ્રહ્મચર્યના પ્રતાપથી જ મારો મહિમા થયો છે. Lord Sri Shankar said that because of celibacy, I got the credit. યસ્ય પ્રસાદાન મહિમા મમા પેતા દિશો ભવેત. ક્ષણિક સુખાભાસ માટે જે વીર્યનો નાશ કરવામાં આવે છે, એ વીર્યનું મૂલ્ય સમજવા જેવું છે. Like for temporary gratification or wasting the semen, let's understand the meaning, understand the importance of semen. વીર્ય કેવી રીતે બને છે? Means the genesis of semen. વીર્ય શરીરની ખૂબ જ મૂલ્યવાન ધાતુ છે. Semen is one of the very important gift. ભોજનમાં વીર્ય બનવાની પ્રક્રિયા ખૂબ લાંબી હોય છે. When you eat, during your meal, eating your meal, and from your meal to convert into semen, it's a long process. रसाद्वक्तं ततो मासं मासान् मेदः प्रजायते मेदस्यासि ततो मज्जायाः શુક્રસંભવઃ. મીન્સ જે ભોજન પચે છે તેમાંથી પહેલા રસ બને છે. Okay, whatever you eating, that's gonna translate into fluid. 5 દિવસ રસ પરિપક્વ થતા તેમાંથી લોહી બને છે. After 5 days of getting that juice, it's going to convert into blood. Please do forgive me. Last whole night I did work 12 hours, 1.5 hour going to my work, 1.5 hour coming from my work. I know also tonight I'm going to work too. So I didn't sleep at all after working last night 12 hours. I just came around 1:30 and I introduced Jasmine Shumali. Then I introduced. I hosted also one tender carrick, right? So please do forgive me if I yawn, but definitely I'm putting my best to give the message of my Guru's book about celibacy. Okay, so up to now you got it. Whatever you eat is going to translate into food, into liquid, and then after 5 days, that liquid is going to convert into blood. 5 દિવસ પછી બ્લડમાંથી mass. So after 5 days from that blood, you'll get muscles. તેમાંથી 5 દિવસો બાદ મેદ. After meat, you'll get med. મેદમાંથી હાડકા, means after that, every 5 days after that, bones. હાડકામાંથી મજ્જાજ, bone marrows. From the blood, from the bones, bone marrows. મજ્જામાંથી વીર્ય બને છે, અને from that bone marrows, વીર્ય has happened. સ્ત્રીમાં ધાતુ બને છે અને રજ કહે છે. In ladies, it is said dhatu or raj in Gujarati. Like same, in men we have semen. So same like in women, it is said in Gujarati dhatu or raj. Okay. આ પ્રમાણે 6-7 સોપાની પ્રક્રિયા બાદ ભોજન વીર્યનું રૂપ ધારણ કરે છે. After going through about like 6-7 steps, finally from your meal, it's going to convert into semen. ખાધેલા ભોજનમાંથી વીર્ય બનતા આશરે 30 દિવસ અને 4 કલાક જેટલો સમય લાગે છે. Listen to this carefully, my brother. From you eat, right? Whatever is your meal is gonna take 30 days and 4 hours to translate your meal into the semen. આ વીર્યના સંયમથી વૈજ્ઞાનિકો કહે છે દર 32 કિલો ભોજનમાંથી 800 ગ્રામ લોહી બને છે. Okay, so let's say in a month, let's say you ate 30 kilograms of meal, right? Okay, altogether 13 kilograms meal. Okay, so out of 32 kilograms, 800 grams blood બને. So કેટલા percentage થયું? 32 kilos, it works for 100%. So 800 gram is how much? This is the question I ask you guys. If you're watching me, write down the answer. And 800 gram લોહીમાંથી 20 gram વીર્ય બને છે. So basically, let's say in the 1 month, you eat 32 kilograms of meals, right? So then 800 grams milk, 800 grams blood, right? From 32 kilograms of semen, you are getting 30 kilograms of you know what I mean, right? So it's 32 kilograms divided by 40 means 800 gram, right? Divided by 40, that means 20 grams semen bane, right? So like about after end of the 30 day, you will get a chance to witness that factory, right? Okay. Awesome. Okay, now આ વીર્યના સંયમથી શરીરમાં એક અદ્ભુત આકર્ષણ શક્તિ ઉત્પન્ન થાય છે. By celibacy, practice celibacy, you are going to get unique attraction strength. જેને પ્રાચીન વૈદ્ય ધન્વંતરીએ ઓજ નામ આપ્યું છે. One of the oldest priest, Dhanvantari, gave it the name called Oj. Oj means the light. Oj means The shining, spiritual shining. That's ઓજ. આ વીર્યના સંયમથી શરીરમાં એક અદ્ભુત આકર્ષણ શક્તિ ઉત્પન્ન થાય છે, જેને પ્રાચીન વૈદ્ય ધન્વંતરી ઓજ નામ આપ્યું છે. પરફેક્ટ. આ ઓજ માનવને જ પોતાનો ધર્મ, પોતાનો પરમ લાભ, આત્મદર્શન કરાવવામાં ખૂબ મહત્વનો ભાગ ભજવે છે. So this yep. So people ઓજ માનવને પોતાનો પરમ લાભ આત્મદર્શન કરવામાં ખૂબ મહત્વનો ભાગ ભજવે છે. જે કોઈ વ્યક્તિના જીવનમાં કંઈક વિશેષતા, ચહેરા પર તેજ, વાણીમાં બળ, કાર્યમાં ઉત્સાહ દેખાય, તે સમજી લો કે એ બધો વીર્ય રક્ષણનો ચમત્કાર છે. Let's say whenever you see from today onwards, and if you see somebody's life, if you don't see the happiness or buddy, that kind of relationship you don't see, if you see that one, then it's a result of doing yoga. એક સામાન્ય માણસ જે એક દિવસના 800 ગ્રામ ભોજનના હિસાબે 40 દિવસના 32 કિલો ભોજન કરે છે, 40 દિવસની તેની કમાણી લગભગ 20 ગ્રામ વીર્ય થશે. One more time. God. એક સામાન્ય માણસ, કોમન મેન, જે એક દિવસના 800 ગ્રામ ભોજનના હિસાબે 40 દિવસના 32 કિલો ભોજન કરે છે. Let's say average common man daily does 800 online events. 40 દિવસની તેની કમાણી એવો 15 ગ્રામ વીર્ય થશે. So whatever he wrote in 30 days, right? From there you will remain 15 cents, right? અને 15 ગ્રામ કે તેનાથી થોડું વધારે વીર્ય એકવાર મૈથુન કરવાથી પુરુષ દ્વારા ખર્ચાય છે. એક માસની કમાણી એક ક્ષણમાં સમાણી. Beautiful. Okay, so okay. એક સામાન્ય માણસ જે એક દિવસના 800 ગ્રામ ભોજનના હિસાબે 40 દિવસના 32 કિલો ભોજન કરે છે, તો 40 દિવસની તેની કમાણી લગભગ 20 ગ્રામ વીર્ય થશે. રાઈટ? સિમ્પલ, ઇઝી. ઓકે. અને 15 ગ્રામ કે તેનાથી થોડું વધારે વીર્ય એકવાર મૈથુન કરવાથી પુરુષ દ્વારા ખર્ચાય છે. So it's pretty simple words, right? Okay. ત્રીસ દિવસ એટલે એક માસની કમાણી લગભગ 15 ગ્રામ વીર્ય થશે. અને 15 ગ્રામ વીર્ય કે તેનાથી થોડું વધારે વીર્ય એકવાર મૈથુન કરવાથી પુરુષ દ્વારા ખર્ચાય છે. એક માસની કમાણી એક ક્ષણમાં સમાણી. Right? What's the meaning again? એક માણસ એક દિવસના 800 ગ્રામ ભોજનના હિસાબે 40 દિવસના 32 કિલો ભોજન કરે છે, 40 દિવસની કમાણી 20 ગ્રામ. Okay. So 800 gram, if let's say average person is eating 800 grams daily, so 40 days multiplied by 800 grams, that means 32,000 grams or 32 kilograms, right? 40 દિવસ તેની કમાણી લગભગ 20 ગ્રામ વીર્ય થશે. So out of the 40 days, he will get 20 grams semen, right? અને 15 ગ્રામ કે તેનાથી થોડું વધારે વીર્ય એકવાર મૈથુન કરવાથી પુરુષ દ્વારા ખર્ચાય છે. એક માસની કમાણી એક ક્ષણમાં સમાણી. So now talking about the guys out there, okay? 800 ગ્રામ ભોજનના હિસાબે 400 ગ્રામ 800 ગ્રામ ભોજનના હિસાબે 40 ગ્રામ દિવસના 32 કિલો ભોજન કરે તો 40 દિવસની કમાણી લગભગ 15 ગ્રામ વીર્ય થશે. અને 15 ગ્રામ કે તેનાથી થોડું વધારે વીર્ય એકવાર મૈથુન કરવાથી પુરુષ દ્વારા ખર્ચાય છે. 1 માસની કમાણી એક શ્રમત સમાણી રાખ. એક માળીની વાર્તા. એક હતો માળી અને પોતાના તન મન ધન લગાડી કેટલા દિવસો સુધી પરિશ્રમ કરીને એક સુંદર બગીચો બનાવ્યો. એ બગીચામાં ભાતના રંગબેરંગી મધુર સુગંધ વાળા ફૂલો ખીલ્યા અને ફૂલો વીણીને એકઠા કર્યા. તેમાંથી તેમણે ઉત્તમ અત્તર તૈયાર કર્યું અને પછી એણે શું કહ્યું તે આપ જાણો છો? એ અત્તરને એણે ગંદી ગટરમાં ફેંકી દીધું. Okay, this is the example of the garden taker, right? Okay, there was one garden taker અને પોતાના તન મન ધન લગાડી કેટલા દિવસો સુધી પરિશ્રમ કરીને એક યુવક એક સુંદર બગીચો બતાવ્યો. So for so many days he okay, so there was the gardener એને પોતાના તન મન ધન લગાડી કેટલા દિવસો સુધી પરિશ્રમ કરીને એક સુંદર બગીચો બનાવ્યો. So he did his best, and finally he made one beautiful garden. એ બગીચામાં ભાતના રંગબેરંગી મધુર સુગંધી વાળા ફૂલો ખીલ્યા. In that park, colorful flowers Uncle Ji brought, and okay, બગીચો બનાવ્યો. બગીચામાં ભાતના રંગબેરંગી મધુર સુગંધ વાળા ફૂલો ખીલ્યા. એ ફૂલો વીણીને એકઠા કર્યા. તેમાંથી એને ઉત્તમ અત્તર બનાવ્યું. So finally from the flowers he collected all those flowers and finally he created the cologne. પછી એને શું કર્યું? After that he threw that cologne into dirty water area. અરે જેની મધુર સુગંધથી પોતાનું ઘર મધમધી ઉઠવાનું હોય કેટલા દિવસોના કઠોર પરિશ્રમથી તૈયાર થયેલું અત્તર તેને ગંદી ગટરમાં નાખી દીધું. આપને મૂર્ખ લાગશે, રાઈટ? અરે તો જેની મધુર સુગંધથી the flowers beautiful fragrance પોતાનું ઘર મધમધી ઉઠવાનું હોય. Our home is going to get enlightened. Like our home, is gonna having so much like Christmas decoration. Christian people do same like decoration. Mama Malini you asking for, and ફૂલો વીણીને એકઠા કર્યા તેમાંથી ઉત્તમ. So from the flowers he created a beautiful cologne. એ ફૂલો વીણીને એકઠા કર્યા. એ અત્તરને એણે ગંદી ગટરમાં ફેંકી દીધું. He threw that attar, yeah, he threw attar into the gutter. અરે જેને મધુર સુગંધથી પોતાનું ઘર ધમધમથી ઉઠવાનું હોય કેટલા દિવસોના કઠોર પરિશ્રમથી તૈયાર થયેલું અત્તર તેને ગંદી ગટરમાં નાખી દીધું. આપને મૂર્ખ લાગશે. The person because of that fragrance he used to do so much hard work, and after that whatever is created તૈયાર થયેલું અત્તર ગંદી ગટરમાં નાખી દીધું. અરે જેની મધુર સુગંધી પોતાનું ઘર મધમધી વાતું હોય કેટલા દિવસોના કઠોર પરિશ્રમથી તૈયાર થયેલું અત્તર એને ગંદી ગટરમાં નાખી દીધું. આપને મૂર્ખ લાગશે. He threw that cologne into garbage. પરંતુ પોતાની અંદર ડોક્યુ કરો એ માળીને બીજે ક્યાંય શોધવાની જરૂર નથી. આપણામાંના કેટલાય લોકો આવા માળી છે, right? So yeah, teacher said no need to go so far to find Taqwa sister. Okay, so here I'm going to stop. 9 pages I have read for you guys. Okay, let's see. So Mama Lynn, are you in the house? Let me read this privately. Bye for now, Lynn and Praveen. Okay. On the road. That bye for now, Lynn and Praveen. Thank you. Okay, going out with my son to do walking and shoveling now. Sure, brother. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Yes. So I would love to know so far, what did you love the most? What's the message did you get? Right? I would love to read whole book, but again, I told you, right? I need to get some sleep. Maybe some another day, or maybe after catching some sleep, I might come back. Never know. We'll see. Okay. So, Mama Lean, are you there? hmm So today is the last day of Torch Health, third and final day, Torch Health 2021. And feel free to join us in New Year with all the four pillars conferences, right? Towards health, peace, environment, and tech. Now let me call Mama Ling. Okay, so now let me.
Good morning, good afternoon. Where are you located? It's 2:30 p.m. here, and we are in the last stretch. So we're going to do a little bit more with understanding this basis of yin and yang. I invited a few people. We'll see if they come. It'll be very exciting if they do. As you look into your own personal health, you know, I'm going to come back to the Gem Light Buddha of Medicine. The Gem Light Buddha of Medicine is a very powerful presence, and we're going to read some of his readings. Okay, let's go. So as we open up to this next section, you know, how we open to ourselves and the basis of understanding the unifying principle and what I teach and development. There's no greater gifts than this idea that I mentioned earlier with Ralph Waldo Emerson. The Ralph Waldo Emerson, polarity or action and reaction. We meet in every part of nature, in darkness and light, in heat and cold, in ebb and flow of waters, in male and female, in the inspiration and expiration of plants and animals, in the equality and quantity and quality of fluids in the animal body, in the systole and the diastole of the heart, in the centrifugal and centripetal gravity, in the electricity, galvanism, and chemical infinity. When we look at this idea, here are some sayings. We should let ourselves be guided by what is common to all. Yet, although the Logos is common to all, most men live as if each had a private intelligence of his own, listening not to me, but to the Logos. It is wise to acknowledge that all things are one. The Tao is like an empty bowl, which in being used can never be filled up. Fathomless, it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges, it unites all tangles, it harmonizes all lights, it unites the world into one whole. Cool things become warm. The warm grows cool. The moist dries. The parched become moist. Immortals become mortals. Mortals become immortals. They live in each other's death and die in each other's life. If the universe throws apart and then brings us together again, it advances and retires. Everything flows and nothing abides. In fact, for all things, there is time for going ahead and a time for following behind. A time for slowing, breathing, and a time for fast breathing. A time to grow in strength and a time to decay. A time to be up and a time to be down. Everything flows and nothing abides. Everything gives way and nothing stays fixed. You cannot step twice into the same river, for other waters, and yet others go ever flowing on. Look at it, but you cannot see it. Listen to it, but you cannot hear it. Grasp it, but cannot get it. Continually, the unnameable moves on until it returns beyond the realm of things. It is by disease that health is pleasant, by evil that good is pleasant, by hunger, satiety, by weariness, rest. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to one another. Voice and sound harmonize. each other, back and front, follow each other. To God, all things are beautiful, good and right. Men on the other side hand, deem some things right and others wrong. The sage is not interests of his own. He is kind to the kind. He is also kind to the unkind. He is faithful to the faithful. He is also faithful to the unfaithful. If we look at this beautiful, beautiful sayings of Heraclitus to Lao Tzu, we look at the understanding of unifying principle in such a powerful way, in such a beautiful way, in such a present way. And the process of logic and reasoning to the Greek philosophers, like Heraclitus, devoted their lives to perfecting this awareness. This was around 500 BC. So we start thinking about these early founders of philosophy, these early religion, rituals of understanding this amazing, beautiful, beautiful way of understanding the universe. We see it everywhere around us, everywhere. It's like the rose and the thorns, you know? You see a beautiful rose and you want to grab it and it bites you. When it bites you, then it's healed and then you're soothed. It's consistent. This idea of chasing after and then following. Following and leading, leading and following. It's consistent. Health and unhealthy, unhealthy to health. This is consistency. So let's read a little bit more. So much fun. So much amazing gift of understanding, of playful gifts. So the Gem-Light Buddha of medicine, Yai Kushi. Ya Kushi Ruroko Hangan. It's a beautiful idea to remember. So he talks very clearly. When I gain entrance, this is the 12 resolutions that he gives. The 12 principal resolutions. And this is by Michio Kushi. Yai Kushi was his family shrine. And the chant that we were given, Om Koro Koro Sendari Matogi Sowaka. Om Koro Koro Sendari Matogi Sowaka. It's the healing Buddha. The presence of chanting that with the Heart Sutra all night can help bring an amazing gift. There's 6 changing consciousness to this idea of these ancient principles. Gaikan, or Kaho, eternally expanding our consciousness. Naikan, Kaho, internally contracting our consciousness, contracting. Kokan, Kaho, heightening our consciousness. Te Kan, Kaho, loosening our consciousness. Ten Kan, Kaho, extending our consciousness. Yu Chukan, Kaho, universal consciousness. The 6 changing consciousness, it brings us to our knees at times. When we think about consciousness, when we think about ritual, when we think about development, when we think about the ever-evolving relationship between you and this great universe, these different types of ideas of consciousness come and go within us. The 6 consciousnesses move. They're eternally expanding all the time, right? Eternally. Always changing, right? This universe is always changing, so the consciousness changes. The internal contracting, sometimes that consciousness inside goes so deep and it innately just opens and changes our consciousness, that internally contracting. So we go inward and we can't quite figure out what is this consciousness. This idea of heightened consciousness. We have experiences, we have spiritual experiences, we have deeper experiences, we have ritual experiences, we have these rich, beautiful, beautiful ceremonies of consciousness, right? The heightened consciousness. It's so beautiful. You might see a tree, you might see a bird, you might see the river. It might bring you to the heights of the consciousness, right? The heightened. The loosening consciousness, like just playing around and dancing and going wherever you choose, that loosening, just letting yourself be in the playful part of yourself is a deep consciousness. Yes? It's so fun to just play, to relax, to enjoy that loosening of your own consciousness. The extending, to give back, right? This idea of service to others, extending. This is, the Torch family just gave 3 days of itself, of all these beautiful people. They extended their gifts. They extended their consciousness to you. They extended their love to you. They extended light to you, right? And then the universal, Yu Chan Kun, the universal, the spiralic relationship to life itself. We appear when we're born and we disappear when we die. We become material and then we disappear. Everything appears and disappears. This is the natural order of life. This is the idea of extending ourselves. This is the idea of eternally expanding consciousness. This is the idea of internally contracting consciousness. This is the idea of heightening consciousness, loosening consciousness, extending ourselves consciousness, that universal presence, that universal presence of God. It's when the nothing happens, nothingness, right? It's a nothingness. It's a deep, deep witness to nothingness, no thing. And you are in the void. And that universal consciousness is within each of us. So these 6 consciousness ideas, the state of consciousness, remember them, open to them, bring them into your full mirror of yourself. Try not to judge yourself. Try to bring yourself into the idea of we're always spiraling into one or the other, into our own consciousness. There's 5 methods of transformations. We all know this. We've looked at it this morning with these ideas of the Mokukan, the transformation to the tree. Mokukan, it's a transformative understanding of Gokan Ho, 5 transformations. So Mokukan is the tree. That's that wood energy. It's the energy of the great gifts. And here's my friend. Yes, dear.
Yeah, and now I can't find your message.
Oh, you can't?
No.
Okay. Let me send it again on Messenger.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So come on now if you want. I'm teaching. Look what I'm teaching.
What is that?
The gem light Buddha of medicine, Yai Kushi.
Kushi?
Yeah.
What Kushi?
This
Yao?
is Yai Kushi.
Yai. How do you spell Yai?
Y-A-I. Michio's family shrine in Wakayama Perfection.
In Yokohama?
Wakayama Confection.
Wakayama. This province where it was born.
Yeah, this is the shrine I went to, and this is used to hang in the Kushi Institute.
It's me.
Yeah, Yai Kushi, let's go.
It's me.
Well, come.
It's me.
Let's speak
Yeah,
about
it's
it.
me. I recognize it right away.
Come.
It's me.
Let's go. The medicine Buddha.
It was.
It was all of us.
Of course, yeah. I'm bragging. I'm a bragger.
I get
My
that.
grandmother always said, you brag too much. Shut your mouth. Watch and listen and don't talk.
You know what I'm going to ask you? Don't say shut up to me ever again. This word is so dangerous for my heart. Please.
Okay.
No more.
Okay. I won't do it anymore.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. You tell me immediately when I do something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't, because I can continue like that.
I know.
Ooh,
Yeah, no more.
I can kill somebody like that.
We're online. Look. Hurry up. Bye.
What to do?
I will send it again. You're going to press on the link. Oh, this man is too funny. We're going to have our friend Mark Van Kouwenberg, our early macrobiotic friend, that hopefully he'll come on with us. And he and I met many years. I haven't talked to him in many, many, many years, and now he appears, right? It's the same consciousness, this idea of bringing people back and coming into our lives. Kakan, the fire of life. It's like the torch, right? The torch fire, right? We open ourselves to the fire energy. It's the summer, it's bright, it's bringing the amazing bitter greens to us. It's really bringing up energy, fire. The summer, we're always moving. Energy is moving quickly. And then in the fall, things start gathering in the earth. Those beautiful sweet vegetables. The Dokkan earth, Dokkan. The earth brings us in to ourselves by eating good, by eating sweet vegetables. And this idea of metal mountain, Gonkan. The metal mountain, Gonkan. This idea of opening ourselves to this richness is so sweet. The metal mountain. The metal is gathering. It's bringing us in the late fall, where all leaves fall. It's just bringing everything in, right? And then this winter solstice that's coming up. It's the winter time, and we all go underground and we rest. It's what Chief Philip Scott gave yesterday. If you go back to his teaching yesterday, he talked about this time of year, winter, resting. It's not a time to do something brand new. It's a time to just kind of lay around and ponder a little bit. It's a time of rest. They're underground, and it's the time of water. So these 5 transformations are always around us. Always around us. Okay? All right, so let's go to some of our next ideas. The 8 images of 8 heavens, okay? 8 heavens, okay? Ha Tenso. This is part of the idea of 10 ideas, the 8 heavens. Dai Ichi Tenso. It's the image of the mechanical heaven. The mechanical words, the way that things work, the mechanical ways. This is Dai Ichi Tenso. It's the first heaven. The second heaven, Dai Ni Tenso. The image of sensory heaven. Our sensories, our sensorial, our touch, our feel, our ideas, Dai San Tenso. Our emotional heaven. Our deeper emotional wellness. Within the emotional bodies comes all of the emotions. The fourth heaven, the image of the intellectual heaven. This is where I stayed for quite a while, and I became quite present in intellectual heaven. I love it. Dai Shi Tenso, the fourth heaven. I love the intellect. It balances my emotion. It balances my sensory. It balances my mechanical, the way of idea of intellect. I love. I'm a Cancer. I'm fluid. I'm water. I'm underground. I love flowing with the underworld. And I know it's all those 6 consciousness. To remember what I just shared. Remember this consciousness. The social heaven. I love social. This is Daigo Tenso, the image of the social heaven. Do you love to go out to be social? Do you come to the world and, Dr. PPP, complete always in social heaven, just completely immense in this. That deep part of social. I'm social. Oh, I love people, right? Daigo Senso. Do you love people? The sixth heaven, the ideological heaven. Now, for years, the ideological made me a non-good businesswoman. I didn't come into the practical of mechanical thinking or the intellect. I was idealistic, but I loved it. You know, it gives us a dreaming. It's a sense of dreaming time. It's a sense of Dairoku Tenso, ideological heaven. Ideological heaven. Dai Shin Chi Chi Tenso. It's the seventh heaven, the infinite oneness, when we feel one with all. There are those moments where we all are one. We are all taking each other in as the oneness, you know? It's that infinite ideological heaven. Ideological. That oneness. It goes into that infinite oneness. Because if you think of that, it brings you to the eighth heaven, which is nothingness. We just talked about it. The nothingness, right? Dai Ha Tenso. Dai Ha Tenso. This nothingness. No thing. Very important. Very important. So these are amazing gifts. And here's my beautiful song of ephemerality. Let me sing it for you, okay? It means we sing into the richness of so many different ideas when we bring it to ourselves. Oh my goodness, so many good teachings here. But the song of ephemerality is something I loved to sing to Michio Kushi. He was a deep love and a deep wonder for me because he was here on this planetary practical, life, physicality. And now he's in this otherworldly consciousness. And it feels at times I'm in sync with him, and other times I'm back into this material world. And the world of ephemeral is we appear and we disappear. We have to see that richness within ourselves. So let me sing it to you, okay? I'm going to turn my light down. I'm going to kind of just go into a moment of, ring the bell for a minute, and I'll sing this song to you. It's a beautiful song. Michio loved this song. And I bring this to you with full circle. Full circle here. Remember, you appear and you disappear. Everything around you appears, disappears. There's nothing that stays. Here's Mark again. He's trying to get on. He doesn't know how. Hang on just a minute. Hello.
Yeah, I opened my laptop. I typed in StreamYard.com.
Yeah, /
What?
Put it /
Where?
up in your StreamYard.com / Yeah, are you on Chrome? Are you on Chrome? You have to be on Chrome.
I don't know what Chrome. I use Chrome.
Be on Chrome.
Yeah.
Okay,
Now
ready?
I get all bunch of choices.
Okay, you ready?
No, I'm not ready.
Okay.
But somebody's not here to help
I was
me.
just singing the song of ephemerality.
Yeah. Look, about Google Chrome. What does it mean? I have to be on Chrome.
Oh dear.
I just get a list now, preferences.
You just need the browser. You just need the browser of Chrome.
The browser of Chrome. Where is the browser of Chrome?
Does it say Chrome on?
Browsing data, it says.
Yeah, just go up to in the browser and say StreamYard.com /
Oh, what? I can't do that.
Okay, just press on the button. Just press on that
What
button.
button?
Okay, go on your messenger right now. I'll show you your messenger.
Okay, Messenger. Okay, I'm on Messenger.
Okay, go to where Lynn Chittick sent you a message.
No, I don't get you. I get you again.
It's okay. You don't need me. You need the messenger.
Yeah, I don't know how to use this thing.
Do you know how to go to Messenger?
Yes, I get you when I press messenger.
Good. So,
Well, I'll erase you first. I'll erase you. Yeah.
it's the song of ephemerality. Remember, you appear and you disappear. You should see the button that says StreamYard. You just press on it. Hello?
That's gonna be the next time. I don't find anything.
Oh
Uh,
dear.
yeah,
Okay, go up into your browser. Go to your browser right now.
I don't want to do it.
Oh.
It's frustrating, and my son is not here. He should have been here by now. Not here.
If your browser, if you want to come
How
on,
does it still last?
till we can do it all the way through till 10 o'clock, but I was gonna have the
Oh, 10
closing
o'clock.
circle.
What is it now? 5? It's only 5, 6. 4 more hours.
Right now, it's
Talk for
it's
4
my
hours.
time. It's
I'll
my
talk
time
night.
at 3 o'clock.
By
My
that-
time
by
is
that-
at 3
eight,
o'clock.
8. By that time, my son is back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds
No,
good.
at 8:30. No, it's too long. 2 hours. Not at 8:30.
Okay, 8:30.
8:30.
Your time. Okay. Sounds good.
My time.
Okay.
And what is your time?
My time right now is 3 o'clock.
5 hours
No.
later.
Yeah. No. No, because you're on the East Coast and I'm on the West Coast.
You're still in California.
Yeah.
Hey, why didn't you let they come to me?
Pardon?
They said they didn't let me go. They did not want me to come. When we talked last time,
I wanted to come to
you wanted to come
Alaska.
to me, and
Yeah.
you said they didn't let me go.
I
didn't
know.
let me go.
They wouldn't let me
What
come.
is that?
I don't
They didn't
know.
let you come.
I don't know.
Who?
I said
You don't know?
I don't know who stopped me in the community, but I wanted to come see you.
Oh, you're in the community.
Yeah. On to
What
Iona.
community?
I wanted to come
What?
up to Alaska to
What
visit you.
community?
Alaska.
The community is called Alaska?
No, I don't know what the name of your community is. It Iona?
Ionia.
Ionia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
What is
I'm
your
online.
community?
I'm
What
gonna.
is your community?
I don't have. Mine is Torch. The
Torch,
the
okay.
Torch family on Facebook. You can find me
Torch
now. The
Okay,
THE.
all right.
The Torch family.
The Torch family. Okay, yeah, all right. And somebody didn't let you go to
No.
Ionia?
No,
And they didn't give an explanation?
no, we have.
They didn't
they
want
s-
to buy you a ticket? That's
No,
what it was?
no, they said I needed to have a community say that it's okay for me to come.
Ah, all right. Strange.
I know. I just wanted to
Very
come.
strange.
I know.
Yeah,
Very strange.
very, very strange.
Because I wanted to see
Yeah.
you and I'm glad to connect.
You had no idea who did it. You have no suspicion?
I think it's Fia.
Fia, all right. That makes it clear.
Yeah.
Fia has been putting in the wheel, in my wheels. You put a stick into it. What do you call it?
Yeah.
He's been putting pokes
Okay,
in
let
my
me go
wheels.
because I'm online. I'm going to keep teaching.
Okay, yeah.
Hola.
Talk later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Sorry, friends. Here I am. All right, Mark keeps calling because he wants to come on, but he can't figure out the technology. But here we are, the song of ephemerality. So let's go back to where I was a minute ago. This song comes to me from so many different layers, so many different places, so many different ways of being. Iroani oedo If you could hear the songbird sing, it's a very, very beautiful song. The old ancient understanding of the spiralic relationship is so important for all of us. There are many, many old chants of the health, the way of health. And I think they're important for us to remember. The way of health recovery. We could chant this one. So maybe I'll chant this one for us, okay? In Aveline's world, let me see what she would be doing if we were doing this, if I can do it. Maybe I can do it on this, okay? Let's see how this sounds. Yeah, this is good. Kata Kamuna. This is an old ancient chant. This isn't of a tradition or religion. It's a way of health recovery, and it comes from a sound. So I'm gonna do that. Kamuna gara ohe chino nayami iyashi puse tanamata katame koto yamase takeshita shimichi aguminari kamunagara kotuno neyani iyashi use amano tanamu teyaki katani takeshita shimichi aguminari kagumunagaka Toyami mashirore ichachi fuse onaji monasaki tana hoshi takeshi tashimichi aguminari kamunagara toroji kake kone iyashi puse kamuto tsuruji tana kokoro takeshi tashimichi aguminari kamunagara inami homujimi kamushi fuki kiyomi kahitute mike kuturi takeshi tashimichi aguminari Rahamunarasu Nefuchunami Chiko Ishoshu Yuko Piru Puriwake Hamukure Rusi Suri Takeshi Tashimichi Haguminari Hakamunaka Rayamato Katuraji Tumihai Wakusemiya Kisuki Ate Kusuri Ku Atake Tashimichi Hagumirari Kamunagara Iwakusunade Moke Urana Kakuro Kodinarumi Ami Kusori Takeshi Tashimichi Aguminari. Whew, I haven't chanted in a long time. And as I say the prayers through this Christmas season and healing and health to all of you, this old ancient chanting understanding. The Blessed Sermon on the Mount, St. Matthew, blessed are the poor in the spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those, they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. They're turning me off here. So I've got to undo my Facebook. There we go. We're removing and adding Facebook pages. We're still on. Okay, good. We're on live on there. Let's add my personal page. I hope you can join us. Hello, if you're just joining me, I've been on for a while. I'm teaching some chanting, and I'm going to go on to a practice by design right now. I'm going to practice by design to say hello. It's the beautiful day of the 19th day out of 31 days of practice. We've been on practice with Torch Health, so please, I will put some connections in for this, but I'm doing a reading right now from the Sermon on the Mount, okay? A Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for this is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say manners of evil against you falsely for my name's sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth, ye are the light of the world. Except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of judgment. Whoever looketh on a woman unto lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. In thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. If thy right hand offends thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. Swear not at all, neither by heaven nor by earth. Ye resist not evil. Whoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other side. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you, and pray for them. So Matthew gives us so many different good lessons. And this time of year, in the Christian tradition, Matthew gives us this idea, blessed are the poor, blessed are those that are poor and meek, blessed are those in the eyes of righteousness. You know, there are so many days where we as a community of people have been on our knees. But if you look on chapter 5 on St. Matthew's Sermon on the Mount, it's a powerful way. In Exodus, the commandments, the 10 commandments, I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Remember the Sabbath day. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors. Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor. So as we move into this idea, Michio gave us this idea of praying for ourselves. And I want you to take this seriously. I'll go slow and repeat after me if you can, okay? Because this will help you just look at yourself. Now you can light 2 candles and do this practice. You can come back to this if you like. So it's a really beautiful practice. It's a prayer to self. I pray to me, for I am whole, I am one infinity. I worship me, for I am eternal, I am universal. I face to me, for I am nothing, I am all. I wish for me, for I am the forever being within and without, everything and every being. I have changed myself from non-being to being, from the whole to a part, from the immortal to the mortal. I have taken a human form to realize my dream. I will dissolve this form to return to the whole, to become every being. I will appear and disappear again and again in my course of endless change. My being is eternal. My being is boundless. From the beginningless beginning to the endless end, I am the whole. I am all. Here and now I worship me. I pray to me and I marvel me. So praying for yourself is something that people think you're doing in vain, but really taking time for you in self-care brings resiliency into a world that is very, very, filled with trauma, filled with ancestry trauma, filled with shame and pride and guilt and all the things that come to us. And so when you take time and pray for yourself, you're praying to this great universe that you are worthy of being you. You are worthy of being you. You are taking your consciousness to pray for you. And when you take your consciousness, remember you appear. This is such a powerful prayer because he says he came from nothingness to immortal. He became immortal to immortal and will return to immortal. This is appearing and disappearing. We appear and we disappear over and over if we choose. There's this moment of time when I remember this feeling when I met Michio and Aveline, and, Aveline took me to chanting and she said, come chant. And so I came and I was willing and I said yes. And I get there and all of a sudden I'm in this world of fear. I'm in this world of fear. I'm not Buddhist. I don't chant Buddhist chants, Aveline. I grew up Christian, I said. She said, no. Sound is just sound. And it shifted my relationship to what sound was. What is the world of sound? What is the world of the ephemeral world? What is the world of nothingness? When we open ourselves and open our eyes to our own health, Torch Health is really about the unifying principle of this great universe, this great consciousness. It goes back to those 6 consciousnesses that I just shared with you. They're so beautiful, right? So let's repeat those a little bit because I think those are really important. I think it's a very key lesson for us. The universal is the great spiralic. We spiral in, we're born, and we spiral out. And in our lives, we extend consciousness to others. We loosen consciousness sometimes. We get very unwieldy at times in our consciousness, and it's okay because we're human. We're in the physical form. We heighten our consciousness by prayer and meditation and maybe chanting. Maybe you have your own practices in your own tradition. We heighten our consciousness. We bring the internal contraction internally. We bring that consciousness inside. We bring it to the whispers of our inner soul and know that we're in that depth of the material world and that we have materialized. At some point, I will become back to nothingness, right? I will extend my life to nothingness. I won't be here in the physical plane to give you a hug, and the eternal expanding consciousness, when we experience these heightened, we experience these ideas of heightened relationship to ourselves. We experience the internal, and then we experience this great eternal, the witness of the eternal consciousness. So these ideas of the 6 changing consciousness is very beautiful because we change all the way. We change around. We think we should just become enlightened. I remember so many people were, they'd come to me and they said, I want what you have. And I said, there's nothing to have. You are that. You are that. You are that consciousness in this moment. You're the consciousness that you are. In any given time, we're any given one of these, Sometimes I'm so contracted inside, I have to go in and internally material into the material world in that internal consciousness. Sometimes I'm so in the extending consciousness, I love giving service to the humanity. right? That service of extending my consciousness out into the world of the things I've been given. I've been given so many things to give to the world. I have to bring back the universal consciousness to hand it over to God when I need to, right? We hand things over. There might be a person in our family that's struggling. There's nothing we can do because we're not God. We're in this material body. We can pray for them, but we can't do it for them. We can't do that unifying principle, that universal consciousness for them. People have to do that on their own. When you bring the eternal expanding consciousness, when you bring the chanting and you go really into deep meditation, for years I did so much deep meditation, hours a day. I'd wake up at about 4 a.m. and I'd chant and I'd pray until around 6, and then I'd start making breakfast. Breakfast was a meditation always, so I'd light a candle. My kids woke up to a candlelight in the morning, and I'd make food for them. And my family would wake up and my day would be full of family and kids fighting and kids running and racing, and all of that is such beautiful consciousness, right? And then it was night and they all would go back to bed and we'd read stories and do prayers at all the different days, times throughout the day, and then they'd go to sleep at night. And then I would go back in my prayer room and pray again and go back to that higher level of consciousness and say, thank you, God. Thank you. And it's another day, right? And at nighttime, sometimes I'd have this working consciousness where it was always moving and it was always teaching me. I learned about viruses and bacteria, and I'd wake up the next day and I'd say to my husband, oh my gosh, my whole night was a teaching kitchen. Like it was like a full load. I used to call it night school. And I learned all about way expanded, ideas around virus and that deep level. So night school for me was powerful. And then I'd wake up at 4 o'clock and I'd chant for 2 hours and pray and go deep into that higher state of consciousness. And then the candle would get lit. I'd come in and I'd chop my vegetables into that idea of the internal contracting consciousness of getting present for my family, getting present from the extended to the present, right? The extended to the present consciousness, to the present of food, and make food for my family. And the candle would be the only light in the house while I cut my vegetables. I'd open the doors quietly. The children would wake up. We'd have a prayer before our meal. They would have a beautiful meal with just candlelight. And then we'd have the full day again, right? So the service of extending myself as a mom, extending myself with song and dance and play and running in the fields and gardening and all the things that came with mothering. These are a beautiful, beautiful extended consciousness of my soul. And this time goes throughout our lives, and we might spend time in one of these 6 consciousnesses throughout our lives, but we're always extending back, into this universal presence, because God gives us so much. We might meet somebody so heavenly, and they'd say the right word, and we fall into this thank you for appearing. My friend called today. She was at Pete's Coffee, and she said, I'll bring you a coffee and a brownie. I said, I want a brownie. It's the end of the day. I've been on, doing this service, this extending my consciousness to the world. And I come back and I just bring myself back. And I bring myself I just want a coffee and a chocolate brownie. And I ate a chocolate brownie and coffee. And that's, it's okay. It's okay. Because, I had brown rice. I had nori. I had a beautiful broccoli, and I had this beautiful breakfast, So later in the day, I have a coffee and a brownie. Not so good, right? Sugar, pretty expanded right now, pretty wild. And as I give you these teachings at the end of our time, there's this presence that, Chief Philip Lane Jr. will be on in 30 minutes, and he's going to shake our boat. He's going to shake our underworld of a much more graded, expanding consciousness, because he carries it within his being. And the spiritual leaders of our time are just carrying the message to each of us and bringing us into the humility in the heart of our souls. And as you combine your connectedness, you're connected to these 6 consciousnesses, I want you to remember that the presence that you bring into the world is about your practice. And that practice is ever giving. And so on this 19th day, as a practice by design, I welcome you to practice. And I'm going to shut down that page just because that's enough on that page today. So I'm going to remove it from our platform now. Blessings. So as we move into this next phase, this ending of our time together with Torch Health, the ending of our ceremonies and our rituals and our amazing people that appeared, right? They appeared on the stage. The stage is just this grace that happens. Grace appears. You have to remember, let me get the idea of grace. I have to bring it up. I don't know it by heart. So let me look up at the word grace, because the grace has such a meaning. It's so cool. It says simple elegance of refinement or movement. That's grace. Simple elegance of refinement, of movement. Courteous goodwill. Due honor or credit to someone by one's presence. So I love this idea of simple elegance or refinement of movement. Grace is that refinement within each other. We have a refinement that we refine on a daily reprieve. We refine ourselves to this daily, consciousness. And it's such a gift. So I'm going to get off right now and let you meditate for a few minutes. I'm going to send Phil Lane, Chief. I'm so excited to have him. I really am, because he's going to bring a message to us today. And, I think you're going to be thrilled about his presence. I think you're going to be really happy about his presence. He's going to say, we are one human family, intimately related to all life, is his message. And he and I spoke a couple hours ago, and just want to send him the StreamYard so he has a moment. So let's take a moment out. I've spoken enough about all the different consciousness, all the different ways of being, all the different ways that we relate to each other. We relate on so many different layers. And we relate from the heart. We relate from sometimes our mind, our intellect, sometimes so many different ways of thinking. And we come back and we say, okay, today was today. And you don't know on any given day what life shall bring you. But this idea of brown rice, this idea of looking at just practical application of your health, vitamins and minerals and interference and antioxidants and cleansing and resistance and essential fatty acids, amino acids diet. These are all real science. Health matters. Spiritual science, spiritual ideas are so good. And we've got this idea of this humility with this eagle. The humility of eagle, he stands in humble positioning. And this is such a gift. And here's our brown rice. Eating brown rice, opening ourselves. And here are my children that I just shared with you. We grew all of our own food, and this was a daikon in New Hampshire. And this was grown in a garden in Chicorowa, New Hampshire. And the garden was our driveway because there was no garden space. I built a garden in our driveway. So that's that. And so back to our torch meditation, simple action for global change. Take a moment now. Take some of this in yourself. Take a time, a moment, and I'll be right with you. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so glad you're here. I've been very expanded in my consciousness for a little while. I've been teaching about the 6 consciousnesses. So I'm sending Phil Lane a message, and then I'll come back and share what I was just teaching. And you go ahead, run the show there, sir, for a minute.
What would you like me to talk about, my dear?
You're the beauty, right? This moment.
The beauty is this. Everybody's the beauty this moment. This is what's so beautiful. Because when you see a field of flowers, you don't say that one's better than that one. When you first see it, you see everything and you're in awe. Just like a sunset that as you round the corner at Yosemite National Park or some other beautiful place, and we see this maybe for the first time, your mouth opens and there's no thoughts. This is the kind of experience that we can have more readily in our day. When you listen to Chief Phil, he's a magical medicine man. He knows the medicine for not only the body, but he also knows medicine for the human heart. He's a beautiful soul like so many of you are. Not a single soul is evil. God can't make anything imperfect because he is perfect. So from the perfect comes the perfect, and everything that remains is perfect. That actually is a quote from a Sanskrit shloka, and it means in Sanskrit, Om Purnamada Purnamudat Purnamudachate Purnasha Purnamidaya Purnamiva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Beautiful little expression. Doesn't matter what religion it is. Doesn't matter what language it came from. But I'd love to give you something that can bring you more peace. Peace each day. Peace in everything. Everything with peace. So when you do this simple thing, peace in everything, in Urdu or Chinese or whatever, Swahili, peace in everything. Everything with peace. And we keep doing this for as long as it takes to be still, to be calm. Because as your breath calms down, your heart rate calms down. Your heart rate calms down, and your brain waves calm down. So we can be still and give peace because we have peace in everything. We can give everything with peace. Every expression of our body, every expression of our mouth, every expression of our look can be peaceful, can share and spread peace. There's a way that will inspire you to bring peace in more parts of your life. It's called the Peace Lab. You can see something about it on othernetworks.org/peace_lab. Or you can just go on to othernetworks.org and search for Peace Lab. And you will see a lot of great ideas to bring more and more peace to life. If we're sitting in a cave, we can be so peaceful and help radiate the vibration out to others. Or we can be in the middle of a city. I just got I'm getting a little connected with somebody that is in in Bangladesh. Her name is Morin Raman Rimi. And she happens to live in a place that I was hijacked to. Yes, I was hijacked, and on that plane, because I was still inside, I helped others be more calm, even when we came in for a landing, and it was very, very stressful. The lady next to me shook and breathed funny all of a sudden. She was having possibly a heart attack or something. And when I grabbed her arm and I said, "Calm down, everything will be okay. The Lord's taking care of us." Immediately, she calmed down. I got to start doing it then. Why? Inshallah. God wills it. They took me out of my seat and threw me in the first class section, and I was still in a blissful state. I was still in a meditative state. Why? Because I had practiced something that brought peace in everything. Everything with peace. Peace in everything. everything with peace. And you too can do that any time of day, whenever you feel upset or whenever you feel really good. And you can share it with anybody. You look on other networks and you can look up meditation or peacemaker meditation, and you'll see a link to a 15-minute video on peak performance prompters. This 15-minute video is on in the station that's called Peak Performance Prompters, and it's a 15-minute video for the peacemaker meditation. And we can develop not only more peace, but we will be better performers. Why? We get healthier when we're more peaceful. We get to be better performers when we are more peaceful, when we are not in distress. And there's so much stress in the world, we don't need to talk about it. Everybody knows somebody, something is stressing, whether it's metal on metal or people on people can be stressful. But that doesn't mean we have to go into distress. Distress is the negative part that too much stress brings. So when a person performs at their best, they're actually experiencing eustress. That's the term in psychology. It's eustress. And we can develop to be so much better with the optimum amount of tension, but not distress. Distress will make us sicker, will make us not think so well, will make us feel badly. So here we are. We get to be healthier. And in our society that is the best culture for us. And we can make the society even better. An example. Modern research has been seeing how Mother Nature, I'm going to be speaking about it later today at 5 o'clock, how Mother Nature is something that we can learn from to live better. A simple example is birthing. All the mothers that ever gave birth allowed their child to come forth from their body in a struggle, because it is not easy for a child to get through that birth canal. But it has an analogy in nature in another way. You look at a butterfly. Before it became a butterfly, it was in a cocoon that had all kinds of gook in it for a long time, until there were some imaginal cells, some cells that thought something creative could be better than eating up the world. And so this came into this chrysalis, and enough imaginal cells spread it, like this idea of meditation, the peacemaker meditation. They spread it around these other cells, the neighbors, and it became a butterfly that had to struggle to get through the cocoon. Cocoon is very strong. When people have tried to cut it open before the butterfly broke through, the butterfly cannot fly. That is sad. And yet somebody's thinking they're going to help it. Just like when we give birth, unless we have to, if we have to, give a C-section, a cesarean section. Have that happen. But the struggle that a child goes through has been found to prove to not only when they're going through the birth canal, they get certain enzymes, they get certain, even like bacteria and things like that, that strengthen the child's ability of their immune system and their bodily systems, their nerve structures. All these things were improved through going through the birth canal. and it's a magical time. My wife was ecstatic on the childbirth. Both of them were actually done underwater, and it was so much easier for a child to come forth. And it's in its natural environment in a way, this liquid. It's been in a liquid in the mother for so long, 9 months, all its life. And then it comes forth into a liquid. And then you can bring it up. It's even cleaner because you do it that way. And it comes forth into the father's hands, or the doctor's hands, or the midwife's hands. And it's going to be able to be stronger. It'll be healthier. So many good things come from modeling what nature has to offer us. And that's something that I will be talking on at about 5 o'clock today in Pacific time, that is. So it's probably about 6 o'clock or 6:30 in the morning in Pakistan or India. I'm not sure. India, it's going to be at 6:30 in the morning then. So I look forward to being able to talk with you about that. And as Lynn hasn't gotten back with us, it looks like I get to be able to do this called spontaneous communication. I took one communication class. It was a speech class in college. It was a requirement in America to have that as something that would get you to graduate from college. And it was the first time I remember having to speak in front of a class. I had avoided it for so long. And I got to speak about something I knew best, myself. And yet I'm standing in front of this class of people I really didn't know. And I had to speak about this person. And my hands were sort of sweating, and I got to speak about Kurt Kruger, and I was a swimmer in high school and played football and track and field, and I was a letterman in those, and I was from San Fernando, California, and it was not easy. Because of practice, because of experimenting with life, this person, this Kurt Kruger, got to be able to speak at the United Nations, got to be able to speak at Oxford Medical School, got all these incredible things. But what is it that happened that caused it? Experimenting and practicing and seeking improvement, not only for this, but also for that, so we can have more peace in everything with peace. And Mama Lynn, I'm so happy to see you.
I'm so happy to be back. You let me get the dog out. You let me do all the things I needed to do, get a drink. I'd been teaching for a while. I've been teaching about, I know you're just magically moving in this amazing, way of understanding that you have. And we've just had such a great time. We've got a couple hackers that I can't even get them off the hack list, but that's okay. It's part of our process, I think, with this idea of, how we do it. Philip David gives us roses, and he says, wow. And Virginia Sushila says, hijack survivor. That's what she tells you. And microbiome. And then Sadiquat is here, and he says great. And I'm not sure, I'm sure he wasn't here before I got here. So thank you, Kurt Kruger. So this is the Gem Light Buddha of medicine.
Oh.
This was Yai Kushi in Wakayama Prefecture. It's 2,500-year-old Buddha temple in Japan that people went for sacred healings. And Michio Kushi, that I studied with, that founded the first health food store in America, brought forth all of these teachings from Yai Kushi. And they were very powerful. So if we want, we've a couple of minutes. Do you want me to read those? Would you be open to that?
Yes.
They're 12 resolutions, and they're very powerful. And it comes from his family shrine. And he said it was like very similar to the ideas around basically the Tibetan Buddhist. So, the medicine Buddha. So this is Yai Kushi Riroko Hongan. And if anybody has any, deeper physical problems, the chant at the end, I'll chant for a couple minutes before Chief comes on, and we can do that. And you're supposed to chant it all the way through the nighttime. And it's a beautiful way of just expression, and really bringing yourself forward. So here they are. 12. Yes.
What language is it in?
Japanese, but older. There's old ancient language, in Japan, that a lot of these teachings came that Michio brought forward from his family shrine. I was able to go there, and that's another experience in another time, but I can share that. But let's read these. You're going to be impressed.
Beautiful.
First resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, my light will radiate and shine brightly over all phenomena in all worlds, and solemnly decorate everything with many forms and shapes, and make all people the same as I. The second resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, my body will become pure and bright like the gem light shines and appears with a magnificent light beyond the sun and the moon. All people will awake and understand and develop various enterprises according to whatever they desire. The third resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, through my boundless wisdom and measures, I will make all people gain unlimited opportunity of materials and let them not be in poverty. Fourth resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, if there are people who have done wrong things, I will make them all live safely in the universal way. If there are people who are seeking alone or others, I will guide them to eternal happiness. Fifth resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, there will be a great number of people who train themselves with my law of the universe. I will make them all satisfied and full understanding, and even if there are those who have made violations or mistakes, I will make them return to be clean and pure by making reflections through the sound of my name. Sixth resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, there will be suffering from various sicknesses such as retardation, arrogance, foolishness, blindness, death, and dumbness, paralysis, crippled bodies, leprosy, madness, and many others. Because of the inferior mind and disorder in the body, I will make them all accomplish orderly appearance and with perfect bodily functions, letting all sickness disappear when they hear my name. Seventh resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, there will be people who suffer more from various illnesses without salvation, home, medicine, drugs, parents and family, struggling in poverty and difficulty. When the sound of my name touches their ears, all forms of disease disappear. Body and mind become safe and happy. Home and family become satisfied, and supreme understanding is realized. Eighth resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, there will be women who are struggling with hundreds of forms of suffering and delusions and wish to abandon the body of a woman. When they hear the sound of my name, all these women will change to happiness, eliminating all their suffering and delusions and manifesting themselves in supreme understanding. Ninth resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, I will make all people safe from the devilish net and come out from all wrongdoings. If there are people who are confused within the forest of various delusions and opinions, I will invite them to place themselves in right vision, make them learn the way of the universe, and let them gain supreme understanding quickly. 10th resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, there will be various people who are confined to prison or received execution by various laws and received suffering to the body and mind from accidents, rape, sadness, and accusation. When they hear the sound of my name, all of them will come out from all forms of suffering through my spiritual power. 11th resolution: when I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, There will be people who are suffering with thirst and starvation, making sinful behavior in search of food. When they hear the sound of my name and keep holding it always in their mind, I will make them fully satisfied with supreme forms of food and drink, and let them place themselves and live in a safe, happy place. 12th resolution. When I gain entrance to the universal spirit in the coming world, there will be people suffering in poverty without clothing and tortured by insects and worms, heat and cold, night and day. When they hear the sound of my name and keep holding it always in their mind, I will make them gain clothing and all sorts of treasures with flowers, perfume, music, and art as they desire, and achieve their satisfaction according to what they want. And here is our chant. Here is our chant. Om Koro Koro. So repeat after me. Om Koro Koro. Sendari.
Sendari.
Matogi. Matogi Sowaka.
Okay.
So it's Om Koro Koro Sendari Matogi Sowaka. Om Koro Koro Sendari Matogi Sowaka. Om Koro Koro Sendari Matogi Sowaka. So this was Michio's family shrine in Japan, and those resolutions were made 2,500 years ago. And it's very powerful for me to watch how we as a society are here, you know, with all those delusions here.
Beautiful, yes.
It,
I'd love to see that if you can write it up or send it out to people.
yeah, I'll send a
I'd love
picture
to
of
have
it.
a copy. Yeah, please.
Yeah, it comes from the Kushi Institute, so it is really kind of
Beautiful, yes.
bring it forward from that. But I was teaching about the 6 changing consciousness, and I'd love to give this to you guys because I think it really touched me today. It's called Roku Kaho, and he talks about eternally expanding consciousness. Okay, that's Gai Kan Kaho, externally expanding consciousness. Then he talks about internally contracting consciousness. Internally, and that's Nai Kan Kaho. And then heightening consciousness. When we experience these heights, you know, these higher spaces, and that Ko Kan Kaho. And then the loosening, you know, when we're loose and playful and just playing in our consciousness. Tai Kan Kaho. And then Tenkan, the extending. When we give service to the world, we extend ourselves, the extending consciousness that you both lovingly do all the time. And I love you so much. We're always in the Tenkan Kaho. And then the universal consciousness, the nothingness, right? And it's basically the 6 changing consciousnesses. And so we're always in these changing I just, you know, that's such brilliant relations to each other, you know, because we're in any of those given 6 consciousnesses at any given time. You know, it's.
You look at
I said enough, but I'm very high about it today. I'm very high about reading this. I felt like it felt the heightened consciousness is here because I read this today.
It's flowing, it's flowing, it's flowing, just like Mother Nature flows. The wind flows this way and moves that way. The water does the same, and it's constantly changing. And that's the beauty of it. It is what it is. That's right. The world is as you see it. And we get to see it blissfully, or we can see it in a different way. Any which way we can, it's just present with us. And
we get trapped in, though, a lot of times as human beings. You know, it's just our consciousness has to go inward.
Yeah.
Give ourselves a rekindling of our own inner world, that eternally expanding consciousness, you know, like, you know, wanting to grow it and expanding and trying to chant, trying to pray, trying to be in it. And then this idea of heightened consciousness when we've had these experiences, the spiritual experience, you know, the deep spiritual experiences, you know. And then the loosening. I love this idea of loosening consciousness, you know, loosening consciousness. And then extending consciousness, the service of others. We, as good Christian woman, I have to give service back, you know, and sometimes that gets so much and I have to go back and I have to go way into my code, you know? And I'm pretty much on that most of the time. And then the universe.
That's what's so beautiful. We can take a retreat to be able to go within and rejuvenate ourselves. And then we can come out and be better gifts as well as be healthier, because there's not a single being in nature that doesn't need that respite. from
Mm,
you look at sleep, it does the same thing. It says it's time to be able to rejuvenate. So we go
yes.
within. We may not be fully conscious unless you learn how to do lucid dreaming or other
Uh-huh.
ways of dealing with the different state of consciousness. There's so many things that we can do, but how many of us know of it? I mean, that's one of the reasons why, I wrote this little simple book. It
Oh,
was easy
beautiful.
to bring forth and
I'm
get the
embarrassed to not have your book or Dr. PPP's book. I haven't either. I didn't order them. I need to, I need to
you get
create.
to.
I also have a book, but it's not on the sale list, but it's a cookbook. But I do have a book written.
Excellent. Excellent.
It's not my own. It's a community cookbook, but I did a lot of articles in there. But let me give you one more from him, and then I'll stop because Chief will be coming on. But he talks about the images of 8 heavens. The images of 8 heavens.
Wow.
Here we are. Here we are.
Oh,
Maybe we're
lovely.
not going to do the 8 heavens. We'll do the 8 heavens after we meet with Chief. Hello.
Whoa, hey, good to see you all.
Awesome.
We are so blessed to have you here.
Well,
So
thank
blessed.
you. Thank
So
you so much.
excited. I know you have a PowerPoint for us, and so we might take a minute to set you up to make sure we can get that on.
Let me make sure I get my slides. Okay, share screen.
worries.
Right, I push
so
share
grateful.
screen, right?
Yeah, share your screen. You see where it says
Okay.
share?
I
And
got
then
that.
it'll have 3 windows at the top. There'll be let me do it
A
myself.
window?
They'll have entire screen. They'll have a window. Go to your window and see if you see the slideshow that
Okay.
you want. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see this. I see the program.
Good. Well, press on that one. And then the share button. Put share. Press on the share button.
I did. For some reason.
Share on the model. And
Here.
maybe
Well, that's weird.
we have to get down off the screen a minute. I'll
Here.
get these 2 just down off. Sorry, Kurt, we're right here, but let me see if I can get him started.
Okay, you want me to go share
Yes,
screen,
try
right?
it again. Share screen.
Share screen. Okay.
Then look at the top buttons on that square. And it has, there's
share
one that
screen.
says
Okay, here we go.
Windows.
Yeah, I got the window. I'm already there.
Okay, then press share screen. It should,
I'm on the window.
okay, and then press share. There's a little share button on the right-hand side.
It's not, for instance, when I
It's
push
a
the
blue
window.
button. It's a little
Yeah.
blue button.
Yeah, I see the share, but it doesn't. It for some reason not working.
You have to press on that window though. Press on the window that you're opening. In the
I
middle
got,
of your
I got it. Okay, now I've done that.
Yeah, now the share button should light up and then you can share it.
The share button should line up. That was just so.
It's okay. You do the windows and then you press in the middle which screen you want. Make
Okay.
sure that
Okay, now I am not understanding here. It says share. I got another share button. I'm just simply looking at the 2 of us in this thing right now.
sure, but you're gonna have to press the share. Once you press in the middle, you found the screen of your PowerPoint. Press right there on your PowerPoint. Make
Well,
sure this is
I can't. I haven't found my PowerPoint because I can't seem to get to it.
Oh, okay. So let me just give you the 3 things on the top. Okay, you ready?
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna go very slow.
let me tell you what. Darn it.
Okay, I'll go very slow. Don't worry. We've got
Okay,
plenty of time.
okay, I said share. Okay, I've done that.
And then at the top, it says choose what to share, right? Do you have that in front of you?
No. So I'm sharing, but press the screen. It says screen sharing tips. Screen sharing. Some screens don't show the tips. Okay, now it says share screen. Then it says the entire. Okay, then it says Chrome tab.
Does it say window?
It says window, but window doesn't do anything for me. That's the problem.
You can't press on the window?
Yeah, I can press on it, but it does nothing.
Okay, well, press on just your main share, what you want to share.
But you see, I can't get to what I want to share.
Okay, so where it says entire screen, go down on your actual, you'll see that block of your computer. Do you see everything in the window? Press right on that, and what happens is there's a green It'll
My
it'll light up when you press on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get my son to help me. 'Cause
Okay,
he
no
knows.
worries.
He knows. I want to.
No worries.
Say, son, Sonny boy. If you give me this real quick hand, I'm trying to share something on this Team Viewer. You know about Team Viewer. Okay, come give me a hand, quick hand, would you, please? It's much more difficult than I thought. Okay. All right, yeah. So let me cancel this here. So we'll get this one way or the other.
No worries. I know it'll happen.
Okay. Okay, Sonny. So if you would, here, I want to share my slide presentation. I got.
Okay, are you there? My
Yeah,
name's
ready?
Lynn. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, we press on the share button, okay?
Right.
And then share screen, right? And then you're
Right.
looking at entire screen, window, or Chrome tab, usually at the top across. You have to actually press on the window itself, you know, like, or the
Right.
entire.
You want to do this
Yeah,
dotting
exactly.
of it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There it is. Look at this. Watch. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, but the thing is now, Tiger, what I have to be able to do, hang on,
Yes.
let's shoot here on. What I have to be able to do is to be able to have this come on after they introduce
There
me.
you go. There you go.
So the question is, how do I do this so that now I've got this, all right? how do you introduce me and then I can come back to this again? Maybe you have to
Okay.
do,
What time?
well, but right, but what time we're going to start pretty quick?
You can start now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, we're 3:59. Okay.
Yeah,
So-
want me to remove it for you?
Yeah.
I'll
What?
remove it.
Okay.
Leave
Now.
it right there. Leave it right there.
Okay. Can you put it back up?
Yep, I'll put it back up.
Oh, perfect. And then I can share it from there.
But your son might need to show you which button to share. Yep. So you'll get started, and then we'll move it up when you're ready.
Okay, and I'll stay for a minute.
Yeah,
Stay for a minute.
Thank you so much. What's your son's
Okay.
name? What's
Tiger.
your son's?
Tiger.
Hi, Tiger. Nice to see you. All right. So we've got Chief Philip Lane Jr. here, and he's going to speak about the One Human Family, and it's very exciting to have him here. He's our last main speaker of our event for Torch, and I'm so excited to really embrace this next chapter with him because he's been on here. He started with our peace events, and Kurt and you, this is Kurt Kruger, and Dr. PPP, I don't know if he's on or not, but we're all here with you, so we can hear you. There's Dr. PPP. We can hear you, and we just want to welcome you to the stage again. It's such a blessing, but you and Kurt came on the same peace events with Torch Peace. I think it was last summer. And
Yes.
it was so cool to see you guys both here, and I met you both at the same time. Uh-oh, where did that go? You just lost
You
me.
know, another thing about Phil is that we've also been on the Humanity Rising Global
Tiger, we're gonna
Solutions Summit stage at the same time.
No,
And
beautiful.
He's
Beautiful.
such a great soul and a great example of how everybody gets to be able to work
We
with
might-
biomimicry. That's the next topic after he gets off.
Okay, we lost it. We lost his share, so I'm going to take you both off. But we're behind the scenes here.
Yeah, let's just wait for a moment, then we'll we're just trying to. Tiger,
Put the share up.
Tiger's helping me out. I'm trying to figure out how to get back into.
Which was this on Google Chrome before?
No, it was on.
Yeah, it needs to be on
Team
Google.
Viewer. Team Viewer. Let me see.
It was just the share button. It's a little button at the bottom.
I don't see it anymore. It's not on the screen anymore with the meeting.
Yeah, let's go
even.
back in again, Tiger. Here, 1 second. Let's do this. We're gonna come back into the program again.
Okay. Okay.
We'll get it done.
No worries. No
Okay.
worries.
Okay.
We'll be right here, viewers.
All right. Wait. Here we go. Now we'll put it back up, and then you'll bring it up.
There it is.
Okay.
Perfect. And then it's right here,
Okay.
just so you know. And I
okay,
will,
now, Tiger, how do I come back so I can see beyond this?
I've got it for you.
Okay, now he's what he's going. So I'm going to stop sharing, right?
No, if you do
No,
that, you get
no,
Okay,
don't
so-
stop sharing.
Okay, so how do I come back so I can see?
I will take care of it. I'll take care of it for you. You can speak and we can see you, just so you know. You can, Tiger, you can put it on a smaller screen for him if you want. He doesn't have to have the full screen. If he wants to go out, he can go out, but it depends on, there you go. There you go. Can you see the screen now?
Oh, he wants to just have it full, so I'll just
That's all right.
Make it simpler.
Okay.
I'm not used to this particular.
No worries. No worries. No worries. So I'll put it down for now so you can see us and you can start. And again, we welcome you to the stage. We'll get you started. We want to just welcome you, and you let me know when you want your screen and I'll help you
Great.
bring
Thank
it
you so
right up.
much.
So
Thank you.
I want to thank you again to
Thank
Chief Philip Lane. Please introduce yourself. I know you as a dear brother, a dear teacher to me. So I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'll let you have.
Yes, thank you so much. When we visited Sister Lynn, I came up with the vision of the oneness of our human family. And this is what I really want to focus on today. Now, you're seeing me. Can you bring up the slide presentation? Is it up? Can you see it all now? There we go. So when I was speaking about we are one human family, intimate, related to all life, really after I reflected on that, after we spoke, Sister Lynn, I thought, well, what does that really mean? It's one thing to say we're one human family and understanding that, really understanding it. What results from that understanding? And what results from that understanding is the dawning of a new global civilization, which is occurring as we speak. This has been unfolding quietly. This new springtime has been here for a long time. But if you've only known winter, and that's all you've known, and don't understand that underneath the snow, small seeds are germinating, preparing to burst forth in the spring, that the ice, which is covering the rivers and makes them seem like it's just pure snow, everything hard and cold. If that's all we know, when the springtime comes and those little grains fall between a little crack in a rock, that rock is broken open. And all of a sudden, those pieces of Mother Earth that seemed they were solid, the ice breaks, and all of a sudden, rushing down comes these rushing streams, and all these different things happen in terms of the springtime. In a way, it's like the time when we're in our mother's womb. And for so many months, we're there growing our arms and legs and eyes and ears to prepare us for this world of time and space, which we're born into. And yet, if you think about it, the time that we're hopefully quietly in our mother's womb, receiving, the foods we need, receiving the care and love we need. In fact, in our traditional society, we've had certain songs that you sang to children in the mother's womb, that understanding frequency and vibration. And so we are in this very quiet, slowly growing stage. We begin to kick a little bit to our isometrics, growing our arms and legs and eyes. We don't need them in the womb world. We don't need them there. Because even if we started to use our lungs, we'd suffocate, because we're in amniotic fluid. Our lungs can't operate and you're floating in amniotic fluid. So everything in the womb world is preparing us for this world we're coming into. Now, I want to suggest to you that in the same way, our human family has been going through a series of births, so to speak. And now we're going through the transition, you might say, from adolescence into finally our spiritual adulthood on Mother Earth. And we are in the birth canal, and that birth canal is very, very intense. Now, all I can say is I've been there when my beloved children have been born, but I have not, and I've gone through it myself, although I can't really remember it. But that's why there's such an incredible importance at this time in history that women really, truly be given every opportunity and understood from the very foundation that we as women and men are one, so to speak, with equal respect and justice for both wings of the eagle, one man and one woman, or the condor, or the quetzal. So when we talk about oneness, we're talking about a whole new understanding in relationship on Mother Earth. And Black Elk so beautifully, beautifully mirrored this understanding. Then I was standing on the highest mountain of all, and round beneath me was the whole hoop of the world. And while I stood there, I saw more than I could tell, and understood more than I saw. For I was seeing the sacred manner of the shapes of all things in the spirit, and the shapes of all things, as they must live together like one being. And I saw that sacred hoop of my people was one of many hoops that made one circle, wide as daylight and the starlight. In the center grew one mighty flowering tree to shelter all the children of one mother and one father. And I saw that it was holy. Then as I stood there, 2 men came flying from the east, head first like arrows flying, and between them rose a daybreak star. They came and gave an herb to me and said, "With this on earth you shall undertake anything and do it." It was the daybreak star herb, the herb of understanding. And they told me to drop it on the earth. I saw it falling far, and when it struck Mother Earth, it rooted, grew, and flowered, 4 blossoms on one stem, a black, a white, a scarlet, a red, and a yellow. The rays from these streamed upward to the heavens so that all creatures saw it, and in no place there was darkness. Yakasapa, Black Elk, Oglala Lakota, Chedi Shukun. This vision of Black Elk, this hoop of many hoops, the sacred herb brought by the 2 beings, sacred beings from the east. All these prophecies of Black Elk are just like a beautiful tapestry of prophecies across the Americas. It clearly foretells the advent of a hoop of many hoops in which all nations, races, creeds, and classes are closely and permanently united in the understanding of the prior unity and oneness of our human family in all life. And the herd of one is the herd of all. It's so important to understand this prior unity, that we have been who we have been from the beginning that has no beginning, so to speak. That we've all been part of this creation since its very beginning. Our consciousness, our being, this unfolding is all dynamic. These prophecies of the Americas include the 2012 Mayan prophecies, the reunion of the condor and the eagle, and now with the quetzal, the 8th council fire, the return of the white buffalo, the prophecies of Black Elk, the peacemaker, Quetzalcoatl, Sweet Meadows, Handsome Lake, the Hopi, and many others. Many different prophecies, and more I hear. I'm hearing these prophecies now from our relatives from Australia, from their sacred lands, that foretold these meetings we're having today, prior to this meeting, this coming together, this unification. These prophecies are firmly and shakily rooted in the spiritual understanding and consciousness of the oneness of the human family in all life. That's why I'm saying that this understanding of the oneness of our human family is a foundation key for being able to manifest peace on earth as prophesied. From this spiritual understanding, consciousness naturally unfolds the realization of, so when we talk about over one human family, what does that mean? Quality of women, men and women, the balancing of extremes of wealth and poverty, the elimination of all prejudices, the essential unity and harmony of science and spirituality, universal education, the independent investigation of truth, and unity and diversity. A new global civilization where the voices, the wisdom, the vision of indigenous people are justly and respectfully represented, and whose ancient wisdom is finally heard and truly acted upon. The hoop of many hoops will be manifested when there is a shared commitment to placing the common good ahead of any national, ethnic, religious, or selfish interests. That's why this understanding of the oneness of humanity, because that's the only way that we can transcend these divisionary things of national, ethnic, religious, selfish, etc., all these different ways we're divided. The hoop of many hoops is a new global civilization that ensures the autonomy of each of its representative members, as well as completely safeguarding the personal freedom and initiative of all the individuals that compose them. The vision of all these prophecies that a new global civilization is inevitable. This new global civilization, the process of emerging, found in the unshakable consciousness of the oneness of humankind and all life, a spiritual truth that all human sciences confirm. Anthropology, physiology, psychology recognize only one human race, although infinitely varied in the secondary aspects of life. The full recognition of this fundamental truth requires the abandonment of all prejudice of every kind, race, class, sexual orientation, color, creed, species, nationality, gender, degrees of material wealth, anything which encourages people to consider themselves superior or inferior to others. Abandoning all prejudice is a great spiritual challenge and a requirement for all of us at this critical time in our human unfolding. The full consciousness and acceptance of the fundamental oneness of the human family is a fundamental prerequisite for the reorganization and administration of the world as one, the home of humankind and all life. Universal acceptance and realization of this spiritual principle are essential to any successful attempt to establish peace on earth, whatever that might be. The spiritual reality of the oneness of the human family should therefore be universally proclaimed, taught in every school, and affirmed in every nation as a preparation for fundamental changes in how nation states function and the systemic structures of our unfolding global society. World peace will only be fully achieved when this spiritual reality of the oneness of all life is realized. This global civilization visualized will consist of a new global governing system rooted locally, organized and scaled bioregionally, and synergized globally is emerging. The members of this new global governing system must be elected in a nonpartisan, principle-centered manner. The extremes of wealth and poverty will be balanced with a spiritual moral understanding that every human being has the fundamental right to clean water to drink, healthy food to eat, health care, adequate housing, universal education, and freedom of worship and expression. Science and spirituality, the two most potent forces in human life, will be reconciled, will cooperate, will harmoniously develop. As an example of manifestation, this prophecy has been unfolding for more than 40 years in the work of the American Indian Science and Engineering Society, ACES. The precedent of this global system, while giving full scope to the expression of the diversified views and convictions of humanity, will cease to be manipulated by vested interests, whether private or public. The press will be liberated from the influence of contending governments and peoples. The economic resources of Mother Earth will be organized for the welfare of all members of the human family and all life, will ensure its sources of natural materials will be sustainably and harmoniously developed and fully utilized without waste. Its markets will be coordinated and developed. The distribution of its products and services will be equitably regulated. Destitution on the one hand and gross accumulation of ownership on the other will disappear. National rivalries and prejudice will be replaced by racial amity, understanding, and cooperation. Religious, racial, and ethnic animosity, rivalries, hatreds, and intrigues will cease. The enormous resources and energy dissipated and wasted on conflict, economic, political, armed, will be dedicated to extending the range of scientific inventions and technological developments, the increase in the productivity of humankind, and exterminating disease. Scientific research will be devoted to raising the standard of physical and systemic health, which we can see happening. The harmonization, integration, and optimization of the human brain. The prolongation of life in an ethical manner. The ecologically sustainable development of the unused and unsuspected resources of Mother Earth. The furtherance of any other agency that can stimulate the intellectual, moral, cultural, artistic, and spiritual life of all members of our human family. In summary, these prophecies foretell a global system, global civilization where life-enhancing indigenous cultural, spiritual, and wisdom teachings, sacred ceremonies and medicines, prophecies, and profound understanding of our Mother Earth's natural law will help to enlighten and illumine all members of our human family. A global civilization blends and embodies the ideals of both East and the West, liberated from the curse of war and its miseries, and focused on the sustainable, harmonious development of all the available sources of clean energy on the surface of Mother Earth. A global governance system where force is a servant of justice that is rooted in love and compassion. All life is sustained by the universal recognition of one Creator. Now, this is so important. The new global civilization, which indigenous peoples and other related prophecies speak of, is not to be confused even remotely with a tyrannical new world order often fearfully alluded to by various contending sources. This new global civilization is not a new world order where the extremely wealthy or secret elite enslave most of humanity for their own selfish and greedy purposes. This new global civilization is neither a new world order where everyone is forced to look, act, and think the same, nor is a new world order dominated by any nation state, nor is a new world order created by Antichrist before Armageddon arrives. This new globalization that is now unfolding is based on the full spiritual recognition of the oneness of the human family in all life, and is promised by the spiritual teachers and faith traditions everywhere on Mother Earth. The spiritual foundation of the indigenous worldview is the prior unity and oneness of our human family in all life. Therefore, all members of our human family are part of the sacred circle of life. Since all members of the human family are part of the sacred circle of life, we are all indigenous peoples of our Mother Earth. As well, every human being is born into this physical plane of time and space as sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting, and is fully responsible for the well-being of one another, for all life, and for doing our very best in manifesting this new global civilization based in the oneness of humanity and the understanding that the hurt of one is a hurt of all, and the healing and the upliftment of one is a healing upliftment of all. We are the ones we've been waiting for.
Woo. Woo. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh boy, thank you so much. This is exactly what everybody needs. We know it. And the people get to follow. The people take it on. The common people, and the women are the most important part of those common people because they have such a connection with the heart. Oh, such a blessing you gave us. I was just looking up the tax rate for America in 1956. Anybody who earned over $400,000 was taxed 91% of that above $400,000. Now it's hardly anything above $200,000. It's not much more than a common person. So when we equalize things like you were talking about, treat everybody so much more equally, so much more with respect and love, then we change that thing. But the heart has to be there, just as you said. Wow. Thank you, Chief Phil. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
I, as we move into this, like, I just want to hear this over and over. Like, I need the integrity right now to just go back and just like absorb it. Spiritually, we're in this crisis point, and it is time. It's time for us to step up. And I was just reading some teachings from Yai Kushi, which was the Gemlight Buddha of medicine, the man, Michio and Aveline, that started the first health food store in America. It was his shrine 2,500 years ago. And the 12 resolutions that he makes is just like this, right? I just read it to these two. And, it's our time to be able to create. Sushila says it's the time, the whole idea of the great prophet, the black elephant. It is time of the white buffalo. It is time for all of us to step up and take the deeper parts of ourselves, the deeper relations. I'm honored. I'm honored by your testimony. I'm honored. I'm honored to be here with you. I'm honored to be part of this. Yeah, she said she she heard you at the World Religion. I think you spoke at the World Religion.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
a part of the World Religions in Toronto, and also in Salt Lake.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
also way back in 1992 in Chicago.
Yeah.
So I think it was the first one they had for a while. Maybe it was
Yeah,
they had.
and one of the Indian priests, Swami Vivekananda, came from India to Chicago to speak about
Yes.
Hinduism for 2 minutes, and dear brothers and sisters of America, and boom, rest was the history.
Yes, beautiful.
Wow, thank you.
Yes, yes.
And that was also 9/11 too. That was
Yes.
9/11, 1892.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, Mama.
Well,
People forgot that 9/11, and that was the result. This one whole world witnessed that one. And we have to still remember from the first parliament to all the way up to the Toronto Parliament, and that wouldn't be any 9/11 for sure. What do you say, sir? Right?
I wanna ask Chief a couple questions. For one, I want to ask, how would you like us to proceed? How would you like us? There's 3 of us here. There's many listening. How would you like us to proceed? I would love your wisdom.
Sure. We have a lot of things that we've developed over the last 54 years very quietly that we'd love to share. At the same time, there's so many other relatives as well that are at work at this. But what I'd like to do is, if you'd like, I'll share with you, share out the network connections so we can all connect. But as we speak, our way together is unfolding. For some reason, this enlightening our way together is happening. It started on the 18th. It goes to the 22nd. And so I just came from an incredible visit with these relatives from Australia, these star relatives from Australia. And yesterday, all across the Americas, there was dialogue going on from Argentina all the way up across the Americas. So this is happening as we speak. I mean, it really is happening, and it is based it's not about, although it's happening in Indigenous communities, and I think that it's in a way it's only poetic that it happens that way, because really, if you think about it, no one would have expected in the turn of the last century that Indigenous people would all of a sudden rise up after being, the current statistics are somewhere. When I was a professor, it was 100 million. Now they're saying 108 million. But about 108 million people were living across the Americas prior to contact. And that was reduced down to about 15 to 20 million across the Americas. Now that's a huge, by the way, many were lost by disease, measles, smallpox, and so forth. So I'm not saying it's all, but of course there was that dimension of colonial extermination as well. But I think that for me, I think we have to look at this way beyond our short lifetime. I mean, I can tell you, 77 winters is just, I'm 77 winters. It's so short. I mean, I can't believe it. It's just so short.
I know.
So I think that we have to be able to see things over cycles.
That's
and I think that's why all the wise traditions, where you go to the Mahabharata or you go to any of the oldest books, they talk about cycles. They all talk about cycles. And so I think it's important to see this cycle that's unfolding. And
Michio said it would take 2,000 years to accomplish world peace, but if we each take our simple action, right? And Torch's mission is simple action for global change. This idea of peace, health, environment, and tech are the issues of the world. If we can take those 4 parts and counterpart the children and really connect kids to kids, that's what I've been working on, is social impact farms, so that we really start action. We need action with the Indigenous, relations of our land, the Indigenous relations to our children, to bring the stories forward, but also the healing of the trauma in all generations, in all peoples, because the healing is tremendous right now from, so much so much trauma that we each meet each other on. And as we open our hearts, as we open our relations together, we open our relations to that pain of each other. And it's in the pain that that witness of the other has to have the curiosity. We have to have the curiosity of our brothers and sisters of that pain. We have to have that that intercession within ourselves, that reflection, so that we don't judge our brother and sister no matter what they're up to, because we have to open. I remember with reading with the Iroquois Nation, I was part of the council. I was part of the council meeting in the Iroquois Nation with, trying to think what chief was in, I think he's still there. And we were meeting in council, and the practices that were given are still being given on the tribal community setting. But there's this disconnect, and Chief Philip Scott mentioned it yesterday morning about, the disconnect between survival versus, being in a concentration camp on a reservation. And, what do we do with these, the opening is the highest teachings on these reservations versus, these ideas that there are lower contact with the nation. So I'd love your advice there on how we build our reservations back and how we build, my great grandmother couldn't be talked about. Grandmother Gray, Abenaki, she couldn't be talked about. My mother couldn't talk about her, and then the alcoholism came, right, in the family. And then the disparities of my family. And I finally found that missing link, when I was already almost 40 years old. I didn't find that link till I was almost 40 years old. This is 10 years after I practiced in the Delaware Nation as a council member. It was so powerful for me to find that link and bring it back. And I think it's here for many of us. I think it's here for many of us on this planet. As we mix, I was talking about the mixing of love, the mixing of this relatedness, that, cultural integrity is the theme of our conference. So I'd love you to talk about cultural integrity. You just did with your amazing presentation, but that cultural integrity that we need is that presence to know that we're brothers and sisters, that our heart beats the same beat, that our heart beats the drum beat of each other, that we breathe each other's breath.
I think that really the foundation, the beginning foundation of really coming to understand one another is in our spiritual dimension, and inner spiritual, in that if cultures are, however they might be expressed symbolically, are based in life-preserving, life-enhancing principles at the foundation of creation, then good unfolds.
Mm-hmm.
And I think where we have to come to understand one another is on the spiritual level.
Mm-hmm.
Then for instance, I can understand that, for instance, one elder shared with me that for a tribe down in the Florida area, an eagle is not a good symbol to them.
Mm-hmm.
Because somehow this eagle, it doesn't symbolize to them what it symbolizes someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of if I can look behind the symbol and understand the meaning and find out these spiritual meanings we're all sharing, no matter where we're coming from, whether I'm coming from India, whether I'm coming from here, wherever I'm coming from, that really, once we can get that spiritual dimension, once we make that connection and can feel each other as human beings, then from that foundation, we can then have dialogue, consultation, we call it, where we really do, share with one another with respect and honor and listening and We're not, predetermined to the outcome. When I share what I have to share in my heart, it belongs to the circle. And I should, if somebody comes up with a better thought or a better way to do it, I should be able to see it and support it. And I think another thing we're coming to that I think is so important too, that we've in understanding the really behind the scenes, so to speak, of how we were able to achieve unanimity around decisions. How we came to a decision. But I think that there's something really about that we can learn and apply today, and that's this: that the greatest challenge I see facing Indigenous people in our human family, but particularly, we say to Indigenous people, is our own disunity. Our own disunity. And I think many people have to look in and say, well, how are we? Are we united? Within our own circles is disunity. At the same time, I think that we are beginning to really define clear spiritual principles by which we can unite. And that's what I see occurring. And I think that's the beginning. If I can, so I say the cultural dimensions, yes, some parts of our culture can be life preserving, life enhancing, and some part can be hurtful to us and to others, because it's a response of being hurt. So when you've been hurt, you sometimes don't allow, you can't distinguish between what's the light and what's darkness. That's why when I go to nations that haven't been colonized, I remember, of course, we're all getting colonized in materialism, but when I went to Thailand many years ago, and I saw the people who really were so much themselves, because they had their whole thinking. And also Bhutan. I went to Bhutan as well. I'm not saying, by the way, everybody's perfect, but I'm saying you could see that the colonization had not yet gotten them into whatever that gets us to limit in terms of who we are as human beings. And I think it's we're breaking out of this now.
Yeah. So Sheila's asking a question.
Sure.
Could Chief talk more about the dates 18 to 20 he mentioned as we speak?
Oh, well, what I really, without any qualms, and I know many other have joined us in this understanding, is that we will see the beginning of peace on earth by 2030. Meaning that by 2030, the nation states of Mother Earth will be compelled, for whatever reason I don't understand yet, will be compelled to come together and make a binding treaty to end war. Now that's the beginning. There's many different fires of unity that have to occur. We can see in global undertakings, for instance, humanity is undertaking global undertaking together. But yet we still have not had this thing which is the greatest contributor to climate change. The greatest destroyer of human relationships is war. And the capacity we have with the nuclear weapons and what they can do, we can destroy ourselves 10 times over. So what it's going to take for the nation states to come to this agreement that says no more war. And if any nation state does, we're going to stand up and make sure you don't. Because, and reduction, and you can imagine all those resources beginning to go into uplifting our human family. I mean, we're talking about a springtime unimaginable. Unimaginable, but it's going to begin with beginning also with mothers and fathers not glorifying war anymore.
Mhm.
not raising our children to think like that.
Mhm.
I mean, that's why, again, we come back to this understanding of the oneness of humankind, is why it needs to be taught to children who are very small, who can really truly understand and feel it anyway. I mean, they when they meet two little children,
Mhm.
a year
Mhm.
or two old, they don't see each other until we make divisions.
That's right.
So we foster that. But I
Mhm.
think it's, how much the question comes is really, it's up to us. I mean, how much more suffering do we need to go through as a human family?
Mhm.
And by the way, I think there's some things that are going to unfold whether we like it or not, because I think we've gone over the edge in certain ways.
Yeah.
But again, all we can do see how our time's going. All we can do, I'm just going to kind of, if I may close with this thought and then have any other questions, is, from my perspective, is stand in our spiritual strength, stand in what we know, stand in what we know is true and good. Move towards the positive alternative we wish to create without giving away our energy fighting the negative. So I mean, there's no question that while we sit here, and the question was, what are we sitting here? So on one hand, I can hear the death pangs, the death cries,
Mhm.
the old world order collapsing.
Mhm. Mhm.
At the same time, simultaneously, I can hear the birth cries of the
Mhm.
new being born.
Mhm.
And so as we speak right now, also this is the second year we're having Enlighten Our Way Together, and of course then we go into Martin Luther King's celebration for a week, and then on through the year as we gather these and unify, in which I'll be happy to share. We'd love to have you be part of. If I would have known better, you could have been part of we could have put this right into
Yeah.
the
The
way
door.
together.
Yeah.
So
I
this is
would
what
love
this is
that.
about. This is
Yeah.
about making relationships.
We have to build relations. I think this is one of the areas everybody's building, and I'm really happy to see everybody building. But we have that collaboration. We have that, I when COVID started, I called it the C to C Earth, the collaboration to collaboration. Instead of a B to B business, we start C to C, no matter what, that we collaborate with our brothers and sisters to raise them up on a survival level from that spiritual level of consciousness, consciousness to consciousness, and then SEA to SEA, C to C, and really develop this out. Kurt, what were you going to share?
Well, that's the beauty, is that we share it with others, and the others are basically another you. Everybody is our brother, sister, relative. Everything is. And when we have that vision, we're very clear about it. The big key is communicating it to the people who are not in that state of being and not in the ability to see it because of their past. Like there's the movie Human, it's by a French producer, has a man talking about his love, how he learned love from his father. Well, his father beat him and said, "This is just, I love you so much. I have to do this because I love you."
Well, let's get Chief to give I know he wants to move forward. I'm going to give him the full stage and give us your final words.
Yes,
thank
please.
you so much. 100%. We're going to give you the full stage, and then thank you so much for everything. And
Yes. Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I will send to you, Sister Lynn, a copy of the full paper that this slide presentation is based in. And by the way, if anybody wants to take it, integrate it, or whatever, it's all there to be shared. It comes from those relatives, just like we are gifted. So we want to share, because whatever can help any of us, that we should share it. And like our old elder way back, the last Sundance leader, really great Sundance leader. What's his name? Anyway, he said, we must share our ceremonies. We must share what we have. Because if we don't share as human beings, if we don't share what we have with one another, the earth will die and we will die. So I would just say again, it's just such a great pleasure to be here with you. I feel like there's a lot more here with us in our little Zoom room than ourselves. I feel that spirit here. I feel this love here. I feel kindness here, compassion here. And I wish everyone a most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Christmas. And I think I'll sing just two verses. I'll sing. I've got to finish up something. I'll sing the last two verses later tonight of this sacred song by the White Buffalo Cattlemen. And I love this song. It was shared with me by George Whirlwind Sawyer back in 1973. One of my few songs that I really, really know well in terms of the spiritual feeling of that song. But it says, Wayanki is calling upon the power of the Creator to behold this. And it's when you're preparing a sacred pipe. So behold this. He says, Chinupa Kile Wakanilo, the pipe's sacred, meaning it's the bowl, which represents the earth and the water, the mineral people. They're sacred and holy. They have the power of cohesion, unity. And the plant people makes up the stem. They contain the mineral people that make up their being. They also have the power of growth. Then you come and they begin to show how everything's related because they breathe in carbon dioxide, breathe out oxygen. We breathe in, of course, oxygen, breathe out carbon dioxide, etc. And see, it's beginning to see this oneness. Then you come to, in every pipe, you'll have a reflection of the animal people, eagle feather or whatever it is. Represent the animal people who are one with the mineral people, because that structure of their being, just like ours, comes from the mineral people, and how our nutrients move through the system of mineral relatives. They have spirit of growth, like the plant people, but they also have the power of the senses. And those senses are even way further developed than ours in some ways, for some things. For instance, a little bird, it has a very sensitive tympanium, like a barometer, eardrum, will sense a storm coming, way before it happens. But if you understand that, and even though somebody can say, how could a storm be coming? Even though it's a blue day, you know it's coming. It's happening. And so then, of course, we come to when you put the stem together, which represents men, put the bowl together, represents woman, the earth. You put those together, you create life. But that we have been given the gift that we can transcend this world of time and space. Now, our bodies, obviously, are bound here, but we have capacities that we're not conditioned. We're not. How do I say it? We can break free of the natural laws because we understand and can utilize spiritual laws to manifest things, either as well as not just good things, but also nuclear energy could be used to destroy people. So that's what this song says. And I'll just close it off. And from there, I wish everybody a happy Christmas time. And we will, by the way, I'll be sharing this with you. I'll share it with you too. We have many more events coming up tomorrow and the next day to the 22nd that you might really enjoy. So. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas. I would love to know where your ceremonies are. I want to come meet you in person and meet your wife and meet Tiger and just really open to this next blessing that we will share
Great.
as time moves fast, as we know.
Yes, I'll share what we're doing with our program. You'll really like. Okay.
I look forward to it. God bless you.
God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're all so excited to have you, and thank you for our closing circle. Really, I think that was our closing circle. I think we're going to keep this Torch Health with Chief Phil Lane in the midst of the deep blessings. And Sushila says, blessed, thank you. Post the dates and events, please. We will. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Such a blessing.
Thanks.
Yeah, nobody can follow that, really, not as a close. Wow. I'm going to repeat what the celebrity guru always says is wow, because such truth and wisdom. So appreciated. Oh, Lynn, this is an incredible blessing.
Yes, for sure. God, you're absolutely right. And it's wow.
I've got tears. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a really fabulous 3 days, and I just thank you, brothers, for holding space.
And you do it so well, Lynn. You're such an incredible blessing.
Yes.
Oh, and
it's all up there. It's not me.
It's true. It is everybody. This is the cohesion.
Yeah.
We get to become cohesive instead of exclusive.
The white buffalo woman lives in me, but she lives in you and lives in Pravin and lives in Chief. And Black Elk lives in us. After the spirit moves, after the witness of movement, after we die, the movement blends us. And with Ed dying this week as such a dear brother, and this physical plane, I'm so grateful to share it with you. And it goes quick, and it's the presence of just that night and day, and the spirit that moves us into the next moment, the next understanding of love. And as we move our children into this next phase, we protect them and we surround them with our love, and pray that the rhetorics hits their ears with sweetness. And what comes out here comes with sweetness to the children's ears.
Yes.
Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Do you see?
Mama Lynn, even during this conference, day 1, moment 1, I would never ever thought, the person who shared the stage at the World Religious Parliament is going to, come as the closing ceremony, one of the guests. Wow. Because I have so much connection with this world religious because of, again, first one, Swami Vivekananda, I just mentioned about that. At that time, even whole India didn't know, India has created Swami Vivekananda, Mother India, there are lots of priests in India, right? Those days too, right? But even Indian people, they were not aware, there was a name Narendra. He became Swami Vivekananda by the blessings of his guru, which is Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, and he went at those days coming to USA, in 1892, man, and people were laughing at his clothes, like saffron clothes, man, at that time, when some Americans started laughing at his clothes, and then he grabbed everything, right? And finally he said, in your country, tailor makes a man. In my country, character makes a man. And final moment has arrived. 1892. He was given like about 2 minutes, like Mr. Vivekananda or Guru Vivekananda share about Hinduism in 2 minutes. And when he stood up and he said, "Dear brothers and sisters of America," 5 words, one sentence, 5 words, and he got applaud, for like more than 2 minutes actually. And he about to sit, went to sit because he was given for 2 minutes. And then people of America, man, they sense it, and people of America is very mastered at this moment. Like, the cream, when America senses the cream, man, he make use of that one, and then America know how to market that to beautiful, and then after that, people of India came to know, oh my God, like, oh, one of the Indian priest, one of the Indian guru, man, went to Chicago, North America, and made whole India proud, shared his wisdom about Hinduism as well as respect about other religions, and rest was the history. Yeah, even right now, if you go to Chicago to that hall, in that steps of that hall, there was the speech of Swami Vivekananda. Yeah.
I
And
wanna
Torrent, yeah,
say
Mama.
something about Virginia Sushila. Virginia
Yeah, very
Sushila
active during this
is the light
speech.
of the world. She's the great mama, and my sister.
You're absolutely
I
right.
want to
Absolutely
reflect that
right.
back to
Yes.
you. And we reflect that back to you, Virginia, that each of these sparks that follow everyone here that spoke and continue to go back and look at what happened in these 3 days, because it was phenomenal. It just keeps going up. The energy keeps going up with Torch,
Yes.
and each of our light gets sparked by one another. And I really pray that you each watch each other and share each other's views and share each other's witness, because the children need us right now, really seriously, Mia. And the time is no greater than now. And it's time to really witness that presence, for each of us. And when we fall down, I lift you up. And Sushila, you've lifted me up so many times. And Pravin, you've lifted me up. And Kurt, you've lifted me up. You lift me up, be better than I am in my, in that whatever place in those 6 levels of consciousness, we lift each other up when we lift, and I give thanks to Ed Esco this week and Mark Hanna for doing such great work in the world with food and health and all the books that Ed wrote for humanity. I'm going to leave us with the last quote from Ed Esco, in this book that I read a couple times already, but I think it's from Henry Thoreau, and I think it's worth reading. And I'm going to read it again as our last quote, if that's okay, guys.
Sure, Mama.
I think I need to get off and just be in my quiet self now. Here it is. You ready? Ralph Waldo Emerson. Polarity or action and reaction. We meet in every part of nature. In darkness and light, in heat and cold, in the ebb and flow of waters, in male and female, in the inspiration and expiration of plants and animals, in the equality of quantity and quality in the fluids of the animal body, in the systole and the diastole of the heart, in the centrifugal and the centripetal gravity, in electricity, galvanism, and chemical infinity. We stand in the nature, we stand in this gift of the East and the West, and we give thanks for people like Henry Thoreau, and we give thanks for people like all of you listening, and we give thanks for all of the East, the West, the North, and the South, that all peoples are fed and all peoples are loved and kind to each other. And when I don't act kind, I will lift myself up to the best of my ability, but I will need you as a we, because we can't lift sometimes our own selves up. We need the ceremony, we need the ritual, we need the witness, we need the love, we need the creativity, we need the the souls of each other to lift us. And may you spark every bit of yourself to know that you're loved and know that the Torch family is within you. And it came from a very clear place, and it's going to stay and remain. And as we light that torch within us, that small light gets dim, and may we lift the hearts of our children up to be loved and
Yes.
watch them inspire the next generations. So thank you so much.
Oh, Mama Lynn, before we go and we close this today's final third day's Torch Health. Remember, I think we talked about that. Let's have the regular interval, in the mid of the month. So we are having 4 events, right? Peace, health, environment, and tech. So now first month, 4th month, 7th month, and the 10th month. First one is the Torch Tech. 4th is the Torch Environment. 7th is the Torch Peace, and the 10th is the Torch Health. And then the middle of the month. So, we don't have to now, for today onwards, we don't have to, choose the dates already. It's chosen like middle of the month, and first month, 4th month, 7th month, and the 10th month. And technology, then environment, then peace, and then health. Is that final? Will make it, announce to the world? No matter what, Mama Lynn is sick or Dr. PPP is sick or Kurt is sick, the show must go on. The show must go on. The way even last event about the Torch Peace, all out of 3 of the 3 days when Mama Lynn was going through so much, because Mama Lynn, it was the emotional situation. Mama Lynn didn't show up out of 3 of the days, not even a single minute. But Torch Peace happened. That was the 4th anniversary of the Torch happened. So, God is running Torch, not Mama Lynn, not Kurt, not myself, or not XYZ. And as Mama Lynn always say, Torch is not Mama Lynn's torch, not Kurt's torch, not mine torch, or not our Torch ambassador of this year, current fiscal year from 2021 to 2022 of July, which is Fatima. Even the Torch is not Fatima's, Torch is ours. Torch is the moment, Torch is light. Light is consciousness, and you are the torch, you are the light, you are the consciousness, you are the Allah, you are the Jesus, you are the Rama, you are the Buddha. Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Vishnushmi, Aham Buddhasmi, Aham Vahegurusmi. So, Mama Lynn or Kurt, would you love to finish up from that point onwards?
Go ahead, Kurt.
It's never ending. Satsang Sharanam Gacchami. Always keep the company of the seekers of truth. And when we get challenged, and there's challenges anywhere in the world, and when we get the challenges, because we have satsang, because we have this company of the seekers of truth, we support each other. We give our hearts. We're like that cell in the human body that's a healthy cell. And that other cell next to it that's not so healthy, what does it do? It will help that unhealthy cell get to be healthy again. It's a good neighbor. Like, that man that was a good neighbor in TV many years ago. We get to be able to be what we need to.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, that's it, yes. And talk about a magical man. He was one of the first people that greeted, quote, others to share water with him. They never, ever let certain people of color to be able to swim in same pools with white people in America at one time. And on television, he invited a man to be able to share that space with him. And
Will you be mine? Will you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? All right. It's a wrap.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We do have some house cleaning to do as far as like where Torch is heading in 2022. We had an annual meeting every year. We're going to have an annual meeting in December to wrap up the year. And we've had a fabulous year. We've had really beautiful, amazing ideas, amazing witness of human beings coming forward, amazing people that have shared our stage together and lifted each other up. And this 2022, we've decided in the annual meeting that there would be a charge for the year, a $97 charge to be a Torch member, or there would be an exchange of time in Torchonomics. And we did this because each event costs money and none of us can carry it at certain times. And it's important that we carry the witness of each other to help each other lift up. And I want to thank Abdul, Sumro, and Barira for the posters, because they did an amazing job. Amazing job for us. Again, the posters were dropped and then we didn't have any to get going because people stopped. And we are still looking for a graphic person to stay with us through the whole event. So if we need to make a poster, we can make a poster. So we need that volunteer. We need some volunteers to step up and bridge. And we've put out Torchonomics, which is 20 hours of work. 5 hours of work is 20 Torchonomics. 5 hours of work or support for Torch gives you 20 Torchonomics. And that gives, if you want to do 25, we'll give you the year membership. So, we're looking for 25 hours a year, which is not a lot of time, but 25 hours a year or $97. And so it will help us to bridge next, movement of Torch to be able to sustain and be self-sustained for 4.5 years. We've done this with, very small seed money by myself, by Pravin, and putting time by Kurt. And, as we move into this phase of, reciprocation, receiving, we hope you will receive from the love that we've given. So I hope you'll see our platform by the next platform, by Torch Tech. We want our technology to be at the forefront of our work. Torch Tech, I just put it out that maybe we need to run that in Pakistan. Technology is really raising up there, and find that team. The Indian team that helped us this month has helped us, but it didn't transfer over to Torch yet, but they've helped me a lot bring myself up, and hopefully they'll bring another layer for us. But as we build this exchange of energy, the hours put behind Torch, behind the scenes, is huge. And we are so eternally grateful for everyone that put hours behind the scene. And if Barry comes on later, we will open the stage again, because she's our youngest Torch member. And the beauty, I'm going to take us all off of here for a minute, and we're going to put her picture up. And I want you all to just look at the artwork of this beautiful 13-year-old. Okay, so we're going to just remove ourselves, remove our Can you see the leaves? Can you see the leaves in this? Can you see she just designed this so perfectionately for who we are. The leaves, the hands in hands of all different colors and nations, the flame that holds us together, she really is an artist of her own soul life. And this is the second year she's designed. And I want to say, I'm going to put this next poster up for Sumro and give him a heads up too. Integrity of how he put together our work, and how he built, and it's just amazing what happens. And Dr. PPP always does these little niches, and I'm going to give you one of his little niches. right now. And we want to give to our youngest Torch member. I think Sabin Takwa's brother is the youngest now, but here's Hasnain, who spoke for us.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum. This is me, RJ Muhammad Hasnain. The only way to be safe from the spreading of coronavirus is to stay at homes, avoid social gatherings, and stay in distance of 1 meter. And also wash your hands again and again. Thank you.
Wow.
So as we count down, he's just, we hope that he comes back to our stage as well. And many people came back. Amir and I were on till 2:00 last night in the morning. And Amir was so precious. So I hope you go back and watch some of our clips. You can watch the YouTube channel either on Pravin Patel's channel or my personal channel, but our Unity channel will be Eco Inspired Living. And that's the YouTube channel you can watch all of our events on. And that's our universal channel for Torch. And hopefully we'll have a Torch channel, but maybe Eco Inspired Living, we'll have to vote on that and see what people believe. But Adam gave that name, Eco Inspired Living. And, it is my personal brand as well, but because he gave it to me, he said, Mom, this is what you've been doing for 30 years. And I said, yeah, thank you so much. But the Actions of Impact was also Adam. So I want to give a shout out to Adam for building this platform, because he built this platform for us. And without this platform, when you look at our website, that everybody put their speakers, you can go on and just look at the work that Adam did. It's quite precious on, I'll play that ticker one more time. You can go on there, see all the speakers that came, follow them, support them. Lori Marshall, the work she did yesterday was just phenomenal. And she sent us 2 videos, so I'll post those on both of our platforms. But at the bottom here, go on Actions of Impact. What a name that he gave us on Earth Day when he built this platform. And on there, all of this has been streamed on that actual platform. I don't know how to save it on there. I don't know how to do individual areas. I've been trying to give the time when people come, because yesterday was 12 hours steady. Today is already 10 hours steady. And, it's just an organic growth. It's more like the feminine growth. It's not there, and join the Torch family on Facebook, or Torch, the Organization for Realizing Change in Humanity. And again, we want to send a wish out to Sakandra Shirwander. He lost his dad. I remember you lost your mom, Pravin. I think it was 2 torches ago, right? 2. Like, you lost your mom and you still showed up, and it was just, I remember just crying with you and weeping when you lost your mom. And we just want to send wishes out to Shawanda and others that weren't able to make their time slot. We send you wishes and prayers and hope everybody's well, and support this mission of 10 million heirloom seeds to 1 million children. You can see it on torchseeds.com. We really still need to have our PayPal hooked up, but we're getting there. We're getting there, like little stages and little moments. And you just have to go back and see some of the prior, like last year, Mark, the Tao of Life. This was a phenomenal slide that he did, the Tao of Life, Mark Lund. And Julie Down, she's been with us. She did prayers, and just amazing work she did. And, there's all these names that I can't even remember them all, but, Mian Atik, wanting Torch to be part of Pakistan's social, and Rabia coming on this morning. Beautiful, beautiful ideas. And you know, it just goes on. Chief Philip Scott, I mean, the messaging he gave was just phenomenal. The Singing Tree Project, again, by Lori. Fatima Aziz, please follow her. She's doing great work in Pakistan. Dr. PPP and his idea around peace, health, environment, and technology, blessing each person that comes onto our stage. It's just amazing. And again, this idea of cultural integrity, why we choose, what we choose, how we choose, where we choose, and when we choose. It's a conscious choice for each one of us. And when I'm not in that place where I'm making a positive choice, maybe it's a negative choice, and maybe that's what will serve me. But if we choose, let your brother have the curiosity of letting them choose. Let them be in the witness. John was great. He was one of the first people on here, John Connors, as far as a new person that came through. That was super fun. Mushtaq Nas came back and he talked on sociology and culture. I mean, that was super great. He did a really great job. And then our Forbes Riley. I mean, come on. Forbes came on and just rocked the boat. I did do my witness today. You didn't see me, but I did do it. I did do the spin gym today.
Mama Lin, I want to order that one. Where can I order? Please send me the link, please, so I can order that one. In childhood, I used to do that, you know? Oh my
right
God.
there. It's on the bottom, ForbesRiley.com. Order your spin gym.
Awesome.
And I'm determined to.
Look at it. Curtis doing it.
Kurt's doing his exercises.
Do it one more
Kurt and
time.
I, we're going to do this, Kurt. Let's get our bodies really strong. And, you know, amazing, right? Like, what happened in these 3 days? You know, like, come on, you know? I mean, it just keeps going. It keeps going. So we are blessed. We are so blessed. And, you know, we just have to keep moving with returning to our natural order, returning to our hearts, returning to each other to lift that light, lift that spark. So with further ado, we want to bring that to a close. Oh, Tanis. Oh my gosh. Was she awesome or what? She just was so sweet. Tanis Rose Coughlin. She gave a beautiful, beautiful moment this morning with us and yesterday. So definitely follow her on True Lifestyle. And here we are, right? Kurt, Success International Network, the Celebrity Guru. Follow all of our friends here on Torch, and you know, really take time. And this is what I'll leave with: from the womb to the tomb.
Yes, yes.
Middle life. We are
Dr.
trustees
TPS.
of knowledge.
Dr.
All
TPS
right.
Sikra from India. Tattoo. Life is a journey from womb to tomb. That's why I got the created quote from Dr. Sikra TPS, womb to tomb. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one sentence itself, you know, is the enlightenment. It's the awakening. That's it, you know, like, yeah.
What a great weekend.
Womb to
Take-
tomb. Absolutely. Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Boom.
Love,
So see you at mid-January, which is 3 days or let me share it with you. January 14,
Unless we go
15,
to
16.
Pakistan in February.
Was there, Mama?
We might go to February and have the platform, you know, in February. So I know you want to keep it steady.
That's okay. You are the boss. You know, you are the founder
No,
of
I'm
Torch.
not the
So
boss. I'm not the boss. Let's get rid of that language right now. We're just trying our best to really be present. That's it. I'm trying to do my best. But
And-
I hear. Yeah,
and
go ahead.
during this event,
Last word. Dr. PP is going to give our last word. So there.
oh my God. Okay. May God bless Torch. May God bless the founder of Torch, one and only the world has ever created, Mama Lin. And you guys heard this one during this conference. Mama Lin shared with the universe that Mama Lin is looking for Mr. Right. So if you are the Mr. Right, you know, you know, Mama Lin told me during personal conversation, like I'm looking for. I go, Mama Lin, Mama, come on, you know.
Why
I'm
do
like,
I choose that? What do I choose?
I'm like, Mama, you have the torch. We have the torch. Don't waste your time into full looking for Mr. Right. But this time, Mama Lin goes, man, I'm looking for the love, man. My kids are grown up. My grandkids are grown up, man. I feel lonely. I feel alone. So I need the companion. Okay, so Mama Lin is available. Okay, what can I say about this Kurt, man? Doesn't matter. It's a 3-day event, man. Always Kurt Kruger show up, no matter what, man. And show up means like the longest time, man. I tell you, during this event also, I think, beside Mamal and myself, man, Kurt is the man. Out of 3 days, always 3 days over there, no matter what, day, night, middle, man. And this is a man, like, such a simple man, but look at him, man. He dated 2 Bollywood sisters, man. Dimple Kapoor and Simple Kapoor. Even though he didn't like that one, but still, he never, Dr. Pepe never ever said that. He'd laugh at it, and that's it, man. And look at that, forthrightly, like, like such a busiest Bollywood, one of the, Hollywood superstar, right? But still showed up just because Mama Lin approached her, and the relationship, right? And I can go on and on and on, Jasmine, from his busy work, from as the nurse, in the United States of America, but still showed up. It was freezing outside, freezing. Lin goes, before coming, Mama Lin, before Jasmine coming, I guess my my fingers and toes, I couldn't even move my fingers, but still showed up, and for half an hour non-stop. I can go on and on, but see, this is what Torch is all about. Mama Lin never ever thought, like 4.5 years after that, we are having this kind of amazing, beautiful conference of 3 long days of almost 12 hours each day, right? So now in 2022, world is really, like up to now, it's like the rocket, man. Like rocket needs like about 90 to 95% energy, when it start moving towards the space, right? But once after that, after passing that, like whatever the level, and after that it's a smooth ride. So this is what it is. First 4.5 years was like bumpy, and sweat and tears and like that. But now what I feel is now, Torch is at that level. Like now it's gonna be smooth ride because it's God vision, right? God gave this vision to Michio. Michio gave this vision to our Mama Lin, and then like this is it, right? Now, so your responsibility as the speaker, my celebrity, is to show up not only during your time but also during other speakers' time. Because when you show up on other speakers' time, other speakers are going to come during your time too. Also, put it on your timeline. Put it on, like the Mama Lin put it. I put it, in the main Facebook wall, right? Because again, you have 4,000 friends, 5,000 friends, 1,000 friends, or even 100 friends. But this will give us the boost. You know what I mean? It's a your win, because when you speak, people will join. More people will join. It's a boost for the Torch too. It's a win-win situation. It's a your win situation, our win. And the win-win means we are going to make world a better place, right? And if, let us know how we can improve, in 2022. Because not suggestion, any single suggestion, you never know, it might bring Torch to the next level. And as Mama Lin always say, Torch is yours, right? So this is what it is. And I tell you, man, this is what it is, man. 4 events in 2021, very successful. As I mentioned, 2021, like mid July, Mama Lin has a big, God gave big testing, emotional, but still, show must go on, show must go on, show must go on, and it happened. So in 2022, let's pray to God that God's enough, we have enough emotional situations, now don't test us enough, you have tested last 4.5 years, it was the smooth ride, and God, we don't want now any more emergencies to our speaker. God, we don't want any emergencies to our kids, to our mothers, to our daughters, to our fathers, to our son, mothers, right? Son, daughter, father, mother, brother, sister. Give us a smooth ride. Take away this, whatever the challenges last 2 years you have given to the people of the world. Enough, that challenge killed millions. Now we don't want anybody to lose, right? So this is what it is, and without further ado, man, what we can say, Torch is all about emotions. Torch is the emotions, Torch is the movement, and Torch is the revolution. Torch is the revolution. And we have all walks of life. as the speaker, as the listener, right? All walks of, you name it. Like people who have like look at the, you just heard the master ceremony or keynote speaker of the closing, right? He has several times at the world religious conferences, man. Like he goes like, which one, Salt Lake one or Toronto one? You know what I mean? Like people have a wildest dream, at least they can go at least to the one at the speaker, so this is what it is. So now without further ado, torch needs you, and we need the torch so big time, because when you go through your emotional roller coaster, torch is always there. Torch has proved so many times. Like even today, Mamalin mentioned just like a couple of minutes back, one of the speakers lost his Abu father, in Pakistan. And Mamalin mentioned about that. Even a couple of years back, same speaker lost his mother. Mamalin mentioned that. So this is what it is, right? So without further ado, I know you are busy. Torch is busy. Mamalin is busy. Cult is busy. But still giving time, giving energy, giving wisdom, right? So if Mamalin can do it, Torch can do it, myself can do it, I know Kurt can do it, I know lots of other speakers, and Ambassador, Torch Ambassador do it, so can you, and Mamalin take this decision, or Torch took this decision now to go, and to some charge money, because like Mamalin, how much did you invest? Like, oh my God, like, I don't know, $1,000 Mamalin has already invested for the Torch. How many sleepless nights Mamalin knows, nobody else knows. What's that, Mama?
Much more. Maybe I counted up hours, and yeah, it's all of us. It's not so much about that. It's more about I am so grateful.
Absolutely. That's it. With that word, let's go for the closing. Like, I'm so grateful. Simple. Like, attitude of gratitude, gratefulness. What else we want? Mamalin, yes, that's it. I am so grateful. Let's become more and more grateful to yourself. You become more and more grateful to yourself. Yes, you deserve love yourself, because you are giving. If you don't give yourself, eventually you'll get evaporate, and I don't want you to get evaporate. God doesn't want you to get evaporate, right? So give yourself. And when you are overflowing, that's it, that overflow will take care of the whole world, and will take care of the vision the world has given to you, that God has given to you, your mission, your passion, your purpose, and your vision. Yeah.
We get to know, love, and serve God in every thought, word, and deed. It's the simple practice that everybody gets to do. And many of us are doing more and more with it, because it comes easily as we do it. As we do more, it becomes easier. It's like learning a skill, the skill of the heart, rather than something else. And this is the gift that we give each other, is our simple heart. Not anything confusing. Just so cuddling, just so soothing. So, thank you, God. Thank you so much.
Believe in your wildest dreams. Don't let anybody steal your dreams.
And remember,
yes.
And remember, Len, that you get to be able to have, because inshallah, the perfect relationship to end your time running around with the perfect relationship. So thank you, God.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If Trump can win, 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 so can you. If Trump can lose, so can you. If Modi can apologize, so can you. You have the celebrity. You have the celebrity life. You have the torch day. You have the torch life. You are the celebrity. You are the torch, the organization for realizing change in humanity. Amen. Amen. Namaste. That's it. Period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adios.